It is 9 o'clock and all members are present.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Don. Good morning, everybody. I'll call to order this budget meeting for the Council of Town of Saugeen Shores and welcome everyone who's in the room this morning and everyone joining us by the live stream as well. And we're glad that you're with us. The second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. We'll turn it over to Councillor Duhaime for that. Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to the Indigenous people because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Okay, thank you. So now we're on to disclosures of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have a pecuniary interest you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do so anytime if you need to. So it is budget day. Welcome, everybody. We're joined here this morning by council and our awesome senior leadership team. And I just wanted to, just before we get started, just to express thanks on behalf of council for all the work that you folks have done to put this budget together for our consideration today. It's an awful lot of work, and so thank you for that work. We look forward to going through the presentations and at the end making some decisions. So we'll turn it over with that to the CAO to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of council. In front of you today is the draft 2023 business plan and budget, and I'm very proud of the work that's been done to bring this forward to you for our discussions today. Like every other company, organization, and government across the country, we are facing significant inflationary pressure. Rising prices and interest rates affect both our purchasing power and how quickly we service our debt. I'm proud of the work of the management team that we've done here at the town in order to deliver to council a proposed tax levy increase of 7.1%. We feel this increase is necessary because, quite simply, the taxes we collect will pay for less today than they did for a year ago. Our town has grown significantly over the decade, and we have forecasted the expansion to continue. To prepare for this growth, the town undertook a municipal service delivery review in 2021 that determined we needed to adjust our organizational structure. We needed to establish clear and transparent service levels and performance measurement, and we needed to recommend additional staff to meet those levels and performance as the town grows. In these materials, you will note that the budget forecast focuses on the necessary staff to prepare the town to be future ready and position us to service future growth. In addition to putting that staff in place, this year's business plan focuses on streamlining project capacity and improving our processes to create efficiencies while ensuring the work we do is what we said we would do. This year, the town will see us progressing through the work that has accumulated over the last 5 years while still advancing a progressive project plan. Some of the major projects like the Southampton landfill expansion, the Aquatic and Wellness Center, Lamont Sports Park, and the Southampton Water Treatment Facility are in play for 2023. With previous council's foresight, the municipality has planned well for these projects, and they do not represent an increase to our tax levy. In the business plan, you will see an expanded accountability framework that builds on the municipal service delivery review and provides performance measures that will establish clear and transparent service levels. In 2022, we delivered the first business plan for Saugeen Shores. It contained major initiatives that represented the high-profile operating and capital projects of the town. As reported in January, we achieved a 92% completion rate on those major initiatives. For 2023, you'll see in the business plan that we've expanded this reporting to include division highlights and also capital highlights for each group. These highlights drive further the transparency into our organization and the priorities for council and the public. Most significantly in this business plan, we have now included the key performance indicators. The senior leadership team of the town worked hard with their staff over 2022 to develop these KPIs that are meaningful and relevant and aren't measurement for the sake of measuring. In 2023, we will build a baseline for these KPIs and then use them in future years to help support business planning for the municipality. I just wanted to conclude by saying that the town of Saugeen Shores' current tax levy is considered low to lower medium when compared to other municipalities across the province. We anticipate that almost all municipal governments will experience significant increases in 2023 this year. Even with our proposed increase, our tax levy will remain competitive in relation to other communities across Ontario. I just wanted to note for those joining us online what our format for today's session is going to look like. Once I finish here, I'll be turning the floor over to our Director of Corporate Services, Jim Bunju, and Daniel Waiter, our Chief Financial Officer, to provide an overview and introduction for the context of the 2023 business plan. Following that introduction, we'll complete the following reviews of the CAO's office, Community Services and Operation, Fire Services, Development Services, Corporate Services, and Police Services. We also have a scheduled day on February 7th to provide additional time if required for any portions of this. Once we finish these discussions, staff will bring back a business plan and budget for council consideration on February 27th and for final endorsement, and then have the necessary bylaws passed on March 13th. In conclusion, I would like to recognize council for its thoughtful review of the 2023 business plan coming in today's session, and acknowledge that this budget is unlike one we've ever seen before, at least in my time frame. While challenging circumstances are present, the town of Saugeen Shores is in a strong financial position, and the business plan and budget presented to you today is one that focuses on the future and accomplishing the goals of this council and our community. I'll now turn it over to the Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Kara. So as Kara said, what we're reviewing today is the business plan and the budget. And the budget really is a component and an outcome of the business plan. In the business plan, council is setting what the service levels are that the community requires. I got a little bit of feedback there. To begin with, I'll take you through on the capital budget and move on into operating. We'll talk about reserves throughout the presentation, and then I'll be passing it on to my colleagues, and each one of them will be going through their departments and their divisions, reviewing the service levels and the initiatives that they have planned for council's consideration. In regards to the capital budget, the budget before you today is $32.8 million versus just over $19 million last year. And as you all remember, a month ago, with the approval of the pool, we have a very significant investment in our community being planned. This large investment is being financed through three sources. One is revenue of almost $4 million, which is donations that we're planning through the Legacy Reserve in the Lamont Sports Park. $13.5 million of debt for the new pool, and then the remainder is funded through reserves, and reserves ultimately are funded through taxation. So moving on to the next slide now, please. So again, we have the capital budget in front of you in terms of the expenses that are planned, and of that $32.8 million, the lion's share through the pool is in the Community Services and Operations Department. In addition to that, Development Services has $7 million of investment, with some large projects being the Eastwood Drive, St. Louis Street, and the investments that we're making in our fleet. Moving on to the next slide, please. On the operating budget, in 2022, we had budgeted for net revenue of $8.9 million. The budget for this year is an increase to $10 million. First, I'll take a look at the forecasted column to talk a little bit about the forecast we have for the close for 2022. We're still working on year-end close, so these are not final numbers. So they're just preliminary estimates at this time. Of the $2.6 million, $1.5 million is related to the tax stabilization reserve. In other words, impacting taxes. We have $500,000 that will flow into the wastewater reserve, 400,000 to the benefit of the water reserve, and 200,000 into the landfill expansion reserve. Of the $2.6 million, $1.5 million is coming from the community services. And the community services is explained by favorable revenue and as well vacancies in salary. Now looking at the year-over-year changes, the large change we have in community services is we're seeing that the costs are coming down. That is a result of an improvement in our revenue. We were looking at past years of revenue versus what we were budgeting. And what has happened over the years, growth has increased our revenue, but in past years, we haven't accommodated for that in the budget. So we are right sizing the budget to reflect that, thereby bringing down the overall community services budget ask, and then reducing the pressure on taxation in 2023. The CAO's office, although it looks like there's a substantial increase there, that is a result of us realigning the departments and putting the dollars where they belong. So that's not an actual real increase. It's predominantly related to movement between departments. When you looked at the bottom of this slide, you'll see that there's an increase in revenue of almost $500,000 as a result of growth. We're projecting 2.7% improvement in growth, and that's adding revenue, but it's also important to remember that growth not only increases our levy, it also increases our demand on services and hence our cost. As was mentioned before, the levy being proposed today is 7.1%. And that would deliver an extra $1.2 million to the overall budget, bringing the overall net income to $10 million. Moving on to the next slide, please. Next, we'll talk about that $1.2 million increase and what that means to a typical homeowner. Here on this slide, we're using a house that is assessed at $314,000. And in 2022, that house would have paid taxes of $2,058. As a result of the proposed tax increase, taxes would go up by $146, bringing it to just over $2,200. Next slide, please. I mentioned previously the benefit of growth, that we're adding $500,000 of revenue because of the development in our community. So that is contributing to helping us keep taxes down to a degree, but also then on the flip side, driving the increased need for services and increased costs. And you can see that increase in two respects. One is in staffing, going up by 7.8%. And the other is in operating, although operating is only going up by 2.1%, which when you think about it is quite low. One, because of the inflation we're seeing, and then two, because of the demands from the growth. However, staff have been doing everything they can to find efficiencies to keep these operating costs under control and bring that component down to 2.1%. The net impact of those ups and downs is the 7.1% we mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. The 7.8% impact from the staffing costs that you saw on the previous slide is broken down by the following components. The economic adjustment for staff results in a 1.9% impact. The MSDR changes that were approved last year adds another 2%. The customer service coordinator for communications is 0.5%. Changes in policing at 2.4, and then other changes at another 1% for a total of 7.8. So, and of that 7.8, as I said, 1.9% is due to economics. And if we can go to the next slide, please. That leaves 5.9% that is non-inflationary related, which does seem like a lot, but in this slide, we're comparing this to population growth. And on the graph, you can see the population on the side in thousands of people. And our population is growing from approximately 13,000 people to close to 17,000 people in 2023. And when you look at our staffing levels, they are moving up more or less in line with our increases in population. So our staff are growing to keep up with the growing demands. Next slide, please. Now focusing in on the 2.1% of the operating expenses. Those are explained by 346,000 in major initiatives. As the directors go through their departmental presentations, they'll be talking about their various major initiatives, and you'll see the details as those presentations unfold. In addition, there's core inflation of just over $200,000. And then there's exceptional inflation. Insurance in particular, we're highlighting $121,000 increase in insurance costs, and then some other exceptional inflation with the biggest component being in road maintenance is adding another $135,000. Those increases are offset by $77,000 that staff have found in efficiencies. Our interest is a double-edged sword, and we're, in addition to the impact it has on debt, we're also seeing improvements in the money, in what we're earning on interest that we have in the bank. So we're increasing our interest income by $200,000 to reflect the current reality. And then some other changes throughout the various accounts that we have adds another $100,000 of offsets for a total increase of 2.1%. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to shift focus to our reserves and begin by talking about our primary reserves. There's the tax stabilization and the future capital project reserves are our two primary reserves. The tax stabilization, most of our accounts are tied to the tax stabilization in that they are funded through taxation. And the net inflows and outflows of the various accounts, including what we raise in taxes, flows through this account. Council uses this account as well to transfer to other reserves. And if we can click to on the slide presentation, are you in the PDF or in the slide presentation?
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau, I am in the PDF, while
Okay.
the one that's being shown through Zoom is the slide deck.
Okay, perfect. So then on the Zoom presentation, what you see then is our excuse me, I'm just gonna give me a minute here and then if you can click one more time, please. So here is an example of a transfer to other reserves. In that transfer to other reserves, in this case, I'm using the tourist camp as an example. In the budget before you today, there is a proposed transfer into the tourist camp reserve of $55,000. Excuse me. Next, I'll talk about the future capital project reserve. And this is all tax funded expenses, net of user revenue, grants, and debt that are related to capital flow through this reserve. And this reserve is ultimately funded through taxation. We can click on the presentation again. I'll bring up an example then of future capital. I'm going to use the tourist camp again as an example. And in this year, the tourist camp has a washroom project costing $30,000 that would flow out of the future capital projects reserve. And now if we can click again. Now of that $85,000 of use of tax of tax request or a funding request, I should say. That is not actually coming from taxation because the tourist camp generates net income of $839,000. So as a result, we actually have an inflow into the tax stabilization reserve, a net inflow, all things considered, of $754,000 as it relates to the tourist camp. So in the case of the tourist camp program area, they actually are contributing to lowering our taxes, all other things being equal, because they're a net revenue generator. So just to give you an example of how a bit of the complexity of what happens on reserves. We can click on the slides, show presentation again. I'm going to give you one other example. We talked about the two primary reserves, but we have a number of reserves. In this case, at the bottom of the slide, you'll see I brought up the landfill as an example. And in this case, landfill is adding $688,000 in net income, which gets added directly into the landfill reserve. No implication then in taxation because that money goes into its own reserve, and then any future capital projects then are funded out of that reserve. The next slide, please, Don. So staying on the, have we moved to the next slide yet? Okay. My apologies. So in terms of the use of reserves, council can balance their budgets by using reserves and thereby temporarily lowering a tax increase. And I use the word temporarily because ultimately, if that happens year after year, you're just going to continually have a decrease in your reserves, and eventually you're into a negative position, which cannot happen. And at that point in time, you're going to have to increase those taxes. So it is always just a temporary action that you're doing. In 2021, we used $360,000 of the tax stabilization reserve, and that was used to lower taxes so that taxes were flat for the year.
Hey, Jim, would you just move your mic a little closer to your mouth? They're having a little trouble hearing you online.
Okay, will do. In 2022, $355,000, so almost the same amount as in 2021, was again used to lower the tax levels. And in this case, taxes were lowered to 4.5% through the use of reserves. In this budget, we are once again proposing to use the $355,000. If council chose not to do that and wished at this point in time to eliminate that use of reserve, it would require a further 1.8% increase on the taxes. So the 7.1% would go up to 8.9%. The implication of increasing the taxes by that incremental 1.8 would be another $37 on the average household. Council, we are recommending that is done this year, that we do use the reserves, and the reason being because we're already at 7.1%. In addition to the fact that we had the benefit of $2.6 million of operating surplus, of which $1.5 million is contributed to the tax stabilization reserve. So that does give council some room in 2023 to continue to use a bit of that reserve. But I just do want to warn and make council aware that is not a never-ending pool. At some point in time, we will need to adjust so that we're not using the reserve to fund lowering of taxes. On the next slide, please. Now, with any business plan, what is before you today is a forecast. And every forecast is as good as the day that that forecast was developed, maybe not even by the end of the day. And there's always risks and opportunities that we need to consider. Beyond the risks and opportunities that we'll discuss today, there's going to be others that we couldn't even envision that will come up over the course of time that we'll have to deal with. But for today, we'll just talk about some of the areas that we're aware of right now, and council may have some other ideas of risks and opportunities that we may be facing that you'd like to put on the table. One that a few years ago, we probably never really thought we would be talking about, and that is inflation, because we went through a number of decades of very stable inflation, and we probably all imagined that inflation worries were behind us, and here we are today. So where inflation is going to be going into the future, it could be going in either direction. We could hopefully be returning to the days of 2% inflation, but we could be going back to the 70s and 80s where we have hyperinflation for some time to come. The indications at the moment look like things are rounding the bend and coming back to normal. But with world events, and that could change in a hurry. Tied very much to inflation is the interest rate. And it looks like the last increase last week that the Bank of Canada took the rate up to 4.5%. Sounds like that is their final increase, and that we should be seeing interest rates going back down. So if I were to be a betting man at this point, I'd say we probably will be seeing a benefit through interest rates as it relates to our debt obligations that we'll be taking on with the pool. However, that could quickly change as well. So I put that on as either a risk or an opportunity. We've got some cash flow implications because of our investment in the innovation park and the sale of property that we have planned. And so that could be to our advantage or our disadvantage on a cash flow side, depending on how quickly those sales progress. We're also are planning on some significant growth in our community, but that growth could accelerate or it could slow down as well and have obviously implications for our planning in the future. The next slide, please. Now, the two items are on the opportunity side, and perhaps the largest opportunity we have relates to the Aquatic and Wellness Center. And if we can get some government grants to help towards our investment in the pool, that would be a huge opportunity for our community. In my opinion, I feel that the provincial government should be contributing towards an important investment like this. But I know we're going to be pushing hard for that. And if it comes through, then that will take a lot of pressure off in future years as council looks for what we're doing service level wise and taxation wise. Another opportunity is surplus lands that we can use to help manage our cash flow situation. Moving on to the next slide, and we'll take a look at risks. So things that we've identified is one, the Westerio dividend, and there's a risk that dividend could dry up in future years, and we could lose approximately $100,000 of revenue as a result. Insurance, you heard earlier that our insurance costs went up significantly in 2023. They did in the year before as well, and that's a trend that municipalities are seeing across the board. And so that's definitely will be a risk into the future. And tied very closely to the insurance is the litigation that goes with it. And we're seeing our legal costs have been going up significantly, and we've added approximately $50,000 to our legal budget in 2023. based on what we were seeing in the actuals over the last couple of years. And we don't know where that trend of litigation is going. With our investment in the pool, in a few years' time, we'll be operating that pool. And there's always the risk that the cost of operating a new pool that we're not familiar with could be higher than anticipated. And so that's always a potential risk that we should keep in front of us and do everything we can to try and mitigate that risk and ensure that we have the pool operating costs come in at a reasonable figure. Asset management planning, I'm sure you've heard a lot of that over the years. Again, this is a provincial, really countrywide issue. There's been an underinvestment in infrastructure over the years, and municipalities are trying to catch up. Where we exactly stand on that, we're still in the early phases of developing our asset management plan. And as that work unfolds, we could be coming to you in the future saying we need to invest much more heavily in our infrastructure. And that ultimately, in the long run, ultimately has to be paid by taxation. There's room in the short term to fund it through debt, but at the end of the day, that debt needs to be repaid off, and that again comes through taxation. So that is something that we need to keep in front of us as well. The next slide, please, Don. Okay, perfect. So in the attachments that were sent out, we had a capital budget summary, an operating budget summary, where you see the details by department in both the expenses and the revenue. And we'll be hitting upon those as we go through the individual department presentations. At the end of the department presentations, then we'll be going through the concluding slides, getting feedback on where council would like to go in terms of taxation, any next steps. If there's takeaways that staff need to go and do further investigation or changes to the budget, then we'll be taking that away. Throughout the individual department presentations, I believe the mayor will be looking for council direction on each of the presentations. And so we'll be taking notes so that we can then summarize those at the end of the meeting of what our takeaways are. So with that, I'll hand this over to the CAO's department.
Sure. I just, before we go on, I'll just ask if any members of the council have questions that they'd like to direct to the director. The deputy mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick question. In the asset management plan under risks, it says core and non-core. I just was wanting to know what's considered non-core.
Non-core would be investments in things like the pool would be a non-core infrastructure. Roads would be core. Roads and bridges are your core assets that are required. And then there's the things that we'd like to do, but don't have to do.
See the vice deputy mayor, and then we'll get Councillor Maya.
Thank you, Mayor Luke. Jim, thanks for your presentation. I just had three questions. You talk about the pool, $13.5 million debt you talked about, and I think we talked about a $50 million facility. And you talked about the balance from reserves. I'm assuming that's the legacy reserve. Jim, any other reserves, or is we basically talking about the legacy reserve?
That is the legacy reserve.
Yep. So $36.5 million will be funded out of the legacy reserve, if my math is correct. We're basing on 50 million, are we? Is that what we're doing?
That's correct.
Okay. The second comment about the wellness center, and you talked about funding opportunities from the provincial federal government. And I'd like to reiterate this again, the importance of a local fundraising campaign that could reduce that number. So I'm not sure we should rely solely on grants, although it'd be nice to get those grants. But I still do believe that there are people in this community that are waiting to see a fundraising campaign. And we did fund that position for 2 years, not long ago. our fundraising coordinator. So, and I guess Strides is on the line there. Mayor Luke, is it okay to ask this question, or Mayor Jim? But that is still the plan, correct? With that 2-year position that we approved, that there will be a fundraising campaign for the Wellness Center?
Sure, we can ask the Director of Community Services Operations.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Vice Deputy Mayor. We did post the position for the coordinator position for the Aquatic and Wellness Center. Recruitment has fallen through and we're going to repost. We have engaged the services of a grant writing firm within last week, I should say. We confirmed that contract as well to make sure that we're not missing out on any grant opportunities for the project. And we will be reposting the 2-year contract position that council has approved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a follow-up, Strides, if I could. Has staff at all considered, is it a $2 million campaign, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million? When will we know the number in terms of the amount of dollars that we think we could raise in this community for the Wellness Center to help bring down that cost?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we have not determined that number yet.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, the Western Power $100,000 per year is concerning. Loss in dividend payment. That loss of 100 grand is showing up in 2023 budget. Do you foresee that? And how do we know? Will the Western Power dividend payment be lost forever? Is that what we're saying? And can you provide any kind of explanation why? That 100,000, which has been there for a lot of years, as long as I've been around for 20 years, why that dividend payment all of a sudden is going to disappear? I mean, obviously in worse shape than anyone maybe anticipated, but why are we losing that 100 grand?
Yeah, so the process for my appointment to the West Area Board has not been completed yet, so I actually haven't taken my seat on the board yet, but I did meet with the president, or the chairman of the West Area Board a couple of days ago, and I think the question of the dividend is still up in the air, even for this year. I think I wouldn't make any firm conclusions or draw any firm conclusions about where that will end up. The board, it's a decision the board has to make. They'll make it in the next couple of months, so I wouldn't want to characterize it one way or the other. Certainly, I guess I would say the position of the town of Saugeen Shores as a 24% owner of West Area Power is we don't want to lose our dividend. And as owners of the company, we expect the company to produce dividends. So that's certainly my position and will be my position as I take a seat at the board.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The Director of Corporate Services want to speak to that?
I'm not sure if I misunderstood, but just want to clarify that we still have the Westerio dividend in the budget. We have not reduced it, but we've identified it as a risk, just so council's aware.
That's an appropriate position to take for the time being. Sorry, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
No, that's all I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. With regards to the income generating lines, and I know as a service provider, we have few income generating lines, but the tourist camps seems to always be one that produces. Do you see any opportunities in 2023 or perhaps when to expand that revenue? Because as we bring the Lamont Sports Park baseball diamonds online, I think we've always contemplated that perhaps the Lakeview Diamond would be able to be expanded to add more campsites and grow that, because that's, that is one of the more lucrative items that we have in our municipality.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We will be looking at surplus parkland through 2023, 2024, when that diamond is deemed as surplus, and returning to council with options for that once Lamont Sports Park is brought online.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor.
As long as nobody else wishes to speak. Thank you. Just 2 other points. Appreciate what the question that was just asked by Councillor Mayette. I think somewhere, I can't remember which department it is, but there is an expectation of some sort of study or review of a number of different revenue potential sources. Because there's a number, and I think it shows up in some other capacity further down in the budget. I did want to ask the director to confirm what is meant by on the summary sheets that we got. The page, the last two pages were reserves. At the top of the reserve sheet, it says tax stabilization reserve, and it estimates $2.2 million approximately at the end of this year would be in that reserve. And then it's showing, I believe, an influx of about $900,000 and then an estimate at the end of 2023 of $1.3 million. If you could just explain this in maybe a slightly different way, how does, because it was mentioned about $355,000 coming out of the tax stabilization reserve. So I would have taken that to mean whatever was there already, there would be a further reduction of $355,000. And then we have all of this year's taxation monies coming in goes into that account too. And if you could just, what is the $900,000 figure all about? It's just, it doesn't match what I thought I heard you say earlier.
So the $900,000 is actually an outflow from the tax stabilization reserve. So we'll be going down from a forecasted beginning balance of 2.2 million down to 1.3 million by the end of this year. The 900,000 is comprised of the 355,000 that we said was being used from the reserve to help lower taxation. And the remaining amount of around 550,000 is funding various one-time projects that are being used out of reserve.
Okay. Any further questions? I just wanted to maybe follow up on the vice deputy or the deputy mayor's question about the tax stabilization reserve, because so you show an opening balance. I'm just trying to flash to it here of that $2.2 million. Where is it here? There it is. So yeah, $2.2 million opening reserve, but that's actually taking into account or including the surplus $1.5 million contribution. So that 2.2 is actually including 2022's operating surplus. So the current balance of the reserve is actually probably around $700,000. And it's interesting, this new philosophy, because they're talking about it at the county too, about how the tax stabilization reserve shouldn't be used to stabilize the taxes, which I guess I don't get, because I was around long enough to remember when we created the tax stabilization reserve, and the reason we created it was to stabilize the tax rate. Like, that's the only reason the reserve exists, right? So what you're actually talking about is increasing the reserve by $600,000 from where it stands today to the end of this year. And my question is, how big does the tax stabilization reserve need to get? And why shouldn't we use it to stabilize the taxes? And this comment about how eventually it cycles down, it doesn't. It cycles up forever, right? Like, it keeps going up and up. We're going from 700 to 1.3 million, and we have consistently used the tax stabilization reserve for a decade. And the dollar figure in the reserve increases. And the reason for that is because generally we generate surpluses. So I guess the question is then, two questions, I guess. Have you adjusted the budget to eliminate the $2.6 million surplus that we're generating this year, to bring it back down to the point where we're not going to generate a surplus? Or alternatively, if we are going to generate a surplus, as we have every year, again, why shouldn't we use the tax stabilization reserve to stabilize the taxes?
I am definitely in agreement with your statement that the tax stabilization, the reserve, the purpose is to provide smoothing of the taxes. It doesn't make sense to be doing a big increase one year because you have a big project or a one-time project going on, and then the next year you bring it down. So you're going to see ebbs and flows in the tax stabilization. Whether or not $1.3 million in the tax stabilization reserve is too much or too little, that is outside of where I would be providing a firm opinion on. That's really the opinion of council of how much they want to have in a reserve. What I can do though is put it into perspective. We raise approximately $18 million in taxes. And when you look at 1.3 million versus that, it's not a huge percentage. When you look at our total expenditures, which are even far greater than that $17 million, that percentage seems even smaller, or that reserve compared to our total spending. So the reserve is not a huge number in that regard. And definitely, as you said, every year we have surpluses that always makes life a little easier and takes a little bit of the pressure off. Definitely, because in the last number of years, we've had some higher surpluses as a result of us not including the growth predictions in our revenue. And so as a result, we're this year bumping up our various rates for revenue to accommodate for what we're actually seeing on the actuals. So that is getting factored into and accounted for on the operating budget in 2023. So we should not see as much surplus in this coming year.
But just to clarify that, we did budget for supplemental taxation in 2020, in the 2022 budget, right? And I don't know how far we overshot our budgeted supplemental taxation numbers, but that was built into the budget this year. So like not a lot of that $2.6 million surplus could be supplemental taxation, right? We're only talking a couple $100,000. I mean, it's not a lot, right? Like a lot of that is a variance created by, I don't know, wage gapping. I mean, there'd be a lot of reasons why we might generate a surplus, I suppose, increased revenues, but it's not a lot of it's supplemental taxation caused by growth, is it?
No, when I'm talking about growth, it's not only in supplemental, but it's also in various user fees that we're charging. And we haven't been increasing those user fees in the past. And so we've done an adjustment in a number of budget areas where we're increasing the revenue to reflect actuals. Some of that will impact what we've talked is the tax stabilization reserve, but we've also made adjustments as well on water and wastewater where we were under budgeting versus what we're actually seeing. And so we're trying to get a little closer to reality in all of those areas.
Okay. Are there further questions before we move on to the CAO's presentation? Seeing none, then we'll go to the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Office of the CAO was created in 2022 through the Municipal Service Delivery Review. The group of staff in this office consolidates the former Department of Strategic Initiatives, which was one of the departments that was reduced when we went from 7 to 5 departments. And Human Resources was moved from corporate services into the Office of the CAO. In addition, the health and safety portfolio was moved from fire services into Human Resources. As most are aware, our department is responsible for implementing council-directed policies and programs and also advises council on the operations and affairs of the municipality. Our department is accountable for performance across the organization, as well as the specific functions in each strategic initiatives and human resources. Next slide, please. We have 4 main priority areas and objectives that we've established KPIs for and will be reporting on in 2023. I'll get into more detail on those KPIs later in the presentation, and I'll just highlight at a high level that our priority areas are leadership and governance. So looking at those strategic priorities as well as advocacy on behalf of the municipality, organizational effectiveness, which is around our staff growth and development, health and safety, and working to be an employer of choice, as well as economic development and communications and engagement for the organization. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there are 2 distinct divisions within our department, strategic initiatives and human resources. Our total headcount for the department is 14 employees with 9 permanent full-time and 5 temporary and seasonal employees in tourism. We do have a request for an additional staff person in this year's budget, and I'll highlight a little bit further in the presentation the details of that request. Next slide, please. New to the town's business plan this year are the organizational charts for each department to support council and the public's awareness of the approved positions in our organization. I just wanted to take a moment to give a shout out to Emily in HR and the rest of the team in finance for all of the work that went into developing our position control tables and organizational charts in 2023. As I noted, our department has a new request, and you can see that in the hash box on the org chart. In 2022, council approved the position of Customer Service Coordinator Communications for an 8-month contract, and we are asking council to consider making this position full-time. This position provides frontline service to the public in the office via telephone and web inquiries, and also is a key position for delivery of information and backing up the frontline staff in the office. The role also is very involved in communications and the rollout across the town, from social media planning, website updates. And in 2023, we plan to do an audit of our website, as well as coordinating promotional materials, attending events, and producing internal communications for employees. Additionally, this position in 2022 has been supporting our healthcare portfolio by doing the following activities: coordinating the accommodation requests for residents, locums, and transitional positions, and working with Rural Ontario Municipal Association on resident rotations in Saugeen Shores. This position is a point of contact for our healthcare professionals assessing housing accommodations, and is important to having those physicians have a quality experience in Saugeen Shores. On the next slide, you'll see that I've summarized the 2023 staffing requests for council's consideration. There are 6 total staffing requests that I wanted to highlight at a high level here. Each director will detail the role and function when they present their department. I've already discussed the Customer Service Coordinator Communications. And additionally, there were 3 positions that were approved in November 2021 to bring on the Municipal Service Delivery Review. Those are the Manager of Planning and Development, Procurement Coordinator, and Recreation Supervisor. The final 2 positions recommended are in Community Services and Operations. These 2 positions represent a consolidation of a number of contract and seasonal positions into permanent full-time positions. This was another recommendation from the Municipal Service Delivery Review. When the town was reviewed and compared against comparable municipalities, we noted that we had more seasonal positions and less full-time positions, potentially adding to operational challenges and complexities, while also adding significant annual resource requirements related to recruitment, supervision, and health and safety. As I noted, each director will provide council with more details on these positions and what they will be doing if approved. Next slide, please. In the presentation today, you will see tables, as I mentioned in my introduction, for major initiatives, division highlights, as well as capital highlights. Each of these represent what's being asked of the budget for 2023. The CAO's office has 10 major initiatives, requesting a total of $99,000. One, which everyone's very familiar with because we've already started to introduce it, is an updated and refreshed town strategic plan, with a real focus on how we advance the strategic plan to align with our staff work plans. The next on the list is a reimagined people plan, which will really support providing staff and employee engagement, productivity, and retention of our high-performing and high-potential employees. We're very much looking forward to this work in 2023. Under advocacy planning, we have a small ask in there with regards to making sure the town's interests and issues are addressed at other levels of governments and organizations and groups. As you are aware, recently last week, we attended Roma and provided 4 delegations there. Lastly, on this page is the development of a welcoming community action plan. This is looking at how we support the town of Saugeen Shores and being bringing on more diversity and becoming a more culturally diverse community. And we're looking at developing that action plan for council consideration. And we need a small amount of money in order to support that work. On the next slide, you will see a major initiative related to staff growth and development. There's no budget request to this, but the town is very committed to developing our staff to reach their highest potential. And we've noted that it's a priority that we will be reporting on to council. Next here is the dashboard, which is about making our town priorities visible. So we do use a software called Cascade, which allows us to produce these tables that are in front of you today. And what we are looking at doing is creating a dashboard that can be available on the town's website which will support council and the community in seeing a bit more detail on the status of that work. And finally, on this page is coaching for performance. So this is an update to the town's current annual performance management program to build a system that provides more communication and feedback between employees and their direct managers. On the next slide, we have the Saugeen land claim piece. The last piece related to that is to advance a renaming and an installation at Summerside Park in Port Elgin. This was previously funded in 2022. The municipal service delivery review, as I highlighted, will keep council up to date on its implementation this year. And last but not least, in the major initiatives is a recognition that 2024 will be the town's 25th anniversary. And 2023, that's a lot of years, will be the year that we plan on this celebration and doesn't have a budgetary impact, but it's something we wanted to keep the town and council up to date on. In the next slide, I just wanted to highlight again that we have those two distinct divisions and strategic initiatives. Jill is away on holidays, so she's left me holding this to present to council. Lucky her, she's in Florida. So I'll do my best to go through her work here. So strategic initiatives is setting out those priorities for council and the community and making sure that the administration advances them. It's supporting the town in its strategic communications with all of its stakeholders, both internally and externally. Also, right now, strategic initiatives is responsible for the portfolio of economic development. And we'll see this office really supports the priority areas of leadership and governance, economic development, and communications and engagement. On the next slide, I'll go through the division highlights for strategic initiatives. The total request in the budget for strategic initiatives is $48,000. Got them in a different order on my speaking notes than they are on the slide, so I'll use the one in front of me. So the Innovation Park, the director mentioned in his overview that we will be starting to bring these Innovation Park properties online. And so we're looking at some money in order to support the marketing and sales. Under destination development, there's a subheading there, downtown development. So again, this is really putting together an action plan related to how we keep Saugeen Shores as a destination of choice in people's minds. This year as well, we'll be looking at a municipal accommodation fee and short-term rental licensing program. This will be the background research on this for council consideration. So again, there's no budget request to that, but there is staff resources being dedicated. On the next slide, please. We have the development of the Saugeen Shores communication plan. So this is really to figure out exactly what our plan is going to be and how we're going to target both internal and external messaging to the right audiences. And last but not least is the Community Economic Development Initiative, which has been presented to council. This is a partnership between our staff and Saugeen First Nation, and we're looking forward to seeing it continue to move forward in 2023. I think if you go to the next slide, that's it for strategic initiatives. And so I'll turn it over to Janice Stubbs, who's the manager of human resources, to present the business plan for human resources.
Thank you. So the Human Resources Division is the group responsible for providing core human resources services, including employee recruitment, compensation and benefits, payroll, the human resource information system, HR policy development and compliance, corporate training, organizational effectiveness, and coordinating the town's health and safety policies and programs. As Kara spoke to earlier, our priority area to improve organizational efficiencies is where we focus. And our human resources and HR initiatives for 2023 look to support our three objectives, being to support staff development and growth, to maintain a positive culture, and to be an employer of choice, and to prioritize health and safety of our employees. So looking at if we can switch to the next slide, please. Our initiatives in 2023.
Hey, Janice, just just get up real close to that mic so they can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
The first initiative, we implemented a system called Dayforce during COVID, and we continue to look to make improvements to this process to make sure we're utilizing it to its full capacity to provide effective reporting out to help people manage their staff, and also to give employees good access to some of the information that help them manage their employment relationship. There's no cost to that as we identify here, but it is a staff resource. We will be working to reimagine the staff ambassador group. This is a group formed by a group of dedicated employees who embrace the opportunity to discuss workplace improvements, contribute ideas, and to provide feedback to management on a wide range of employee initiatives that we have designed to make the town of Saugeen Shores an employer of choice. The HR policy updates are an ongoing review of our existing policies, as well as work to ensure that we are in compliance with any changing legislative requirements. And we look for opportunities to incorporate best practices as we manage what's going on elsewhere in human resources. We're looking to implement a new continuing education policy to support staff that are looking to take courses above and beyond those that are offered internally as part of our corporate training program. There you'll see a request for $25,000 to fund those course requests coming in from employees once we put that program together in 2023. Next slide. Supervisory training is an area of focus for 2023 to ensure that we've equipped our leaders with the knowledge and skill that they need to do their job effectively and be compliant with the many pieces of legislation that govern the work that they do managing staff in Ontario. Our internal equity, diversity, and inclusion plan is exciting work that we'll be endeavoring to ensure that the municipality is equitable, diverse, and inclusive of all, regardless of race, background, gender, or other differences, including sexual orientation. Our next big project is implementing enhancements to our benefit package to ensure that staff have access to the mental health support that they need to maintain positive mental health. And lastly, our employee engagement survey is an annual initiative that we undertake to ensure that we're getting feedback from our staff that we then use to create action plans to again focus on being an employer of choice and creating a positive culture.
Thank you, Janice. And if you can just go to the next slide, please. So as you'll see today in each of the presentations, there is sort of final slides in around the key performance indicators. As I noted, 2023 will be establishing our baseline year related to these key performance indicators. And they are aligned with those 4 priority areas that I noted at the start of our presentation. So for the CAO's office, it's leadership and governance, organizational effectiveness, and on the next slide, economic development and departmental communications and engagement. I think just to the next slide again. Thanks. Yeah, I just want to circle back to my introduction this morning that acknowledged the hard work that the management team did to put those KPIs together. It was an observation that we did need to develop a clear and transparent service levels and performance measures in the town, and considerable effort was applied in 2022 to move that forward. Our long-term goal as an organization is to develop service level standards, and to reach that point, we need to set that baseline in 2023 to really understand our day-to-day work. Okay, so capital budget summary is fairly straightforward in the office of CAO. There isn't anything there, so I'll move on to slide 34. But I still got a slide produced by finance on it. Yeah. So in slide 34, in the office of the CAO, as we noted, it is a year where we've been restructured in order to pull the different functions together. So it's a bit difficult to see the true operational increase proposed. So as I noted, there's been allocations, and you can see at the bottom of the slide from corporate services, fire services, and strategic initiatives that formed this department. So you can note there's a reallocation of 787,000 in salaries and 164,000 in operating expenses. As I highlighted in the tables that I presented to you, the major initiatives represent a $99,000 proposed increase. Strategic initiatives represents 48,000, and human resources represents 46,500. I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so thank you for that. And so as members of council can see, in each of these departments, we have a list of subject areas that each department handles. So the way we'll go through these discussions is I'm just going to go down through that list. So in this case, we'll start with strategic initiatives, tourism, human resources, health and safety, and then I'll just ask for questions in each of those areas. That will hopefully keep us organized on those areas and and focus our discussion a little bit. So we'll start then with strategic initiatives, and you've heard the presentation on that. Questions about strategic initiatives, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Kara, is Heather on the line? I can't see really whether.
No, she's not.
Yeah. Okay. Kara, the number of lots that are available at Innovation Park, would it be correct by saying there's 17 lots, 18 lots, and what are they being? They're a little bit different in size, I think, but what's the low cost versus the higher end cost to purchase those lots out there?
Well, thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the assessment on those lots, you're correct, there are 17 of them, was done in around 2019, 2020, or maybe it was 2020, just as I started here. I think one of the things we've been talking about doing is having the value sort of reassessed before we put those up for sale. I wouldn't want to give you a number right now, Vice Deputy Mayor. I'd have to spend some time looking at what that previous number was. But I think where we've seen the market go in the last 3 years, we need to take a look at those and we need to properly assess them before we put them up for sale. And so we'll come back to council with some of that information.
Thank you. You took one of the questions out of my mouth. I was going to ask that question is I think they started around 250, 300, but you just wondered with today, and those are 2 or 3 years ago, but I wonder about today's numbers, if the numbers should be reassessed. So thanks for that, Kara. I think that's very wise that we're doing that. The other question I have is where the starting point, the starting date for that construction of the water, sewer, hydro, road systems, et cetera, et cetera. I think is it, Kara, 2 questions, a $4 million investment in Innovation Park, I believe it is and what is the start date to get that road system put in and the underground infrastructure for Innovation Park?
We'll turn that over to the Director of Development Services.
Thanks for struggling to get my camera on, Mr. Mayor. The plan for the infrastructure to support the Innovation Park is there's an RFP out right now for project management services for the engineering, and then hoping to follow that shortly later this winter with tendering process and have that start this construction season in 2023.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a follow-up, Mark, I'm a little concerned about, I understand there's a group of people heading over to France, I think in February, staff and politicians, I'm not sure who's all going, but just to talk about some of the innovative type businesses that may be able to be, secured, enticed to come to Saugeen Shores to our Innovation Park. And I guess my question of you, Mark, is from a measurable standpoint, how will we know that trip's worthwhile? How do we know, in terms of attracting innovative type businesses? I guess my concern is I've been approached by a couple of local businesses saying we'd like to be an innovation park, and they were turned down because the comment was, well, we're not innovative. We're not, we're more of a fenced in storage area. We need storage space, and it doesn't really meet the terms of reference for what new business we're attracting in Innovation Park. And I guess my concern here is that we're investing $4 to $5 million in infrastructure Innovation Park. And how many years, Mark, and this is a crystal ball thing, you probably can't answer this question any better than I can, but how many years are we going to have to wait to fill those 17 lots with quote innovative type businesses? I'm not quite 100% sold on the fact that we should be shutting down potential business from setting up shop out there. So I know the terms of reference were approved by council a year ago or 2 years ago and saying there only be innovative type businesses, but should that be revisited at all? Or are we going to stick to our guns and say, no, Innovation Park for innovative type businesses? And how many years are we going to have to wait to sell the first 2, 4, 5, 17 lots. So Mark, that's a loaded question, but you know, have you staff at all thought about, are we doing the right thing by just trying to entice, quote, innovative type businesses out there?
I'll just, before I turn it over to the director, I'll just speak about this, about the economic development trip that is happening to it's called the MIPIM conference in France in March. That's a Bruce County initiative, not a Town of Saugeen Shores initiative, and its purpose is to market real estate or to help to promote investment in the county of Bruce. So it's not focused on Town of Saugeen Shores and is not being funded by the Town of Saugeen Shores. And I'll turn it over to the CAO for the rest of the question.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The other points that you made, Vice Deputy Mayor, I just want to say first, I don't think anyone's been turned down at this point in time because we haven't reached that point in where we are in the process. And I would just draw a bit of a differentiation between an industrial park and a business park. So when we did the official plan work and the zoning work for these lands, and we had heard back through the growth management study that Saugeen Shores was sorely missing lands for business park. This land was designated and zoned as business park. So I think that is where some of the differentiation comes from a traditional industrial park to business park. But I would offer that those conversations, we have had people express interest, but at this point, it hasn't gone any further than that. So I don't think that anyone's been turned down at this point.
Okay, thanks for that. And I know Mark maybe he's going to comment too, but Mr. Mayor, I just want to go on record by saying I am a little concerned that maybe we are being a little too restrictive. Who may, you know, for the types of business that may be allowed to set up shop out there. Now that the proof will be in the pudding, and maybe this trip to France, Bruce County's initiative, and you know, maybe we'll come back with three or four in your pocket saying here are the first 3 or 4 setting up at, you know, Innovation Park. But I just want to go on record by saying I wonder if we're being a little bit too restrictive. So anyways, I don't know whether Mark wanted to add any comment or not.
Nope, I think Kira's got it answered. So thanks very much for that.
Okay,
We'll go
okay.
to Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of the members of staff who've done this section of the report. A couple of things. I am going back just a little bit. It's related to strategic initiatives, Mr. Mayor, but I want to express my support for the funding for the dashboard. I think that's a really important way of communicating with the public and monitoring our progress and reporting that to the public. And part of that also in strategic initiatives is the citizen satisfaction survey. I think that's a great idea. I just wanted to also mention a couple of things before a question to speak about the Director of Strategic Initiatives is not here today, but I wanted to compliment her and explain maybe for other members of council and also just the public about the incredible amount of preparation that she put into the delegations that we presented at Roma to the Ministries of Health, Education, Transportation, and tourism, sport, and culture. There's a lot of work went into those, and that's an example of the fine work that is being done in this department. I do have a question about the Community Economic Development Initiative. If I remember correctly, this was a grant that was maybe for years, and because of elections and other things, there's been sort of a delay. I'm wondering, have we been in touch with the granting agency? Is this delay going to be accommodated for in the rollout of the grant?
CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You are correct. This was a federal grant. Our economic development staff applied along with Saugeen First Nations staff, and we are one of 8 in Canada that are participating in this SETI program. You are also correct that it was a bit delayed in 2022 with both the band having their election in August and then our election in October. we are still meeting monthly and working to get the program back on track. So we still have our fingers crossed that will happen in 2023.
Okay, further questions on the strategic initiatives? Counselor Stack.
Sorry. Just a quick question on the KPIs. For the volume of off-season, or sorry, for the growth in overnight stays, are we able to track the Airbnb stays? Or are we talking just hotels and registered accommodations? I'm just sort of curious from a KPI perspective.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I am not the expert on this area in the meeting today, but I would offer that the work that we're looking at doing with the municipal accommodation fee and the short-term rental licensing will definitely give us concrete numbers related to where we are with accommodation stays.
So sorry, just so I'm clear, so then the KPI will be set following the establishment of that fee, or are we just going to start measuring Jan 1 and then sort of make an assumption?
I can follow up with staff and get back to you, Counselor Stack. I think part of what we were looking at is the county does a comprehensive economic report on tourism. And so we'd be looking at that as sort of our baseline in 2023. But as we bring on this licensing potential in the town, that will refine the numbers for sure. So I believe the initial numbers were going to come from that comprehensive study that the county does, where they break it down by town.
And it's like one more follow-up. Just for the off-season events, I think it was alluded to in the report, but presumably we're going to work with the BIAs in South and Port Elgin, because I think certainly I've had some initial discussions with the Port Elgin BIA, and I'm sure there's similar discussions have been happening in South. So I think there's a lot of really good opportunity there if we work really collaboratively on that front. Just a comment more than anything else.
Okay, thank you. Further comments or questions? I just had a comment on the municipal accommodation fee. This year we're going to see some pretty significant tax increases, or at least based on what we have proposed today. And I'm not super keen on imposing a new tax, particularly targeting a specific sector in the community. I know lots of folks say out there that we should create a municipal accommodation fee and use it to pay for affordable housing, but I'm not sure why our accommodators should be made solely responsible or be targeted specifically to solve that problem for us. I think that's everybody's problem, and we should all solve. So I just wanted to let everybody know that if we bring forward a municipal accommodation fee, I'm not voting for it. Is there further comments? Counselor Stack.
Right, just on that front, but just so we're clear, the accommodation fee would be paid it would be a pass through to the tourist. So it wouldn't in fact be the accommodator themselves that would be paying that tax.
Yeah, I think but the issue with it is that it's a drag on their businesses, right? You're adding an additional cost, which will be borne by their customers and added to their bottom line, and it'll be just a drag on their business. Every time government imposes a new cost on them, it creates a cost that the end user sees and perhaps goes elsewhere. So like I say, and I assume it'll come forward and we'll debate it later. I'd rather not see it in the business plan, but if it's going to be in the business plan and if it's going to come forward, I just want to make it clear that today that I won't support a new tax targeting accommodators. Councilor Stack.
Sorry, but I just want to be clear when we're putting that tax, I'm not sure whether I support it or not, but I think if we're going to position it, it's important to position it that it is not a tax on the accommodator, it's a tax on the tourist who comes into our community, uses our resources, uses our infrastructure, and there's a benefit to that as well.
Yeah, we can stipulate to that, Council or the CAO.
Yeah, thanks. There's two components that are suggested in that business plan. And again, it is a suggestion to do research this year to bring council a comprehensive report on it so that you can consider it. So I'd say that's probably the place that we would clarify all these questions and around is when that report comes forward. I attended a few good sessions at the Roma conference last week on this topic. And also several of our neighbors around here have implemented as well. So there's some good numbers and feedback that we can actually see in data on how it works. The municipal accommodation fee is something that the province brought in the authorities for municipalities to do, I would say 10 or 12 years ago. If you go to places like Niagara on the Falls or Toronto, when you pay your hotel receipt, there is a fee there. It is used largely for marketing and also infrastructure development. And that's what we see that one going to. The other piece that's being investigated is the short-term licensing component of it, which we've heard, and that is looking at how we want to manage Airbnbs and those kinds of short-term accommodations that are happening in our community. Again, seen some good presentations from places like Prince Edward County, Tiny Township, which is Midland and Penetang, where you can see some of that data and we can debate at that time whether or not those are things that we want to move forward here in Saugeen Shores.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't have difficulty looking at short-term rental licensing. But perhaps we can have a discussion later. I think if I would rather us make a decision now about whether we want staff spending time on a municipal accommodation fee. Because it will take time. My preference would be they didn't spend time on it, they did other things. But we can have that discussion later and perhaps consider a resolution toward the end of our discussions as to whether we want to remove this from the business plan or not. My vote would be to remove it from the business plan. But anyway, we can have that discussion toward the end. Councilor Grace.
So, Mr. Mayor, if we are going to be discussing that, then in some kind of depth, I need to declare a pecuniary interest, as I do own a property that is used for short-term rental.
Okay, yeah, and we won't debate it right now. We'll come back on these things. Like staff is making notes of the issues that we want to deal with at the end in terms of editing the business plan. So there'll be a discussion toward the end of the budget process where we'll make a list of decisions around what we want in the business plan or not. So but we'll certainly keep track of these as we go and make those decisions at the end. Further comments, the deputy mayor and then Councilor Mayette.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, there were quite a few elements in this section that related to community engagement. And there's some elements later on in the budget too that would benefit or in fact require community engagement. Is there any potential to take a good look at how some of them could happen in concert with one another instead of having quite a few separate citizen surveys or citizen engagement needs? It's just a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I can take that feedback. Thank you.
Councilor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the CEO, could you explain a little further, a little more in depth, the new position that's being proposed, CSC Communications, and how, if any, there are overlaps with the current communication specialist position, and maybe just expand on the justification for that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, when the position came forward in 2022 for council consideration, again, I noted that was an 8-month contract position in 2022. This position is really supporting the office environment. So this is one of our staff that is front counter support as well as telephone support. The communication specialist position at the town is focused more so on those external communications, internal pieces that we do around media releases, that kind of thing. This position, so as I noted, is right now is working on the social media planning, maintaining and updating the website, handling the promotional items, and producing some internal communications and employee engagement pieces. But also about half of the time has been spent supporting the healthcare portfolio. So as I noted, when people are calling in, we run the 2 medical facilities and then also quite a robust and well-used program to accommodate our physicians, both in the town properties and in our partnership with the United Society of Professional Engineers. And we need an individual that coordinates those housing requirements. And this position's been doing that, as well as supporting some of those recruitment efforts with Roma, Rural Ontario Municipal Association. So it's sort of been a joint position between communications, handling that front line, as I said, counter, phone, supporting social media, web, but also the healthcare portfolio.
And okay, thank you for that. And could you just remind me, I know it's in here somewhere, but what is the financial burden for that new position?
Yeah, thanks. I would ask whoever's operating the presentation if they could go back to that summary slide on the staffing request. I think it's right before strategic initiatives. There it is there.
Okay, so if there's nothing further on strategic initiatives, we'll move on then to tourism. That's really part of strategic initiatives, I think. So if there's any questions specific to that, I don't see any. So human resources, questions to the presentation on human resources. I don't see any. So how about health and safety? That's part of human resources. So any questions there? And then we have our medical buildings and physician. Oh, do you, the deputy mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it possible to get an accounting that puts a lot of the staff HR staffing initiatives together into a total amount? When I was adding up the numbers, it looks like beyond salaries that there was about $70,000 of additional activity that was related to supporting staff. And I was wanting to know also some of the other recognition aspects that go into the staff situation. I'm assuming that they just show up in other parts of the budget because there's no indication of them. So if I added those in, you know, the number creeps up a bit. But is it possible to get just an indication at some point of the total number of all of the value added things associated with staff wellness and health and safety and training and encouragement, all that kind of stuff? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's definitely something we can follow up on. As I noted in the presentation, the new asks, and as Janice went through them, is about $46,000. So, and then, yes, we can definitely provide you with an overview of the various initiatives. I don't know if time allows, Mr. Mayor, Janice could speak specifically to the staff development pieces, or if that's putting her on the spot, we can follow up later.
You open to hearing anything from the manager of human resources?
I can provide additional information, but we do have money within that overall total of what we spend in HR that breaks down things like our employee engagement initiatives for that break down to about $13,000 that we're spending on employee recognition initiatives like our service awards and the barbecue luncheons. But you know, I can certainly and will be happy to provide a summary of what the other initiatives are, including the wellness and our training in more detail for you.
Okay, anything further on human resources or health and safety? So we'll take all these medical buildings, the two medical buildings and physician recruitment all together. Are there questions relating to the medical buildings or physician recruitment? I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Davinsky.
I have to cozy up to Dave my here. In the physician recruitment, perhaps you can update those that are watching and those that are here as to a suggestion I had made earlier about revisiting with Bruce Power and Kincardine, which may help lessen the costs of physician recruitment for all of us.
Sure, we do have a meeting scheduled. When is it scheduled? The 10th of February with the mayor of Kincardine as well as some staff members there to talk about ways in which we can coordinate. We also met with ministry officials at Roma to talk about ways in which the ministry could support better support our physician recruitment efforts as well. So yeah, we're making good progress, and hopefully after the 10th of February we'll have further updates. But you're right. I mean, working together and also reacquiring the partnership of Bruce Power I think would be beneficial to not just the recruitment of physicians, but the recruitment of medical professionals in general, which is something we need to do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else on physician recruitment or the deputy mayor?
Thank you. And just for clarification, on the reserve by account list that we had, which was upfront, the summary sheet, there's two reserves that are associated with the Southampton Medical Center. One is the building discretionary reserve fund, I believe, and the other one just says reserve. There appears to be, and again, I'm figuring out how to read your charts. I think I have them in reverse. Is the new floor that's being presented as necessary or advantageous for the Southampton Medical Center, is the cost of the floor being installed coming out of reserves? Is that what the $10,000 is?
If you just give us a minute, we'll look into that and we'll answer that later this morning.
I meant to say 60, not 10 anyway, because I think
Okay.
you figured out, but I just was curious how the reserves were fitting into this. And are they like, what's the distinction between the two? Thank you.
Yep, we'll get an answer to that before too long. Any other questions on these items? I don't see any. So why don't we'll move on to community services and operations. We'll hear the presentation from the director. And then before we start going through the questions, we'll take a break. So we'll start with the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're on slide 34. Thank you, Don. The Department of Community Services and Operations was created in 2022 through the Municipal Service Delivery Review. We are the amalgamated department of the previous Public Works and Community Services divisions. Our department is responsible for almost all municipal services that residents and visitors utilize daily. These services range from waterfront, water and wastewater, recreation, winter maintenance, landfill, parks and trails, traffic control, cemeteries, playgrounds, and facilities. Slide 35, please. We have three main priority areas and objectives that we have established KPIs for that we will be reporting on in 2023. I will get into more detail on the specific KPIs for each area later in the presentation. The priority areas and objectives for community services and operations are: priority area number 1 is service demand management. Priority area number 2 is sustainable development and planning. And priority area number 3 is infrastructure asset maintenance. Slide 36, please. There are 3 distinct divisions within our community services and operations department. Community Services Division. So this group provides recreation facilities and programs, arena maintenance, and as well as operating and maintaining seasonal amenities such as the harbor and tourist camps. The Operations Division, this group provides water, wastewater, garbage and recycling services, as well as long-term waste management planning. They also oversee cemetery operations and maintenance, electrical, plumbing, and locator services. And our third division is our Public Works Division. This group leads the effective and efficient service delivery for existing infrastructure, including roads, water mains, stormwater management, sanitary wastewater collection. The division provides winter control and support for community assets like trails, parks, and the waterfront. Slide 37, please. To maintain our infrastructure and to provide the services that we do, it takes a dedicated team. We are fortunate to currently have 43 permanent full-time employees, 12 permanent part-time employees, and 76 temporary or seasonal employees. As Kara outlined, there are 2 new unionized positions included in the 2023 budget request for council considerations. You can see those hashed in the org chart. The first I'll discuss is the Operator 3 in the Public Works and Operations Division. The purchase of a new sidewalk winter maintenance unit was approved in the 2022 budget. The intent was to request the operator to operate the additional sidewalk winter maintenance unit through the 2023 budget program and add a 10-kilometer route in Port Elgin for the 2023 and 2024 winter season. The responsibilities of the new employee will include sidewalk winter maintenance, cemetery operations, general maintenance, and services. The existing funds allocated to a temporary seasonal position will be reallocated to the new full-time employee. So that cost is $80,000 and it's offset $20,000 from a current contract wage. The second unionized position request for 2023 is in the Community Services Division, and it's an Operator 1. Recruitment for student and contract positions is challenging. The recommendation for the collapse of 6 student positions into an Operator 1 position will attract skilled operators to join our workforce. The responsibilities of the new employee will include maintenance and operations within the Community Services Division, including parks and facilities. The cost of that is $84,000, and it is offset by $65,000 from student wages. Slide 38, please. The Department of Community Services and Operations have 5 major initiatives for 2023. So the Aquatic and Wellness Center Prime Consultant and Construction Drawings. Prime Consultant was retained in May in 2022 and work is advancing well on the final design. The project is currently meeting a few times a week and is anticipated that we will be breaking ground this June. Due to the construction manager approach, the design and drawings are occurring in tandem with the beginning of construction and will be fluid throughout the beginning stages of the project. Our second major initiative is the construction itself. So $49.9 million was approved by council in December 2022 for the construction of the new Aquatic and Wellness Center. Elements of the project include 2 pool tanks, gymnasium, conditioning and fitness center, and the components of the 2.0 admin office improvements. The construction method for the project is construction management, and the contract was awarded in January 2023. The construction manager will be issuing individual tender packages to subtrades for various elements of the construction. It is anticipated that construction will be complete in early 2025. The approved financing plan for this project included funding from the Legacy Fund and debt funding. This project is being managed by our project manager, Steve Hardy. And because we like to keep Steve busy, he's also overseeing this next major initiative for our division. $4.2 million was approved by council in December 2022 for the construction of phase 2 of Lamont Sports Park. $1.7 million was raised through the fundraising committee, and $2.1 million is the municipal contribution, which is funded from the Legacy Fund. $300,000 from additional grants and funding has also been raised. Phase 2 elements include 2 youth ball diamonds, parking, washrooms, batting cages, signage, trail connections, workshop, and an accessible playground. Phase 1 consisted of 4 diamonds and play will begin on them this spring. Lamont Sports Park opening day event date has been selected, June 24th, and there's more details to follow. Slide 39, please. Summerside Park Development Phase 2. In 2021, community consultation occurred to assist the town in shaping the vision for this new park located in the northwest corner of Port Elgin. This new development was phased over 2 years. The playground was installed in the spring of 2022, and tree planting and site prep for amenities were complete this past fall. In 2023, the parking, multipurpose court, final landscaping, trails, and park furniture will be complete. And our final major initiative is the North Shore Park Reimagine and Steam Train. So the storm that occurred on September 7th, 2021 caused considerable damage to North Shore Park and created a chance to take the devastation of the storm and turn it into an opportunity. In 2022, budget allocation of $280,000 to address storm recovery, which included tree and stump removal, rehabilitation, landscaping, trail repairs, and tree planting. Council received a presentation from Scott Pearson in 2022, and staff have been working closely with him on finalizing a site plan and agreement for the steam train returning to North Shore Park. Community consultation occurred in the summer of 2022. The themes of the consultation include train, playground, landscaping, pavilion, harbor parking lot entrance, trails, amenities, and accessibility. Over the Christmas holidays, a blizzard blew down and damaged approximately 30 more trees in North Shore Park. Many of the trees were uprooted and some had further damage that were of high risk of failure. The tree removal that occurred over the holidays has once again changed the look and feel of the park. Staff will be bringing forward a report to council in February, outlining the path forward for the steam train site plan and agreement, relocation of the harbor entrance, which is a 2023 capital budget request, shoreline stabilization, and further trail repairs, landscaping plan, and tree planting and pavilion enhancements. Included in the 2023 budget request for council consideration is to engage the services of a landscape architect. The budget for this is $25,000 and it is funded through the future capital reserves. The consultant will assist staff to develop a holistic landscape plan for North Shore Park. Slide 40, please. As mentioned earlier, this department is made up of 3 distinct divisions: community services, operations, and public works. We will review each department and their respective division highlights and capital program. So our community services division, so I want to introduce Lisa Billing, who is our recreation manager, and Frank Burrows, who is our parks manager. These two lead this community services division. They have an incredible amount of responsibilities and staff that look to them day in and day out, and we want to thank them for their leadership. So the areas of responsibilities of division include, but are not limited to, 2 arenas, 1 pool, 2 tourist camps, 2 harbors, 9 soccer fields, 10 ball diamonds, 3 basketball courts, skateboard park, 2 playgrounds, 8 beach volleyball courts, 33 kilometers of trails, 18 kilometers of waterfront, and over 17 seasonal washroom facilities and 30 year-round facilities. Slide 41, please. There are specific regulations and legislation requirements that assist us in managing this division within compliance. A few examples of acts and regulations that govern our work include, but are not limited to, AODA, the Ontario Building Code and Fire Code, TSSA, and of course, the Ministry of Environment, Health, Labor, and Natural Resources. Slide 42. The 2023 division highlights for community services. New exterior door and window at the Port Elgin Chamber building. So this is a carry forward project from 2022 with a budget of $20,000. The original goal of this project was to create an accessible entrance to the back door of the chamber building. The space requirements for an indoor ramp with a proper slope would have negatively impacted the usable space of the chamber. There is an existing accessible entrance on Highway 21, so the decision was to improve the security of the building with a new door and create a more enjoyable office space by adding natural light. We will be replacing the existing exterior door with a new door, including a natural light panel and a new window into the back office of the space. Staff anticipated creating a maintenance and operations program for Lamont Sports Park in 2022. Staff wanted to get a feel for the turf in 2022 and develop the program prior to the start of the first season out at the complex. So this is something that is currently being worked on by staff. And items included in the operations and maintenance manual include, but are not limited to, turf management, diamond maintenance best practices, routine maintenance schedules, diamond allocation considerations, irrigation, seasonal tasks, preventable maintenance, and inspections. As mentioned earlier, this park opens this spring and we are eager to have the community utilize this regional facility. South Street Beach access enhancements. So this is a carry forward project from 2022 with a budget of $20,000. Spring of 2023 will include research the property boundaries and enhancing drop off, bike parking, and parking at this popular beach entrance. Each year, more people discover South Street Beach gem, and it is our intent to improve the entrance to make it more appealing, user friendly, and functional. Slide 43, please. Jubilee Park and Halliwell Park Master Plan. I'm in love with this project. This is a great one. Develop a master plan for these 2 parks in Southampton and bring forward recommendations through the 2024 budget deliberations. Public consultation and key stakeholder engagement will occur this summer to help create the vision of the future of these parks. Halliwell's main field is known as a premier soccer pitch, and there is plenty of opportunity for expansion, additional pitches, and improved amenities such as lighting or washrooms. We are looking forward to hearing how the soccer clubs and the public would like to see this park evolve over the next few years. Jubilee is right in the heart of Southampton, known for the phenomenal accessible playground and intimate ball diamond. The back diamond at Jubilee will not be required when Lamont Sports Park opens, and there is some great green space that is on the northeast boundary of the property. There's been many suggestions put forward over the years. It will be great to formalize the thoughts and develop a master plan for this incredible park. The budget for the master plan development is $35,000 and is being funded from future capital reserves. Geese management plan. So this is to investigate and implement best practices for geese management along the waterfront areas. Many municipalities, golf courses, and property owners located along the water face this issue. These funds, which are $20,000, which are included in the operating budget, will support initiatives that are recommended through consultation and collaboration with other municipalities and governing agencies. At this time, we do not know what the recommendation will be, but we'll be advancing the research this spring. So the Tankard and Scotty Tournament of Hearts, which ended yesterday with just a great success. Absolutely. And if you were to take a look over in the Plex, you wouldn't even know that that event occurred. Our guys worked all night to turn the building back around. So the town of Saugeen Shores was honored and proud to host the 2022 Tankard event. We were selected to host the Tankard and Scotty Tournament of Hearts in 2023, and the town was a platinum sponsor for $10,000 for this year's event. The event was held last week and was an enormous success for the Community Services Division, the corporation, and the town. Slide 44, please. Bike-friendly committee recommendations. So this request is to increase the operating budget line to support the new and ongoing recommendations from Bike-friendly ad hoc committee. Items include, but are not limited to, signage maintenance, repair stations, and bike racks. The increase of $7,500 will bring the operating budget line to $17,500. And following that, active transportation, wayfinding signage. So the town received a grant for $45,000 through Infrastructure Canada to complete a wayfinding signage strategy for active transportation. An RFP will be issued and the strategy complete in 2022. Staff anticipate bringing forward the request to implement the recommendations outlined in the strategy through the 2024 and future year budget deliberations. Slide 45, please. The capital highlights for the Community Services Division. Cricket pitch enhancements. For several years now, a group of folks gather at Nodwell Park and play cricket. If you can imagine the park, they use the all-purpose pad or the basketball court as the batsman or the bowler surface area where the pitching occurs. The all-purpose pad is surrounded by playground equipment, the road, the accessible walking path, and not to mention the people who are interested in watching the cricket game itself. The space at Nodwell Park is inadequate for this sport, and we have been working with the group to find them a more suitable location in Saugeen Shores to play cricket. We will determine the best parkland and green space that is suitable for the cricket enhancements and invest $20,000 into the grounds. This is being funded through future capital reserves and a $10,000 donation. Announcement and site recognition will be discussed with the family prior to publicizing the memorial dedication or the donation. At this time, we're not sure if the new location will be temporary or permanent, but it'll be definitely better than Nodwell Park. So Saugeen Shores is fortunate to have residents that are playing cricket and introducing this popular new to us sport in Saugeen Shores. McKinnon to Shipley to Blue Water Trail connection design. McKinnon Trail is an extremely popular trail that connects Green Street and Izzard Drive area to Gobles Grove and Shipley Avenue. With the Blue Water subdivision development, there was another trail link from the top of the ridge just north of CAW, connecting to McKinnon Trail and eventually to Shipley Avenue. The most northern section of McKinnon Trail is on private property, and we've been working with the landowner to develop a temporary land use agreement, which council saw at the end of last year, and B, explore design options to move the trail off of private property. The requested funds of $25,000 funded through future capital reserves will support retaining an engineer to assist in the design of the trail connection from Blue Water. There's some slope and drainage issues, and the relocation of the McKinnon Trail to municipal property, which is near a water course. Once the design and consultation are complete, staff anticipate including the capital work in the 2024 budget deliberations for council considerations. Gobles Grove access points and walkway. The construction of Saugeen Beach Road was completed last fall, and we are requesting funds to finalize the beach or the waterside road of the construction in 2023. The road construction was required and is built at an elevation that will protect us and serve us well in the next high water event. The requested funds of $50,000 are funded through future capital reserves. Will support the installation of posts and ropes, access points for pedestrian, and dune grass planting to minimize sand erosion. We want to thank members of the design team, our engineering department, the consultant, and the Beachers Association that collaborated on this project. Slide 46, please. Moby mats are AODA compliant, lightweight, environmentally friendly, durable, and easy to install and aesthetically pleasing. The town has completed a few Moby mat installations along the waterfront, and we hear nothing but positive comments and encouragement for more. Locations include Millard Boulevard, Long Dock in Southampton, and the Port Elgin Main Beach, I believe, has two. The portable mats create an accessible walkway to gain access to the waterfront. Possible locations of Moby mats in 2023 are Gobles Grove and possibly South Street Beach, and the $10,000 is funded through future capital reserves. Port Elgin Tourist Camp washroom renovations. I think Jim used this as an example. So this is a carry forward project from 2022. Council approved $50,000 in 2022. And after further discussion and project planning discussions, it was deemed that an additional $30,000 is required to complete the necessary renovation. The renovation will include, but not limited to, flooring fixtures, partitions, wallboard, mechanical and electrical improvements, and accessibility improvements. Staff anticipate starting this project after the 2023 camping season and will be ready for use in the beginning of the 24 season. Centennial pool filter replacements. This one hurts my heart a little bit to present this. The new filters that were installed at the pool in 2017 were not sufficient for our commercial pool application. Access to filters and replacement parts are extremely limited right now. So staff time weekly to empty, wash, and replace the filters is not efficient or effective at this time. So $45,000, which is to be funded from future capital reserves, will replace the existing filter to a commercial system that will allow us to maintain the pool operations until the new Aquatic and Wellness Center opens. After the Aquatic and Wellness Center opens, staff will explore options to sell the gently used commercial filters.
So is that the end of your presentation on the community services division? So and the CIO suggested that we might want to just ask questions on these key initiatives division by division, since your division is so large. So why don't we, so just focusing on the presentation you've just heard on the community services key initiatives, are there questions about anything the directors just presented, the deputy mayor?
Thank you. And through you, from your beginning comments, it's disappointing that we're not able to find students to fill jobs. So, it's losing a number of student positions to create one. I think the student jobs with the town are great, and it's just too bad we have to do that. I did have a couple of comments and a question. You also mentioned upfront about one of the priorities or one of your goals was related to energy reduction in facilities. Just before I ask some specifics about what you've just covered, have you had any success? Do you have any benchmarks that you've realized some achievement in getting some energy reduction?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely, you can see improvement on certain in certain facilities, and also what those initiatives are that you implement. What we're doing in 2023 is focusing on our main, I'm going to say 8 to 12. I can't remember the number of facilities that are really our energy consumption, our high energy consumption facilities. So both arenas, fire hall, medical clinics, those that are occupied 12 months a year. What we want to do is look at our baseline, and we can establish that from previous utility invoices, and then what we want to implement throughout, and then we'll be able to gauge to see what percentage of energy consumption we can reduce at each facility based on what we're implementing.
Thank you. So I'll just ask the question again next year, and you'll have a good answer because you will have done lots of work there. When you presented about $49 million related to the Aquatics and Wellness Center, we are still including the municipal office renovations and upgrades in there. So it's including more than just aquatics and wellness, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I also wanted to, you answered some of my questions as you went. Is there, this idea of a cricket pitch is great. There has been a lot of public interest also in public tennis courts and outdoor basketball facilities. Is there also a plan to move the BMX track? I realize it wasn't particularly well used in the last little while, but it is a facility that will be completely engulfed by a new building. Is there any sense of that showing up somewhere else in the community?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, it isn't noted to replace the BMS track. It hasn't been used or a formal group in several years, and we haven't been approached to do so. Keeping in mind that over the next 2 years, we will see where we refresh our Parks and Trails master plan or recreation master plan. So we might see that come through that consultation.
Well, I think it would be important to take a look at the youth factor, because, you know, as we remove some things, maybe it's just cyclical in terms of interest in the use of that facility. I did want to ask, the rail trail was before us a while ago, a couple meetings back, or actually the last council meeting, and was asking for $20,000. How does that fit into, I think it would have fit into this section. Does it show up in operating or is it in the donations category, which I think might be through the clerk's office?
Thank you for the question, and through you, but I'll just get Jim and Dan to confirm, but that's through our operating budget, and it's been a yearly allocation.
Okay, and my last comment, I didn't, I don't know if it maybe shows up later again, but it relates to the airport operations. Is that in another section or would it fit in here?
That would be included in the community services, yes.
Okay. I noticed somewhere in the budget, there was a comment about $26,000 coming from taxpayers, but we don't have a really complete picture of what the operations are at the airport. I would just appreciate if that's possible for council to be provided with some information as to the usage of the airport and some other items which reflect how that value of $26,000 is warranted. Thank you.
Okay, and you have, just to follow up on the deputy mayor's question, in terms of is the grant to the rail trail committee shown independently in the budget somewhere here? Did I miss that?
Thank you for the question, and through you, the Saugeen Shores Rail Trail Committee will be in the parks budget, operating line budget.
Okay. All right, I'll take a look for it. Okay, so I had the vice deputy mayor next, and I'll get Councilor Mayette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Shrives. It's a lot of activity happening within the budget with community services. I'm just wondering about page 59. Will we at some point later on today, or should we ask the questions now? But on page 59, the budget, the operating budget for community services and operations, when would be the right time to ask questions about those numbers on that spreadsheet?
But,
through you, Mr. Mayor, they can be asked now or later on,
What?
after the entire department presentation.
I guess as long as I want to deal with, I can't match my page references up with where we're at in the budget, but we're currently dealing with community services and the presentation you just gave. So will that show up later on? Is that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So at the end of the presentation for the entire department, then I'll highlight some of the operating highlights.
So we'll
Okay.
talk about that a bit later, Mike.
That's fine. Trides, it's really great to hear Summerside Park. It sounds to me like the multi-use court will include a basketball court. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
That's good to hear. The cricket pitch, wonderful. And was there a needs assessment done to determine the need for a cricket pitch? I know the Nodwell Park's been used for cricket for a number of years, and the multiculturalism in our community is a lot of interested parties, you know, interest in playing cricket. I see people playing cricket with their paddles in their driveways and such. But has there been an assessment done in terms of a needs assessment to talk about building a cricket pitch? I mean, it takes a fair amount of space, and I have a question related to that too about Beaner Park. North of Nodwell, there's a piece of land that's been sitting vacant. I mean, I think it was dedicated as parkland back with Frank and Joe Beaner back in late 90s or 1990s or early 2000s. But can staff come back with an assessment on that parcel of land to see if that might be a potential site for the cricket pitch? And the other question I had tried to do cricket, was there a needs assessment done in terms of determining the need for a cricket pitch?
Thank you for the questions and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we didn't officially do a needs assessment. I know that Frank Burrows, our parks manager, has worked with the players that are playing down at Nodwell Park. So they've been in consultation with the need for it, the amount of players that they have, but also I know that they went to a few sites to look at different options that we can currently offer them. And as I mentioned, we're not sure if this will be a permanent or a temporary solution, but we're looking to get them on suitable parkland in 2023.
Right, could you come back maybe with report, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask this, if staff to come back and back when I was director of community service, I always had, I never got to it, but that parcel of land is a pretty good sized parcel of land north of Nodwell. I don't know how many acres it is or hectares, but I'm just wondering if that might be a potential site for the cricket pitch. So if that's something that could be looked into, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can look into that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Jubilee Park rejuvenation, I know we did approve funds in 2022 for the feasibility study needs assessment, public consultation process. So that's great to see it's going ahead with Halliwell and Jubilee. One comment you did make, Strides, is that the back diamond at Jubilee will not be required. And I would hope that we don't make that decision too quickly and let the public talk about how that backfield may be used. I've had a fair number of conversations with minor ball officials, and there's some interest there in calling that the home of girls minor fastball. And so that become the complex for both fields for girls minor fastball. Lamont, I mean, for 6, 7, 8-year-old girls, I mean, Lamont is a pretty big size facility for ladies slow pitch, men's slow pitch, fastball, midget, peewee, bantam baseball. Lots of use. It'll be filled out there, no doubt, with ball users. And I'm just thinking, maybe we don't make that decision too quickly, Strides, in terms of what Halliwell backfield could be used for, because I think there's really good potential there to call that the home of girls minor fastball. I tend to agree with the minor ball officials on that. So if you can just take that thought into consideration, I'd appreciate that. I think it's worthwhile taking a look at. The Lamont Sports Park, do you just review again? I think it's critical that we do have the right staffing levels out there. What are you planning for staffing levels for our new Lamont Sports Park for starting in this May?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Part of the 2023 budget request is for 2 additional students for out at Lamont Sports Park as well. We anticipate this being a one-time ask. We will still have some diamonds that are required outside of Lamont Sports Park, and we have that staffing complement, and then we'll have the new facility up and running with all 4 diamonds being utilized to the best of their ability. Our parks manager has worked on a diamond allocation schedule with all of our user groups. So we'll see a blend of full-time employees, perhaps seasonal employee, and also student support.
Perfect. Just 2 quick follow-up questions. Halliwell and Jubilee, when will that public consultation process commence?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, we anticipate it commencing this summer sometime, but I don't have an exact date. Okay,
thank you. And last comment I have was Shipley Trail, and I thank you again to David Schemmel and his family for, they do own McKinnon Lane, and that was the exit point for the Shipley Trail, and he's agreed to have a trail reconstructed on his property north of the creek, and which is a good thing. And I a few months ago, I asked if a thank you letter could be sent to the 6 residents that make Shipley Trail, happen without those lease agreements. That wouldn't happen. So I don't know whether the letters of thank you have been sent out yet, but if I could again ask for that to happen, for all 6 residents to receive a thank you for, allowing our residents to use Shipley Trail. So I can make that request again.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, those will be sent out shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. That's all, Mr. Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor Myatt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have 3 questions, I'm afraid. First is, With regards to the chamber office, it's my understanding is, I'm a representative on the Chamber of Commerce, that there's been a renegotiation, if you will, of the portion of the office space and the burden that the chamber has as opposed to what the town has. Can you perhaps comment on what is the financial burden that the town's inheriting because of that renegotiation?
Thank you for the question, and through you, there was a shift in responsibilities and also square footage within that building. What I can do is at break time, perhaps, so I can grab the lease agreement to speak to it specifically
Okay.
and the financial implications to that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have those answers in front of me right
Yeah,
now.
but presuming we'll be inheriting some financial obligation for that space and maybe that space could become available for other uses, obviously, right?
The CAO has a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Counselor, for the question. And Jill is on holiday, as I noted, but I know that our strategic initiatives group that houses the tourism portfolio is looking at and has structured meetings with the chamber and a few other partners, so some of the tenants that we have in there, to look at how we can use that facility and what a better use and purpose might be for it. So that'll be coming forward in 2023.
Good. Second question is regards to the CCB development. So now I see you have lots of projects for the north side of the park and other parks, but now that the two building permits have been issued for phase 1 and phase 2 of the CCB development, when we presume that construction phase will be commencing sometime in this winter or in the spring, I believe that the town also had a component to play in that, and with the parking and the waterfront enhancements and the landscaping, but I don't see any capital items for that part of the project.
The CAO.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I'll just provide a little bit of clarity on the building permit piece. We have received all the materials for phase 1 of the development, which is the north building of the development. And we are just awaiting on the developer to move that piece forward. And we're stealing a little bit of thunder from the Director of Development Services presentation that there is money proposed in the budget in order to facilitate public consultation and design of the town spaces around that development down at Port Elgin Waterfront. So
Okay,
you will
thank
see
you.
that coming up.
I thought it was in parks. Okay, we'll wait for development services then. Thank you. And a final, maybe it's a comment about the cricket pitch. I think it's a great idea. The space required for a cricket pitch is quite extensive. It's 180 meters long by 120 meters wide, and that's just the inbounds. And then you need space around the outside. And I know that not because I'm a cricket player. I know absolutely zero about cricket, but I do know that Australian rules football is played on a cricket pitch. And that's because I played Australian rules football for 5 years on a cricket pitch. So the point is that the pitch isn't exclusive for one sport. You can once you have the oval and the big space, you can draw a rectangle inside there and use it as a soccer pitch. Australian rules football is a growing sport in Canada, albeit not so much in Bruce County. There's rugby, there's multiple other uses that can be used if you had a space like that, but it is an extensive space. It takes about 6 acres to fill it in. I'm not sure that space that the Vice Deputy Mayor referred to is big enough for it, but it would be great to think that we could put a facility like that in and draw from the region, people that come to play those various sports that could be used on there. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify as well, is that we haven't determined exactly what the size of the pitch would be when looking at that. I did some Google myself and collaborated with the parks manager because we don't know a lot about the sport, but it does take an incredible amount of space for a regulatory size pitch. So we'll work with the existing user group on the appropriate size and space.
Okay, further questions on this? Counselor Stack.
Yeah, just a quick question or comment on the Moby mat. So is there an offer? So first, I think those are awesome. I think it's super important. I'm just wondering when we're looking at locations, I think I heard you said they hadn't been finalized as to where we would put them. So, and I don't know if it's more of a question. Is it possible to bring that for discussion to the accessibility committee just to get public feedback on where the most appropriate space would be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, further questions on this item, community services, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, the bike-friendly committee recommendations and the dollar figure that's attached there. I get the sense that when it says an annual operating fund, that this is just, it's not it doesn't have a time limit. It's sort of just going forward. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's our intent that we would build that into the operating budget annually.
Okay, then my question becomes, I believe this would be the only committee of council that has an operating budget of some kind, because I remember about 5 years ago, the last time I was on council, towards the end of that, all of the funding that was associated with some committees was kind of absorbed in different directions. So I'm curious as to whether or not some other committees can have a chance to request. I'm thinking perhaps most significantly of the Heritage Committee, which creates signage as well. So I noted, I had a question here, what is the bike friendly group going to spend their money on? So I appreciate you answering that as you're talking, but the Heritage Committee does signage too, interpretive plaques throughout the community. And they were doing some other promotional activity that was of great benefit. And it was never a significant big chunk of change, but it all disappeared. So perhaps that might be something you could think about in the future.
So just to clarify, this is not a committee. The committee disbanded when they delivered their report to us late last year, I guess it was. So now what we're talking about is operating dollars that staff will use to implement the recommendations that council received from the committee. So there is no bike friendly committee anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Dominski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask you, or there's something I wanted to talk about that isn't in the presentation to this point, and I don't think is going to show up in the presentation. Do I do that now or do I do it later?
I can't wait to hear what it is. Anytime, John.
Put me on the spot. It's okay. We've talked about tourism. The people that come to our area and use the amenities of our area. And more people are bringing their dogs. And indeed, we have at least one, if not more, pet-friendly motels and what have you. And based on that, so that those people could bring their dog. You've seen a million things on this. It's a family member. And the only park we have right now, swimming park, is Port Elgin on the other side, and it's a little dicey anyway, and everybody knows that, doesn't want to go there. I'm wondering if, and I assume this would come under community services, I'm wondering if some plan could be made up to improve the Port Elgin facility, but also put one in Southampton to the north of the big flag, between the flag and the river, wherever in that area, because that's where dogs were going anyway. But to clean up that area to have a dog park. And in a perfect world, there would be a swimming hole for dogs in Goebels Grove as well. And I think that's done further south where there's less people and dogs go in the water. But I think we have to come up with 3 defined areas where dogs can go to swim as well and play in the water. And I don't know if that's calling for a report or whether it can show up in this budget. I'm at a loss. So if someone could direct me here.
Turn it over to the director.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually an item that we will be looking into in 2023. through bylaw and infrastructure and development, as well as through our parks manager. So we have that on our work plan to look at collectively and to look at bringing forward options for council, whether it's a bylaw update or not, about permitting swimming in certain locations in Saugeen Shores for dogs.
Well, that's encouraging, and I assume that part of that, Mr. Mayor, would be fixing the area so that it is good for dogs and humans alike, so they can go into the water in those areas. I don't know that that is done north of the flag, and I certainly know the Port Elgin one isn't really set up for that. And Gobles Grove would be a third one, just to fix them, repair them, do whatever you have to do so that they are user friendly. I guess that's what I'm looking for.
Yep, sounds like we're going to get a report, and I'm sure staff has made note of your comments. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further comments on community services? I don't say, so why don't we take a break now? We'll break for 10 minutes, reconvene at 25 after the hour. All right, let's get everybody to take their seats again here and we're going to reconvene. Okay. I guess we're. Okay, everybody. It looks like everybody's back at their seats. I have the Vice Deputy Mayor there. Yeah, so we're good to go. So we had just finished the Community Services division of the Department of Community Services and Operations. So we will now move on to the next division and turn it over to the director for that.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. So we should be on 47. Don, thank you. So the operations division. So behind me here, it's a good time to introduce Larry Gill, who is our manager of operations, new to the town within the last couple of months. And Colin Sanders is also sitting in behind here in the gallery as well. So Colin is currently with infrastructure and development, project management. You'll hear me refer to project management services through infrastructure and development. Sorry. Yep. Sorry about that. So Colin formerly was the manager of environmental services. So he is passing the baton on to Larry. So these two together have been working closely over the last couple of months, and due to our project load, I see this relationship continuing for the next couple of years for sure. So our area of responsibilities in the operations division include, but are not limited to, 1 drinking water system, 2 wastewater treatment facilities, including over 115 kilometers of pipe infrastructure, 5 zones for curbside garbage and recycling pickup, complete an average of over 2,000 locates annually, and the town's complete traffic control system and street lighting program. And we also average over 106 cemetery burials over the last 5 years. So specific regulations and legislation requirements assist us in managing this division within compliance. A few examples of acts and regulations that govern our work include, but are not limited to, the Clean Water Act, Waste Management Act, the Cemetery Act, TSSA, and Electrical Safety Authority. Slide 48, please. The division highlights for operations division in 2023, light industrial water rate study. So there are businesses in Saugeen Shores that use water. So they'll fill their tanks at their place of businesses, and the water is used off-site, not entering into the town's sewer system. The businesses' invoices from the town include water and sewer charges, even if the water does not enter the town sewer system for treatment. Research and study will be complete to explore options of a light industrial rate, bylaw update, and impact on water and wastewater revenue reduction. Options will be presented to council for consideration, likely through the 2024 budget deliberations and/or the fees and charges bylaw. Pioneer Cemetery Slope Erosion Study. So Pioneer Cemetery is located in Southampton and backs onto the ridge leading to the Saugeen River. The slope has been eroding for years, and the study will assist staff in developing a plan for erosion mitigation considerations and remains handling and preservation. The study will cost $50,000 funded through the future capital reserves and will include consultation with regulatory agencies and a project plan to address erosion and impact and handling of the cemetery remains. It is anticipated the recommendations from the study will be presented for council consideration in future year budgets. Slide 49, please. The operations highlight, or the capital highlight, sorry, for the operations division in 2023. So the water treatment plant expansion. This project will span over 3 to 4 years. The water treatment plant requires expansion to support the growth of the community. 2023 will focus on the first step in this process for the plant expansion, the RFP for the environmental assessment. An RFP will be issued for a consultant to complete the EA in 2023 and in early 2024. It is anticipated that the detailed engineering will occur in late 2024, with the tender for construction occurring in 2025. Construction will start in 2025 and anticipate being complete in 2026. The total project budget is $7 million, but the 2023 allocation for the EA RFP is $50,000 and will be funded through the water reserve. The completion of the EA is estimated at $200,000. The engineering design is estimated at $500,000 and construction is estimated at just over $6 million. So the total project cost is $7 million and will be managed by the Project Management Services and Infrastructure and Development Division, i.e. Colin. You'll hear his name quite a bit. So the Southampton wastewater plant expansion. In 2023, the engineering of the Southampton wastewater treatment plant expansion will occur. The budget to support this phase is $500,000 and will be funded through the wastewater reserves. The construction of the plant expansion will occur over 2024 and 2025, and the estimated construction budget is $15.5 million. Again, this is a major upgrade of our critical infrastructure and is related to growth in increasing the plant capacity to accommodate our growth. The total project budget is just over $16 million and will be managed by the Project Management Services. Southampton Cemetery Columbarium installation. Over the past few years, we are seeing an increase in choice of cremation arrangements over traditional burials in our cemeteries. In 2020 and 2021, 70% of the interments complete were cremations, and whether they are burials or in a columbarium niche. Columbarium is a structure to hold cremated remains, and they offer individual niches for a final resting place of loved ones. The new columbarium at the Southampton Cemetery will contain 64 niches, and the budget for this project is $40,000 and is funded through future capital reserve. Also at the Southampton Cemetery, the beautiful gates at the entrance of the cemetery require some TLC. The stone columns will be repaired and rehabilitated to ensure the preservation of the historical significance of the columns is not compromised. The budget for this project is $30,000 and is funded through the future capital reserve. Street lighting replacement program. The town of Saugeen Shores has 2,099 streetlights throughout the community. We have developed an annual program to purchase parts and replace poles and fixtures as required. Each year, certain poles and fixtures are identified and maintained as required. When able, we purchase spare parts and fixtures for emergency repairs and replacement. Our operations manager will work with our in-house electrician to oversee this annual program. The budget for this program is funded through future capital reserves and is $10,000 per year. Water treatment plant high lift pump replacement. So Saugeen Shores is serviced by one single drinking water system. The water treatment plant facility is located on Island Street in Southampton with standpipes and storage facilities for distribution. The water distribution system is divided into two zones. Zone 1 is Southampton west of Grenville, and Zone 2 is all of Port Elgin and anything east of Grenville and Southampton. Each zone has a high lift pump that works with the standpipe to control the pressure over the water distribution to residents. The high lift pump in Zone 2 requires replacement, and the budget is $150,000 and will be funded from future capital reserve. Slide 50, please. Water distribution xenon membrane replacements. So this is a multi-year program to replace degraded membranes in the water distribution system. New membranes will ensure we maintain efficient operations for the water distribution system to the residents of Saugeen Shores. Future capital reserve will support the $160,000 for the membrane replacement. There was a supply issue in 2022, and a full order for both 2022 and 2023 has been confirmed. The next two projects I'll speak together. So the wastewater treatment plants, both Port Elgin and Southampton, their annual capital programs. So proactively, we budget annual capital programs at our three main plants, our two wastewater treatment plants and our water treatment plant. These fund These funds support smaller annual capital projects within the plants and infrastructure components. Examples are pumps, pipes, computers, programs, and aging equipment. Aqua staff with our operations manager works with our operations manager, bless you, to develop the annual improvements. The budgets for the annual program in 2023 are 383,000 in Port Elgin and 118,000 in Southampton, and both are funded through the wastewater reserve, water and wastewater reserve. Phase 2 of the landfill entrance construction. Last year, the design and site prep were complete at the new location for the scale house and the entrance at the landfill, located just off of concession 14 in Southampton. In 2023, the project will be complete and we anticipate being fully functional in the fall. The improved entrances focus on functionality, safety, efficiencies, and security. We are looking forward to providing better facilities and services to the residents at the landfill and also providing staff a more suitable and functional workplace. The cost of phase 1 was 880,000 and the cost for phase 2 is 790,000, and both phases are being funded through the future capital reserve. This project is being supported by Infrastructure and Development Project Management Services. Slide 51, please. Water treatment plant SCADA updates. SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. This is the brains and the backbone of the water treatment plant and distribution system. We use it to control and maintain efficiency, distribute data, to inform decisions, and to communicate. This project started in 2022 and will be complete in 2023 and is being funded through the Water Reserve. The project cost is $350,000 and is managed through our PM services through Infrastructure and Development. Port Elgin wastewater treatment plant step screen replacement. Step screens separate foreign objects from the incoming waste stream that will be treated. The step screen at the Port Elgin wastewater plant requires replacement to prevent the process from being compromised. The cost of the replacement is $500,000 and it's funded through the wastewater reserve. Water treatment plant annual capital program. So similar to the wastewater treatment plant annual capital programs previously discussed, we proactively established an annual capital program for these plants to ensure aging equipment and required upgrades are complete. The budget of $447,000 funded through the Water Reserve will be managed by the operations manager in consultation with the Aqua staff to ensure critical components are maintained and replaced as to not jeopardize the water treatment plant operations. Water treatment plant reservoir generator and electrical upgrades. The Port Elgin Reservoir is one of the water storage facilities mentioned in the high lift pump storage facilities mentioned in the high lift pump project description earlier. It is located at the top of Mill Street beside the Port Elgin standpipe. In 2022, council allocated $356,000 for phase 1, which is the purchase of the generator for the reservoir building. In phase 2, occurring in 2023, we require $550,000 to replace the generator, motor control center, and the transformer. The motor control center and related electrical components are original and are at the end of their useful life. This project will be managed by the Project Management Services through Infrastructure and Development and is funded through the Water Reserve. So the Southampton wastewater pumping station #1 upgrades. This multi-year upgrade includes improvements at pump station #1, which is located on Saugeen Street in Southampton. The upgrades funded through the future capital reserve include electrical pumps and piping to ensure our capacity is increased to meet the demand of growth in the community. In 2022, $500,000 was approved to support this project, and we anticipate the engineering, design, and upgrades to be complete in 2024. The total cost of this project is $3 million and is being managed by the Project Management Services and Infrastructure and Development. So that's the end for operations. Would you like me to pause there, Mr. Mayor? Thank you.
See if there's any questions on those elements. Questions from members on the operations division? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And through you, just for clarification, the second last item you mentioned, the water treatment reservoir generator and electrical upgrades. The information we received had $500,000. You said $550,000. So should our copy be adjusted?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, let me just look back on our slides and I'll verify that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, and I did have a couple questions about cemeteries. The cemetery, the Pioneer Cemetery Slope Erosion Study, this goes back quite a ways. We're not yet at the point where there's actually any work that's been scheduled to happen along the slope. Okay, is it anticipated where after this, that will be the next step? Because that's a much bigger ticket item, I presume.
Thank you for the question, and through you, that's correct. So the study will provide us with recommendations to address the slope and also with dealing with the rain.
Okay, and I did want to ask about the Southampton Cemetery. I plan to reside there someday, so I've always taken a great interest in the expansion part out the back. Did you create a design or a plan for the space, which is how you're determining, you know, where to put the roadways through there and where this columbarium will be? And further to that, has there been any consideration to other forms of burial situations? Your comment about people choosing cremation over other methods is, I think, very real, but there are other newer methods to natural burials, that kind of thing. So was there a plan created for the Southampton Cemetery for the new part?
Thank you for the question, and through you, what you'll see probably in the next year or two is a cemetery master plan. And I don't believe that document has existed here in Saugeen Shores before. So what we'd like to do is develop one of those so that we can look at some of those different methods, some of the different services that can be provided, and future expansion as well.
Thank you. The CAO might remember a meeting that I had with her quite a few years ago about the cemetery. I did want to thank you, by the way, for counting up all the streetlights. Had no idea we had 2,099. That's good information.
It took me a while to drive around. and
Well,
count them
I'm
all.
sure it did. The streetlight replacement program, $10,000. I believe somewhere else in here, there's some additional funds related to streetlights, but $10,000, how much does a streetlight cost? That wouldn't give us very many total replacements, would it?
Thank you for the question, and through you, I don't have an exact number as to how much one pole costs. I think it would depend on different factors. What these funds do is allow us just to maintain our existing that we have and any replacement parts that we need along the way through the year.
I may just follow up on the deputy mayor's question about streetlights then. So you're saying that we're not actually planning to replace whole streetlights, but this is a repair fund? Is that right?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a mix of both, is that when we need to, we can replace the whole fixture. But this is also for replacement parts for on the shelf as well.
And what is our policy around when we do go to replace the whole fixture? Are we replacing like for like, or are we changing the style? I mean, this has been an issue in the past when we've had to change light standards, and we've gone to a different style at that. When we do that, what is our approach when we do have to replace a fixture?
Thank you for the question, and that's a good question. I'll have to get back to council on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have the vice deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a little background noise here. I don't know whether is it interfering at all with when I'm talking. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, you sound good.
Okay. Yeah, question through you to, I guess, Rigel, through to Colin perhaps, but just about the water plant capacity, Colin, in Southampton. We reach our peak flows during the summer months. I think it was 2020, we added 2 new membranes. Well, let's see, we're adding another one 2023. At what point do we reach full capacity? How much more room do we have for expansion till we're at full capacity in Southampton? Secondly, do we reach full capacity, like for when we reach our peak flows during the summer months? So how close are we to our capacity, Colin?
We started this program through your worship. Started this program probably 3 to 4 years ago as far as expansion. It's a mixture of expansion and replacement. And we were, as you noted, we're noticing in July and August, we're at our limit, which is very concerning for operations staff. So every year we're replacing membranes and expanding membranes. We're finishing this year. We'll be done replacement and expansion at the end of this year. The plant should be at its maximum capacity, and then we're looking at, as noted in the budget, we're putting money aside now to start the EA process, or the expansion process, as noted in our water sewer master plan. By 2026 to 2027, we're anticipating that the plant will no longer be able to reach the needs of the community based on the expansion of our community.
That was my question, Colin, Mr. Mayor. So 2026, 2027, Colin? And that's at the point where we'll have to take a look at expanding our plan. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that's why we're starting this year to start on the engineering. It's a long process to start through the whole, before we can start the even let out for the contract for the physical work. We're probably a couple of years doing the EA process and then doing the design process. And that's why we're starting this year.
Great. Just to follow up, Colin, we had a bit of a problem there a few years ago with our reaching, peak flow capacity. I think it was 2020 or something like that. I can't remember, but we're not at risk right now, are we? There's no concerns in that area.
No, there's no concerns at all. And I believe it was 2020 in July and August. We had a 2-week period there where the plant was at its capacity. It reached, we had to put a water ban on as operations. We were very concerned. And that's why we really accelerated this process of expansion and replacing membranes. Now the plant, we're not having a problem. We haven't seen where we're close to our capacity now. Mind you, every year, the use or the need for water capacity does rise up. So if we hadn't put the membranes in, we would be past our capacity. We were very concerning now. But as far as up until 2026, 27, yeah, we're fine.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick, Colin, how long does that assessment take? Is it a year process, 2-year process?
I would anticipate by the end of the year. What we're going to do is we'll engage an engineer. We're putting the RFP out. Once the budget's finished, I can get that out. They'll determine whether we do have to do a Class EA, what triggers the Class EA, if that has to be done, if we can go straight into some of the preliminary design engineering. That'll be all determined in this. We're not sure as far as what stage we'll have to do as far as the Class EA yet, though.
Yep. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Colin.
Yeah, thank you. And just to not to put too fine a point on it, I think as people do listen carefully to our conversations on this point, the municipality has ample water treatment capacity today and is planning to ensure we continue to have ample treatment capacity for the future, and also major investments in this budget in water pollution control as well in Southampton. I know that's been a topic of conversation around some recent developments in Southampton, and it's also a concern in Port Elgin as well. But municipality is planning and investing to make those improvements in those areas as well. So folks should not be concerned about those systems. Are there further questions about operations? Don't see any. Okay. So we'll carry on then to Public Works, the Director.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, our final division in our department is our Public Works division. So I'd like to take this time to introduce Pete Nechtel, who he's not in the room today. He's out busy supporting his team with the snow that we've had recently and a few other issues that are happening out there. But Pete is the backbone to this department. And earlier, maybe in December, we handed out our staff recognition, and Pete received his 35-year service for the town. So he's just deserves a pat on the back and a thank you. And I'm sure he's happy to be out in the field and not sitting in council chambers today. So good for him. So the area of responsibilities of division include, but are not limited to, approximately 375 kilometers of road, 66 kilometers of sidewalk, 48 of those are maintained in the wintertime, 18 kilometers of waterfront, 13 bridges, and 149 pieces of fleet that we maintain. Sorry, did I say slide 52? Thanks, Don. Specific regulations and legislation requirements assist us in managing this division within compliance. A few examples of the acts and regulations that govern our work include, but not limited to, the Highway Traffic Act, Minimum Maintenance Standard Regulations, TSSA, and Environmental Protection Act. Slide 53, please. The division highlights in 2023 for Public Works is the AVL implementation. So automatic vehicle location, AVL provides live GPS for town-owned fleet. The county awarded their contract for AVL a few months ago, and we were exploring options to partner. This is a 2022 carry forward project and has a budget of $50,000. Roads loose top maintenance. This is a request to increase the operating line that supports loose top maintenance in the roads budget. This increase is to assist with the cost increase of materials, which is gravel and granular A, and a second application of calcium on required gravel roads. This request increase is $55,000, bringing the total operating budget line to $236,000. Roads hard top maintenance, similar to loose top maintenance requests. This is an increase to the operating line that supports hard top maintenance in the roads budget. Ongoing rises in costs and additional hours required for annual street sweeping program warrants this request. The request to increase is $60,000, bringing the operating budget total to $297,000. And a new crossing guard at Joseph and Bruce. So the development in that area of Northport School and traffic count numbers support the addition of a crossing guard at Joseph and Bruce Streets in Port Elgin. This was actually implemented in the fall of 2022 ahead of the 2023 budget deliberations. The cost to provide a crossing guard at this location is $15,000 as included in the 2023 operating budget. Slide 54. The capital highlights for Public Works: asphalt pad installation. So in 2023, year 2 of 3 program for asphalt improvements at the concession 6 shop. It's imperative to have hard surfacing or asphalt in loading zones to ensure any spillage can be cleaned up effectively. These are the areas where we load salt and sand into our plows. The budget for this phase is $40,000 and is funded through future capital reserve. Asphalt installation at Peel Street. So this is the third and final phase for asphalt improvements at the Peel Street shop. So similar to concession 6, it focuses on the improvements in the material loading zones and to ensure adequate surfacing for those areas. $40,000 is funded through the future capital reserve, is in the budget for Peel Street, and we are hoping to find efficiencies with tendering at the same time as engineering roads projects. And finally, sidewalk rehabilitation and replacement program. As mentioned, we have approximately 66 kilometers of sidewalks. This number is actually low. It does not reflect the assumption of a few new developments. So our GIS team is compiling and updating this data for us as well. They are actually who counted the streetlights too, if I'm going to be honest. Maintenance on the infrastructure is required annually to ensure that we are providing safe and accessible sidewalks in our community. Inspections and condition ratings occur annually, identifying high risk areas. And it's also helpful when residents report hazards or concerns for sidewalks. So this is an annual program that's funded through the future capital reserve, and we have allocated $75,000 in 2023. This work is carried out by contractors when required, and we take great pride in completing a lot of this work in-house with our own forces. So it's evident from the list of responsibilities from the projects, from the day-to-day operations of just how darn busy we are. We are at the point where we know how busy we are. We want to know, we know what we do, but we want to know how well we do what we do. So slide 55, please. Measuring our performance is new to us, but will become a valuable tool in our toolbox moving forward. Establishing and measuring key performance indicators will evaluate for us our success with programs, operations, and service. So we've incorporated both categories of measurements for the community services and operations 2023 KPI. So quantitative, so factual information, numbers that have been crunched. So an example would be reducing the energy consumption of a facility by 1% annually. And then qualitative, so the more personal opinion, the experience, or the feels. So example would be citizen satisfaction with active transportation opportunities offered. So since this is our first kick at establishing and measuring our KPIs, we will expect that we will learn as we go, and we adjust our mindset as we enter into the first year. As reviewed earlier, there are priority areas and objectives that have specific KPIs that we will be measuring and reporting out on. They are for priority area number 1, which is service demand management, utilization rates during prime and non-prime hours for recreation facilities, rate of cost recovery for tourist camps and harbors, and citizen satisfaction with town's beautification activities. For area number 2, which is sustainable development and planning, energy consumption for facilities, lower number of water day bans, and annual diversion rates relative to provincial waste diversion targets. Slide 56. Priority area number 3, which is infrastructure asset maintenance, percentage of sidewalks in good kilometers or in kilometers in good or very good condition, user satisfaction with active transportation infrastructure, completion of backlog of capital projects, and percentage of up-to-date lease agreements. So we are excited to begin to measure and report out on these KPIs, and we feel that this will assist us to ensure that we are aligned with the strategic vision and goals of the corporation and continue to make progress in the areas that potentially require improvement. Slide 57. We have reviewed the capital projects in detail, but on the screen summary for the 2023 capital program in Community Services and Operations Department. I'll just highlight a few of the significant investments that Jim touched on earlier. So in parks, we have the Lamont Sports Park Phase 2 contribution. Recreation, we have the Aquatic and Wellness Center. And then on slide 58, we have the water and wastewater, the major infrastructure upgrades and plant expansion projects. Slide 59. The next 2 slides provide an overview of the operating budget summary. I'll just highlight a few of the year-over-year changes for awareness. Community Services and Operations Admin, 46.9% reduction. So the facility manager wage that was on the books for years and has been used for project management in the last 3 to 4 years, this wage has been removed, and project management services comes from infrastructure and development, as mentioned earlier. Parks budget, so an increase of 85%. So salary and benefits increased to support the new operator 1 position and 2 new students at Lamont Sports Park. Increase in repairs and maintenance operating line to reflect a turf management contract for Lamont Sports Park and previous year actuals. Increase to the horticultural operating line to reflect previous year actuals, and increase to portable washroom operating line to meet the demands. In the harbor, we have just over 31% increase to the positive. So the good news story, which we heard earlier on as well, is that we've had a few really good years down at the docks. The seasonal and transient and hydro services revenue are all increasing. Waterfront budget, just over 30% increase. So proper allocation, this is due to proper allocation of wages and benefits to maintain the beaches and waterfront. Maintenance operating budget line increased to reflect the geese management program that I had discussed earlier as well. And then town facilities, 47% increase, just proper allocation for facility staff, and in particular, our in-house town electrician. And programs, so just over 1,000% increase. So this increase is mainly attributed to the bike-friendly committee recommendations to the operating budget line that I had spoke about. And over 1,000% seems like a high number, but just to highlight that the budget area is just over $16,000. So on slide 60, we just have the water and wastewater percentage increase for the surplus. So majority of this increase is based on the calculation for residential revenue on the water and wastewater side. Working with Dan and Jim, we adjusted the calculations to reflect the growth, and also the council approved rate fees, which is 4% for water and 8% for wastewater. Roads admin, 20% increase due to the tree protection and urban tree canopy policy occurring in 2023. And due to an increase, reflect proper allocation of staff wages and benefits for the storm sewer, which is operating budget, which is 48%. So 2022 operating and budgeted and forecasted actuals, I'll just talk on, just to highlight for your review in the summary, the revenue and expenses of the Community Services and Operations Department. The forecasted variance for revenue is approximately 1.2 million better than budgeted. The forecasted variance for salaries and benefits is approximately 250,000 better than budgeted, and the forecasted variance for expenses is within about $10,000. So we're bang on there. These favorable variances are due to recruitment difficulties and vacant positions exceeding the estimated revenue for program areas and alignment of the 2 former departments. So the 2023 budget, as Jim had mentioned, has been adjusted to better reflect what we're experiencing in 2022. So this was a lot of information, and we complete a lot of work year after year. So again, I want to thank our management team who supported the creation of our 2023 business plan. And I also want to take this time just to show appreciation for staff and all the staff in this department. The representation on the org chart on slide 37 shows the number of staff we have, but it does not demonstrate the amount of work that they complete, the dedication, the contribution, and the passion that they have for this community. The struggle is real for recruitment. We all know this is an issue for many municipalities and businesses. One struggle that we're committing to focusing on is retaining our existing staff. We want to provide a workplace that we're all proud of, that we look forward to coming into for each shift, and that we go home safely at the end of each day. That's the end of our presentation.
Okay, well, thank you for all of that. So we'll take questions on the public works part, and then I'll just go quickly through the line by line there just to make sure that we pick up any other questions. So we'll start with Counselor Stack.
Thanks. Just, so first, thank you for that. I didn't realize you guys managed 375 kilometers of roads, just as an example. So that's pretty wild. Just had some quick questions on sidewalk rehabilitation. So, and I don't know if you can answer this on the spot, but I'm just curious if the Arlington sidewalk is in that 75,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that right now, but I can get back to you on that.
Perfect. And then just a comment, I think it's great that we're on a KPI perspective, we're going to track the condition of the sidewalks. I think it's certainly something I've heard a lot of feedback about. And then I'm sorry, one of my questions actually should have been asked in the operation side. It's just about traffic control. And I'll just for Councillor Halpin has told me the name of these things several times, but I can never remember them. Yeah, the traffic calming those posts. Okay, so if we're looking at any of those, particularly for the road, for Bruce Street, Bricker and Wellington, I think there's a lot of feedback about the speed of the cars on those three roads. And if that hasn't been looked at, if there's an opportunity to determine whether we can look at putting some sort of traffic calming features on those roads, given the feedback we've heard from constituents. Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, can you just repeat the roads that you would in?
Yeah, sorry, Bruce Street, Bricker Street and Wellington.
Okay, further comments, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have I think two questions here. In 2022, we had this is to do with loose top gravel roads. We did an experiment on 28-29 past the new bridge that we did tar and chip for half the span and then left it regular gravel. And I wonder if there's been an assessment of the success of that, and if there's been any contemplation of expanding the tar and chip. It occurs to me in certain, like we only have so many gravel roads in our community, and there's certain times where the dust control problems are particularly acute when you get in front of residences. I'm thinking of like 13-14 where you come across by the golf course here, and we put calcium down on that road in front of the two houses that are in the middle of that concession road. If it was a tar and chip section for even a couple hundred meters, it helps to control that gravel, and it helps to control the dissipation of the aggregate. And further on that, I'll let you answer that one anyway, if you know anything about that experiment.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we wanted to get through winter season to see how it holds up. So I think that after this year and possibly next year, we'll see how the experiment of tar and chip on the gravel road held up, and then report back.
We don't plow that road.
No, no, not even just the plow, the winter maintenance portion of
just
it,
how
but
it holds
also
up in the cold.
actually how it
Okay.
held up itself.
So it's an ongoing experiment.
Correct. And we'll report back on to council on that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And it was 5 or 6 or 7 years ago where we did the other experiment, which was putting down the crushed stone as opposed to pit gravel on the roads. And we started with the river road, and we've expanded that to basically all the roads. And I don't know if that was an intentional thing or just that we once we got that order in for stone dust, we just continued it on. So we're still using stone dust on the roads that we do now.
Thank you for the question, and through you. I believe that we have switched to a different quarry stone for sure. And it's a better material for that application, but I can get back through consultation with our PW manager and an engineering firm or
Okay.
engineering staff.
Yeah, I know it pains me as much as when I have a conversation with those guys, how much of that gravel ends up in the ditch after the first couple plows go by. But so be it. Okay, with traffic lights, I see a number of specific traffic lights that are going to be have capital work done on them. Was there consideration given to the two that seem to be appointing attention for myself and many people that drive along Goderich Street is at Goderich and Gustavus and Goderich at Green. Those two advanced traffic lights, not only are they opposite to one another, but they're not smart modules in those things. And in the other areas in the municipality where we have traffic lights where there's an advance, if there's nobody in the left-hand turn lane, there's a eye that can see that and it turns off the advance. Where those ones are just they just give you the advance no matter what. And you know, anybody who's left a late night council meeting heading south on Goderich Street and you're the only car on the street at 10 o'clock at night and you're waiting for the advance to go the other way and then you get ahead and then the other advance goes the other way. It's quite frustrating. I wonder if there's been any, and I think I brought this up before, contemplation to making those modules so that either they have an eye to turn off the advance if there's nobody in the left-hand turn lane, or simply turn off the advance after certain periods of the day, like after 8 o'clock at night, when traffic has dissipated. There's not really a need for an advance light at those intersections.
Sure, and thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is those two intersections on Highway 21, Green and Gustavus, have been something that we've been looking at with our in-house electrician. So as of, I'm going to say maybe about 2 weeks ago, we implemented just a trial to see if this would help with some of that congestion, especially around the school time drop off and pickup times as well. So Green and Gustavus are connected. They do talk to each other, but it is old infrastructure. And in 2023, this spring, we will have upgrades to that equipment to provide us with better options for their communication and also to help with some of that congestion that we're facing. So we have adjusted the delays or adjusted those advanced screen times. So we're going to keep our eye on it and monitor it. And if there's any negative impact, then we'll go back to the way that it was, but hopefully we'll see some improvements with the new equipment upgrades in 2023.
Yeah, hopefully the new equipment has the capability to do some of these things that I suggest, because it really speaks to traffic flow as well, right? That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Vice Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Halpin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Strides, again for the presentation. Just about traffic lights and roundabouts, could staff via county discussions come back with a report sometime to talk about the Turner Street over by Foodland, Southampton? There was a traffic study done in the summer of 2022, and might have been the fall of 2021, I'm not sure. But could staff, Mr. Mayor, come back with a report just to let us know where we're at with that roundabout or traffic lights at that intersection? Because there was a lot of work done on that, a significant amount of dollars invested. So could they make that request, or maybe you can comment on it?
Well, we'll turn it over to the Director of Development Services for a comment. He's coming. There he is.
Yes, through you, Mayor. We can return with a report on that topic.
I appreciate that. Should you mentioned more revenue, $1.2 million increase in the budget for revenues. Is majority of that from increase to water rates? Where 1.2 million is a significant increase in revenue in that budget. Where's the bulk of that money coming from?
Thank you for the question. So we also applied reflective the growth rate, so which was 1%. And then council the council approved rates for water is 4% and wastewater is 8%. So that's where you'll see that increase from last year. I'll look to Jim if there's any other clarification that's required. Okay, no.
Okay, thank you. And the several residents from the Mary Rose subdivision behind the Holiday Inn Express, a lot of housing going on back in that area, a lot of housing going on everywhere, new housing, but fairly close to Northport School, a lot of kids in that neighborhood now. And what's your best advice to those residents who have approached me about constructing sidewalks in those neighborhoods over to Northport? I know it's based on one new street plow per 10 kilometers, I believe it is. Have you heard from Mary Rose subdivision, that whole neighborhood, that section of town tries? And What's your best advice I can give them?
Thank you for the question, and through you, is that for winter maintenance request or for new sidewalks?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's for winter sidewalk maintenance for snow removal. Sorry, yeah.
No, thank you for the clarification. So if they wanted to contact the town office, either myself or Carrie Dahl, we track those requests that come in and then we look at those annually.
Okay. And Councillor Stack mentioned what Arlington, and one of the questions I had written down was Arlington Street. I think we had a 3 or 4 year plan to complete those sidewalks through to the grade 7 to 8 school and the secondary school. Could you come back again with a report for council to let us know what the $75,000 is our annual budget, I think, for sidewalk replacement, new sidewalks? And I guess today, Shride, you don't know where those new sections of sidewalks will be constructed in 2023. If you have that answer today?
I'm sorry, just through you, Mr. Mayor. So the 75,000 that's included in the community services and operations budget is for the repair and rehabilitation of existing sidewalks, and new sidewalk construction falls under infrastructure and development. So Mark will be speaking to that
Oh, perfect.
budget line later on. Is that fair, Mark?
That'll come later. Okay. The last question I had, just about again, I asked earlier about the page 59. So that under parks, page 59, where we're talking about the budget in 2022 was 873,000. We're going to 1.6 million, 85% increase. So $800,000 increase. Again, where's that $800,000 come from? That's a pretty big increase. Can you just go over that again one more time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, could you reference the number of the slide?
Yeah, it's on parks 2.2.740, page 59, and it's an 85.6% increase in that budget, the change, and which is significant. I'm just wondering if you could outline again where that change, where are those dollars?
Sorry, and that was parks operating.
Yeah, how do you account for that? 2.2.740 parks, 85.6% change.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I just found the slide here. So for the for that line there, the increase between salaries and benefits. So we did have an increase or a request to support one additional operator. We also had one additional operator for that budget line. We have 2 Lamont Sports Park student positions in there, and then also the expenses to material and supplies. One of the largest things in that was the turf maintenance contract for Lamont Sports Park as well. Is built into that budget.
Okay, that's about 300,000 or 400,000. It just seems like a large amount, right? That's all 800 grand increase to parks. Can I get a breakdown on that one from you? Maybe just send a note sometime on that. That's
absolutely. Yep.
Just where all those increases come from. The Coliseum 2.3.750, the $50,000 increase from last year to this year. Where does that $50,000 come from, Fries? What's the big change there? 2.3.750 Coliseum.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think a reallocation of budget for salaries and benefits between the Plex and the Coliseum of just where staff's times are spent.
Okay.
So, I'm going to take us through each of those subject areas here in a second. So let's just focus our questions right now on the Public Works presentation that the director just gave, and then I'll come back. We'll go through those. So if you have more questions on the sort of subject area, we'll hit them. And that way we can just kind of keep this organized, and Shrides will be able to keep up with her pages, so it'll be a little easier. Okay. Do you have further questions on the Public Works presentation, Vice Deputy Mayor?
No other questions.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Helpman.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'm just kind of following up on what Councillor Mayette said about the lights at Green and Gustavus. And you know, when pedestrians approach the light and they hit the button, if the light's already green and they hit the walk button, it doesn't produce a walk signal for them. and people wait. And I've seen it so many times that people wait, they look around, and then they'll start crossing because they haven't been given a walk signal, and they end up in the middle of the intersection on a yellow or a red. So that it seems like a simple fix for that, but I see it perplex a lot of people. Just thought I'd mention that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. We can look into that.
Thank you. Are there further questions on this Public Works piece? Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Kristen Schreider. With all the pricing going up and the inflation and so on, our water and sewer charges are basically user pay. Have we stayed up with the inflation and so on, or are we falling behind?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I think that the increases that you've seen this year, presented this year, are adequate, and that we can continue to monitor those and look at reviewing those in years to come, if not next year.
Okay. All right, if there's nothing further on the Public Works piece, then let's just make our way through each of those division sections. We can get specific questions if there are any on those. And then when we're finished that, we'll have lunch. So don't take too long. I'm getting hungry. All right. So the first one then is airport, is the airport. Questions on the airport? Don't see any. So harbor. Questions on the harbor, all right. Then we have the waterfront capital and operating there, including beach maintenance. Questions related to any of those pages? Councilor Halpin.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. When you look at the budget for beach maintenance and stuff like that, I have a request that some of the grooming would be more strategic rather than just broad, right? Just not be grading where we don't need to grade. And there's a lot of advantages to that. And one is it would also save money. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there is and maybe it's coming up in development services and the plan that we're going to be putting together around the Port Elgin main beach. That's in the development services budget. So we'll be seeing, there'll be a little bit more discussion in detail a bit later about our approach to that and our strategic approach. We'll get the deputy mayor and then Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a tiny step back for a second. In your key performance indicators list, I just wanted to applaud you for the inclusion of something related to beautification activities. I think if the town makes the town look good, that goes a long way at encouraging civic pride on private property too. So I'm glad to see. I don't know how you're going to do it, but it's good that it's there. Related to the waterfront, on the capital side, there's $150,000, $180,000, the new funding request. Is this the dollars that is related to reworking the north end of the harbor, or is this related to dealing with some issues connected to or opportunities connected with the CCV project? Like what's that large capital investment there all about?
Thank you for the question and through you. So the 180 is made up of a Port Elgin waterfront detailed design, which is in Mark's division. And that is for $120,000 in infrastructure and development. And then we have 50,000, which is allocated to the Gobles Grove walkway and water side of the Saugeen Beach Road development. And then $10,000 for the Moby mat installations.
So some of the lines then relate total figures that actually bring in items from other departments' budgets. Okay,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back, I think we skipped over parks.
Well, I wouldn't say we skipped over
Oh,
it,
okay.
but you're welcome to go back there.
Okay. So I just had a question. I know the Sharman Park step replacement is carrying forward from maybe 2 years ago. I'm not sure, 2021 maybe. And I've had a couple of questions from residents about what's happening there. They can see that there's some work going on there. Is that something, can you update us on the status of that project? Please?
For sure, and thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, we had two stair replacement projects. One in Port Elgin that connects the Port Elgin Tourist Camp to the fish hatchery area, or Port Elgin Main Beach on the south end, and then Sharman's Park as well. So in the fall, our public works crew did the removal of both of those sets of stairs. The company came in and did the concrete footings for them. A little bit of winter came. And then if you were to go down to the Port Elgin area, those stairs have been installed. I think the installation was complete about 2 weeks ago. And then weather permitting will be the ones in Southampton. So you should see those when weather permits.
Follow up, thank you. What kind of steps will there be there now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the stairs that are installed there now, or will be installed there, similar to the Port Elgin ones, are an aluminum and a steel stair. They have a great system that is favorable for pets and also bare feet, but it allows the runoff of water as well, non-slip surface.
Okay, and another follow-up, if I may. Will there be any landscaping improvements along the side or anything like that?
I can't, through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that right now, but let me circle back with staff and get back to you on that.
Further comments about beach maintenance? If not, we can go on to the tourist camps. The deputy mayor.
Thank you, and through you. I hope to receive some clarification. Tourist camps and harbor, there's reference to something about, let's see, how was it worded? The rate of cost recovery for both. That would be a performance measure that's going to be looked at. The harbor and the tourist camp, when they show up on capital, the dollars to pay for that appear to be coming from the future capitals reserve. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Future capital reserves, aren't those taxpayer funded reserves?
The director of corporate services.
The reserve. Yeah, yes.
We're being transported to the future here.
What?
A dystopian future.
My fault. Okay, that was my fault. I unmuted as well as turned on the video. So typically, yes, capital is taxpayer funded, but when we look at it in the complete picture, and if you look at that reserve example that I gave earlier in the presentation, and if you look at the tourist camp as that example, for that example, the tourist camp brings in over $800,000 of revenue, and that goes into the tax stabilization reserve. We make a transfer from tax stabilization into future capital reserve. And then there's a small amount of money that's being pulled out of capital. But when you look at those combined, we had just off the top of my head now was approximately $750,000 of still net revenue from the tourist camp, even though we were funding capital.
Well, through you, can you use the harbor as an example then? Because the harbor influx into the tax stabilization account is about $100,000. And here there's $550,000 of capital coming out of future capital reserve. So there's not a plus number still there. So does this fit into the cost recovery situation? If you could use that as an example.
Yeah, so
to
within
explain
the
to me.
1 year, it is in the negative. What we'd have to do is look at it more long-term And the other option that we have, and right now, we're just following the past practice of how it's done. We could approach this differently and not take money from those programs, the harbor and the tourist camp, and put it into tax stabilization as a starting point. We could leave it within the reserve, and then council each year could make a decision on how much money to draw out of reserve and put into towards reducing taxes. It would be a change in how we've done it in the past, though.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the deputy mayor.
Well, as somebody who was here in the past, the way it's being done now is a change from the past too. So, it just it used to show up as debt when there was an extension beyond. However, now it just sort of flows through, and I just wanted to make sure that, there is some delineation between reserve funds, because the harbor is supposed to be a self-supporting enterprise with very few exceptions. Thank you.
And we'll be looking at reserve policy as part of 2023. And I would be in support of going back to the way it was done back when in your prior term of council.
I think the way to look at these is perhaps not be going beyond the reserve policies. These are supposed to be, if you like, independent business operations that should be evaluated, that should be able to be evaluated on their own. So I think the way to look at it really is that the dollars generated for the tax levy from these operations are really dividends from that we as the owners of those operations receive from our companies that we own. And so we should structure our budgets going forward to isolate the harbor and the tourist camps as separate operations that annually pay a dividend to the taxpayer. And that way we will be able to evaluate. We need to be able to look at this. I think council needs to be able to look at these and evaluate how those operations are running. And to be able to evaluate what condition their capital is in, right? Like we have to know, are we investing enough of our profit back into these operations to sustain them? We have to evaluate them on their own. So I think, I'd agree with the deputy mayor that we need, I think in future years, and it's not just this budget, but I think all previous budgets too, we haven't done a good enough job of identifying these, separating out these operations and running them in a way that we need to run them to be revenue generating businesses for the municipality.
And we can support that dividend philosophy by just using a transfer from that reserve into the tax stabilization. So we can come back during the course of the year, report back on reserve policy. And as well, we can come up with a report that shows over the last number of years, what has been the overall inflows and outflows through those departments for those program areas.
Further comments about tourist camps? We have next have town facilities, capital and operating. Any questions about those? Don't see any, and so then we'd be on to the operations programs, which is kind of a nebulous one. So any questions on that? Yeah, the deputy mayor.
Are you at Coliseum and the community complex?
We can be. I just was going by community services operations programs, but if there's nothing there, then we can go on to the Coliseum and the complex. Questions on either of those facilities, the deputy mayor?
Okay, about town facilities. First of all, just a disappointment that there's not yet a plan in play to get a decent elevator into the Southampton Town Hall and proper bathrooms, public bathrooms in downtown Southampton. But related to the Coliseum and the complex, the community complex, the Plex, I'm not picking up this sense of a 12-month of the year ICE operation at the Plex. Forgive me if it's come off the table, but I thought that was something that was, so it would seem to me that if it's about to happen, that the expenses for operating would go up, but they don't appear to. Is it not happening this year, or is it something that I'm just missing? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So staff, our recreation manager, Lisa Billing, her and I have chatted about this. We'll be bringing forward a report this quarter to council on 12-month ICE. Any financial implication for that is not included in this budget. Since that was passed, it's been a few years, and so we just wanted to recircle back with some fresh numbers and an option for council for consideration for it.
Okay, anything else on Flex or Coliseum? Don't see, oh, sorry, the Vice Deputy Mayor,
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question about 12-month ice, but it's been answered. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In the Plex budget strides, I'm just seeing like the salaries and benefits dropping by 65 grand. Is that a case of wage reallocation again?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Why don't we move on then to the pool? Any questions about the pool? I guess I might ask a question about the pool. Hopefully in 18 months, we'll close it. And so I wonder I mean, we need to be doing some planning. I don't quite pick it up in the business plan. Maybe I missed it about work to happen starting in 2023 about on that subject about how to transition that facility into something else. What is the plan on that front?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. We will be looking and starting those discussions in 2023 for that facility.
Okay, I said 18 months. I'm hurrying you. It's probably more like 24 months, but anyway. Okay, Councillor Helpman.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, just a comment on what that space, the old Centennial Pool, could be used for. I know from experience that our high school is in desperate need of another gym because the current gym was just enough to serve the high school, and they added the grades 7 and 8s to it. And I know those students are spending a disproportionate amount of time doing seat work because of lack of gym space. So that would be a really good use for that, an additional gym for SDSS. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the key thing is, maybe Bud, you can help reach out to folks at the Blue Water District School Board and get them to engage us on their plans for a new school space in Saugeen Shores. I think because all of these elements could work into discussions around that. So it sounds like we're going to be working on that in 2023, and hopefully they'll be working with us. Anything further on that? If not, then we can go to libraries and Jeepers, there were some more questions. Mike, did you have another question?
Just a quick question. I just want to support Councillor Helpman. It's been on my list too. I've spoke to staff about this in the past, about the need for an additional gymnasium in this community. And I think that pool space would be an ideal spot. So for a gymnasium. So I would hope that those meetings will take place with the school board soon, and I'm sure that's on your radar, as you mentioned. So I just want to support Councillor Helpman with what he's suggesting. I think it's a real good solution.
Okay. Then we will move on to the libraries. Any questions about the libraries? Operations? Don't see any. So we have wastewater capital and operating. Questions on wastewater capital and operating? Don't see any. Water capital and operating. I've covered that pretty well in the director's report. Nope. Okay. And then we're on to we will take garbage collection, landfill, capital operating, and garbage recycling all together. Any questions about those 4 areas there? I guess I might just ask at this point to the director or other members of staff who might be able to answer. On the recycling front and even on the landfill front, there's a big transition happening at the moment across Ontario with producer pay and likely a change in how these things are funded. And it's approaching relatively quickly. I mean, it'll be this term of council where that transition will happen, end of 2025. And I so wonder what work are we doing now to prepare the town for that eventuality?
Thank you for the question. It definitely is on our radar. I think Saugeen Shores year for that program is in 2025. So as you said, it's right around the corner. So we're starting to get some background information on that, have some conversations with our current provider as well, and then what the impact is for the municipality. So you'll be seeing staff reports coming forward to council on that.
Okay, and I suppose, and we're also working or planning to work this year with the county of Bruce. I mean, the county's working on its waste master plan. And I'm anticipating that organics diversion is going to be a big part of that discussion. And so hopefully the town, I know there's a great deal of interest among our residents and certainly probably among members of council to explore that. So I'm assuming that's on your radar and that you have the staff resources to participate in that as well.
Thank you for the question. And I've sat on the first preliminary meeting with the county and other surrounding Bruce County municipalities. So yep, we're sitting on that at that table.
So the deputy mayor.
Thank you. And through you, is that the same as the food recycling? That's something else later on. Okay. Just for the public's interest in my own, this does not presuppose any increase in bag tags. Thank you.
The answer to that was no, just so we're clear. And in case anybody's listening. All right, any further questions on any of those recycling or landfill or garbage issues? Don't see any, so we'll go on then to the cemetery operating capital. Any questions there? Cemeteries. We're working hard on that because we know the deputy mayor is looking forward to moving in. We'll look at the, aren't we all? And then we'll move on to roads, administration, maintenance, winter control. Any questions there? The deputy mayor.
It's a technical question, so maybe this will be I'll run into Pete out on the road and ask him. The last couple of days, there's been a lot of questions about salt on the road, and I think, it's interesting that there were some of the comments that came my way suggested that, oh, maybe it's a cost issue. And then I thought, well, we haven't really had a whole lot of snow removal this year, so I don't know if the costs are high, but it had to do with salt versus sand and the positioning of that on the road. So I'm not expecting you to answer right now, but I think it would be a useful, very short little blip, perhaps as a town release about, why sand just goes down the middle of a road, or, why only half a road gets salted. Because there were a few questions over the weekend about that. And, I didn't notice the roads being slick at all. I think they were well taken care of, but it was just concern about, why it was a certain way. Thank you.
Maybe if I could, Mr. Mayor, through you. So thank you for that. And as always, if there's any concerns out there with any maintenance that we have or safety issues, is to contact the town office. And we can provide an update or get crews out there and dispatched when required. But we do use a salt and sand mix. You're right, I don't have the exact ratio and that, but I also know that our trucks have equipment that applies a certain distribution as well. And we meet that minimum maintenance standard, if not go above, within Saugeen Shores. But if there are any questions regarding that, just to reach out to us.
Okay, further questions on the roads items? Oh yeah, Councillor Help.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just wondering about, has there been thought to expanding the amount of sidewalks that we maintain? As people look it to be like, I know this isn't really bike, but to be a more like active transportation, cleared sidewalks would really contribute to that as well. So that's my thought, my comment. Is there thought to clearing more sidewalks, and especially around our public schools? Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, through our transportation master plan is that we identified, all of the area or all of the sidewalks that we have in Saugeen Shores. We did priority 1, 2, and 3 with those. Obviously, number 1 would be in our downtown areas and around our school zones as well. So those are our first priority sidewalks when snow hits. Generally, what we do is we collect requests for additional sidewalks. So we have 3 sidewalk plow units in Port Elgin and 1 in Southampton, and they range, the typical standard is about 10 kilometers per route. Right now, I think all 4 of ours are just over the 12 kilometer. So we're stretched pretty thin on those areas. We continue to receive new requests for additional sidewalks to be maintained. So you'll see in 2022 budget, there was a request for capital for a new piece of equipment. And this year we're asking for the staff person to run that piece of equipment. So you'll see, another 10 kilometers in the Port Elgin area added to that complement. And as we get more, we're having a lot in Southampton right now. So next year in the capital budget is that you may see, because it comes at a cost with operation and capital. So the cost for a new equipment and then a staff person to operate that unit.
Well, thank you. That's good news. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a follow-up to Councillor Halpin's question, because I think all of us get lots of questions about this. Kristen, could you also just explain how much it costs every time we take on another 10 to 12 kilometers? Because, I've explained this too in terms of not just the equipment, but the operating cost and how much that would add to the tax levy.
Sure. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the capital cost for a sidewalk unit could range right now between $190,000 to $210,000 just for a capital purchase. And then there's ongoing annual maintenance to maintain that one piece of fleet. So we're adding to our fleet as well. And then as you can see, our request for an operator 3 or an operator 1, ranges between $80,000 to $84,000 per year. Thank you.
Okay, further questions about that? It's a great example of where growth helps us to provide improved service to existing neighborhoods. It's because of development charges generated through growth that we can buy those new machines, and those machines not only serve the new neighborhoods, but they also clear additional sidewalk in existing neighborhoods. Wellington Street and right here in Port Elgin, just next to us here, was a prime example of that a few years ago. So as long as we keep growing, that helps. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And further to what Councillors Halpin and Grace said, we've done such an amazing job at encouraging people to use the trail between Southampton and Port Elgin. I can attest to the fact that it is extremely well used in the winter, and it's not plowed either. And it's not a sidewalk per se. It would be interesting to get a sense of how difficult or how possible it is to do a little bit of shifting the bank back a bit on one side or both sides of a stretch of that, because it's very well used in the winter. Thank you.
Okay. Why don't we move on then to fleet? Any questions on fleet? I note that we have a 987,000 reserve transfer, but the fleet reserve is projected to still be drawn into a $1.3 million deficit at the end of 2023. And I just wonder, I understand fleet is sort of a long-term, it's a multi-year thing. So you're doing a transfer and buying a lot one year, maybe and less in another year. That's my overall question is, are we confident that our reserve transfers in fleet are enough to fund that over the long term?
At the moment, it's part of it is we're catching up because we haven't invested in the past. And to the question, are we investing enough? And the answer to that is, as we do our asset management plan and go through the details, we'll be coming back to council with more information on whether there's enough there in the long term or not.
Okay, are there further questions on the fleet? I don't see any. Oh, sorry, Councilor Dwinsky.
Again, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I don't know if this is the spot to do it, but if we're talking about fleet and purchasing new vehicles, it's a comment more than anything. Can we make an attempt to purchase locally? Because we always seem to go out of town. Now, it might be a better deal, but try to purchase locally. And are we now looking at electric vehicles, even with fleet? Could I get an answer to that? Thank you.
I'll turn that to the Director of Development Services.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll defer to purchasing staff. I need to be corrected, but I believe the answer to the local versus not local is that the purchasing legislation that we operate under requires us to not restrict our fleet purchases to local suppliers. And certainly the challenges with supply chain are probably, that's probably a practical reality as well. And in terms of the type of vehicles, our current purchasing policy and our current fleet policy is really about value to the taxpayer. As part of that purchase, we aren't precluding in our current purchases, we're not precluding electrical or hybrid vehicles, but we're also not requiring them. That's the status quo in terms of the approach, but that can be that discussion and conversation can be advanced through council through another process. But that's where we are now. We're following the legislation in terms of our purchasing policy, and we are purchasing to get the best value for the taxpayer.
We're helping.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just with the fleet purchasing going forward, electric is a good idea, but also there's been some real gains made in mileage savings on pickup trucks and, pickup trucks with 4-cylinder engines and things like that, because lots of times the pickup trucks are more or less just used as a car. Like a lot of them aren't pulling heavy loads or need to be a full size, a big truck like that. So I would encourage for long-term savings to really be considering gas mileage when we select our vehicles and not having trucks that are greatly overrated in their weight and capability for the tasks that they're used for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we move on then to traffic control and streetlights? Any comments, questions on traffic control and streetlights? Don't see any there. So the last one then is storm sewer. Any questions about the storm sewers? Come on now, it must be a question about the storm sewers. That's the best part of the budget, guy. All right, well, it doesn't seem like anything there. Everybody went to sleep on storm sewers. All right, well, that's the end of community services and operations. Thank you to the director and her staff. That's a big one, and thanks for taking us through it. So we will break now for lunch. And how long should we take? Reconvene at 1:30? All right, we will reconvene at 1:30. Okay, we're gonna start to bring this back together. We're just gonna get the live stream going here and then we will be cooking. I see, yeah, we got Mike back. Okay, here we go. So we're on to 4.4 fire services and we will turn it over to the fire chief.
I don't know what to do here. I'm in between glasses and the. There, I'm gonna try it without it, because I'm gonna end up making myself sick. Thank you, your worship, and first of all, I'd like to say that I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of Deputy Chief Atkinson and the station chiefs of Station 50 and Station 60, Brian Johnson and Jeff Ackert, along with a bunch of firefighters that certainly helped me put this together. I've been here for over 6 months now, so their contributions and listening to what they believe their needs are, et cetera, was a really big help. So I just wanted to lead with that. Saugeen Shores Fire Services is responsible for protecting the people and property of the community. And we're doing that by implementing the Ontario Fire Marshal's 3 pillars of fire prevention. It is what everything's based on. The first pillar that needs to be met is public education. And truly in the FPPA, the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, it speaks to, a municipality doesn't require a fire department, doesn't require a fire chief if it doesn't have a fire department, but it requires a public educator. So it is the number one on the list is public education and getting the message out to individuals, our residents, our staff, our visitors, that speaks to not only fire prevention, but speaks to emergency management and what to do in the event of emergency. So very important. The next piece, maybe not so nice when it comes to the public education piece or fire prevention piece, sorry, is the fire prevention division. And due to the reorganization and council's grace, we were able to hire a fire prevention officer full-time. And that is the teeth or the stick of the FPPA and the fire code. Allows us to not only educate our residents and our businesses, but gives us the ability to issue orders. And then if those aren't able to, gives us the ability to enforce. And lastly, and I know our suppression folks, and it's a large investment, wouldn't want to hear it, but truly, if we've done our job right on the first 2 pillars, the theory is we don't require our suppression folks to go out. And they're an expensive piece of the puzzle, much needed, but we want natural disasters, lightning, squirrels, that type of thing to cause our fires, and not people leaving French fries on at 2 a.m. after being at the bar. So if we can deal with the other 2 pillars, it puts us in a pretty good spot. Next slide, please. So the focus that you're going to see in our asks and our plan moving forward and our KPIs is going to relate to those 3 pillars. So service excellence, ensure that we have alignment levels to the community needs. This is a big portion of this is making sure that our regulatory bylaw is in place. I will be bringing regulatory bylaw recommendations to council in April. And that bylaw sets the service level of what the fire department is going to do and emergency services are going to do within the community. So keep your eyes open for that document. It will be very important. Hopefully it drives some discussion. Administer and enforce inspection and compliance initiatives. In operational effectiveness will maintain efficient and effective operations, and truly one of the highest priorities, ensure firefighter health and safety. And you'll see a lot of asks in our capital budget that equate to that. Communication and engagement. Within the FPPA and the fire code, it speaks very eloquently to the amount of time we have to address complaints, et cetera, et cetera. And council has given us the resources to be able to address those in a very expedient manner. So we're very pleased about that. Increased public outreach to promote not only fire education initiatives like smoke alarm program, but community emergency plan also. I came from a municipality similar to this one, and there was a lot of natural emergencies, and our communications is so important to getting that messaging out so people understand what emergency services capabilities are, especially at time of great need. So we really do need to up our game when it comes to that messaging and engage in ongoing relationship building with our other partners, whether it be municipalities, county, Ontario, even federal partners, to make sure that we can deliver services not only within, but help others that may require help. Next slide, please. So our core customers, as you can imagine, is the recruits, residents. I'm in between glasses, you can tell, staff, businesses, volunteers, surrounding municipalities and the province. I sort of have three bosses in my world. I have mayor and council, I have the CAO, and I also have the Ontario Fire Marshal, and I answer to each one of them in some form or manner. So that's why the province is under the core customers. Under stakeholders, residents, staff, council, business community, development, industry, etc., business improvement areas. There's a lot of interjection fire and emergency services, and so I'm very pleased that we have such an engaged community and engaged council, and it's really been helpful in helping develop our plans moving forward. We have 4 permanent full-time staff now. We have a deputy chief and a fire prevention officer and a customer service coordinator, and those 3 together were able to pull on the rope at the same time, going in the same direction, and we're making amazing headway when it comes to emergency services. Next slide, please. So this is the way it's set out, and I've spoke to this with our 50 services volunteers, fire services underneath with 50 individuals. I will be asking to up that a little bit, but not on the suppression side, so we'll talk about that. We're just in the middle of recruiting. We had an amazing recruit program, thanks to human resources for that. In their assistance, we were able to entice 62 individuals to respond, and we shortlisted that, and we'll be interviewing 27 this Thursday and doing physical ability tests this Saturday. Recruit training will start in the end of February. Next slide, please. Glasses on. So council has already approved a comprehensive risk assessment, the simplified community risk assessment that the province has mandated that be completed by the end of 2025. We needed to do that ahead to be able to deal with the master plan. So I have a contract position where Brian Johnson is doing a community risk assessment, and we will bring a community risk assessment report to council in early July. He is to have it complete by the end of June. I already spoke to the regulatory bylaw, and you'll see a report making recommendations in April, and out of that, we'll understand the level in which we need to supply services to our community and be able to focus more on maybe a simpler approach rather than a all-in comprehensive approach that we presently have. And then you've seen a report from me already in October, I believe, where I spoke about our water rescue services and what is able, and you'll see more about that in the report.
but that comes in April, and council can make a decision on at which level do we invest in our water rescue services. Next slide, please. Both these slides, you're looking at 22,000, sorry, both these initiatives equal about 22,000, but they equal the same thing. The province of Ontario through the Ontario Fire Marshal has dictated that all firefighters, no matter if they're career or volunteer, must be certified in whatever they touch in the fire service. So there's a couple things that we're going to have to do to meet that requirement. One of them is the province has to decide on what level services are we allowed to do. And the other part is that historically, this department has trained approximately 20 times a year. If you take 2 times a month, times 12 months, and they didn't train in December or July. And if we have to be certified and have to be competent, then there's going to have to be an increase. So that increase is going to equate to more funds required to pay for that. And that is what that equates to, the 22,000. Whether we get there right off the hop, probably not. There's still some things to do, like the province has to define some of the technical rescue skills that they're demanding, things like high angle rescue, all the rope rescues, water rescue, ice rescue, swift water rescue, boat rescue. I could go on and on, right? So that's what I'm talking about, getting a simplified approach. But the large picture is we're going to need to train more to be able to meet the requirements. Next slide. So I already spoke a little bit about the fire rescue. The fire services was broken into 2 divisions. It's the fire rescue and the emergency management piece. So the fire rescue, we did 290 calls last year. The majority of those calls were alarm activations, carbon monoxide, a small portion were car accidents, and of the 290 calls, approximately 50 calls were medical calls. So as our community grows and the demands on our medical services increase, there will be a look at how we deliver medical services as a fire department, how we can assist our EMS brothers and sisters in that. But that is something that is driven by a decision of council. So you will see a report from me probably in June or July that speaks to the level of medicals that we do. As you can see, there's some things that govern our work that were highly legislated, as some of us are. The FPPA, the fire code, the regulatory bylaw, the Ontario Health and Safety Act, Section 21 guidance notes. If you think about the big picture when it comes to the fire service, running into a burning building is probably not a very safe act, right? So in the Ontario Health and Safety Act, it says that firefighters are not allowed to refuse work because their work is inherently dangerous. But to make sure that that gets covered, they have Section 21 guidance notes that speaks to very specific categories like PPE, SCBA, training, et cetera, that speak to things that the Act wouldn't normally speak to. So we follow an entire line of the Section 21 guidance notes, and that's what that means in the slide. Next slide, please. So some of our division highlights for the year and is the public education program that I was talking about. If you think back to the 3 pillars, we certainly have a fire prevention group that share in public education. We have volunteer suppression individuals that share in our public education piece, but truly to drive a smoke alarm program, schools, et cetera, without putting more demands on our suppression volunteers, I think that the best way to do this, and I have experience with this, is to create a public education group within the fire department. This is self-funded. This won't be coming out of taxation money. It'll be coming out of Bruce Power grant money that we're receiving. It meets the agreement of the Bruce Power where public education is a large portion of this. So this will allow us to get boots on the ground and be out in the public, door-to-door campaigns, et cetera, on speaking to emergency management and fire prevention. The next one is Firefighters Awards Night, and this was planned every 5 years. So in the province of Ontario and also the country, there's awards for firefighters for years of service. The province has a 20-year medal, and the country, the feds, have a 25-year medal. We haven't had one of these in 7 years, basically due to COVID. So I've budgeted for that. We have several retired firefighters that have left us that have not been awarded this yet. And I think this would be a very good process. And then future planning will show a budgetary year over year to pay for it in every 5 years. But this is my catch-up ask for that. We have a relatively large number in alternate emergency operations center. The one that was originally identified on 6th concession, in my mind, didn't quite meet the requirements that we would be setting out in the event that we had to use it. One of it is it's closer to a nuclear reactor than the one that was our the one that is our primary site where we are right now. So we moved it farther away, and I thought we need more space considering the new model that we're using, the incident management system. So the Chantry Senior Center is an awesome site, but it needs some loving when it comes to auxiliary power, communications, et cetera. And so that's in there for that. Next slide, please. This next slide, or sorry, next ask, where it's bunker gear extractors. And then if you skip one, it's fire station exhaust extractors. And then the bunker gear replacement program. Those are all health and safety initiatives. Firefighters work under a WSIB legislation that speaks to presumptive legislation, which means that based on the products of combustion that they are exposed to, they have it is presumed, that's where presumptive comes from, that if they get cancer, there's going to be a list of cancers that they're going to get. It also says that if they happen to fall to PTSD, that is part of the game. So under presumptive legislation, it's presumed that if they get anything on that list, they're automatically covered with benefits, et cetera, to take care of that. So that sounds awesome, but that also comes with a responsibility that we take care of their health, because the Ministry of Labor is going to make sure we do our job. Presently, we have a single set of bunker gear per person, and we have no washing machines, and our bunker gear is exposed to diesel exhaust within the building. So one day I'll be asking for maybe something different, but at the present time, we need to address that. Not only do we need to address it as part of a health and safety initiative, but we also need to address it in every time we go to a structure fire. So we had the one this week. Every firefighter's bunker gear has to be sent away to get washed. And there's a hesitancy, and you can understand that, from our firefighters to send it away because they're no longer in service. So we've been using bunker gear that is outdated. The NFPA says that we can only have bunker gear for 10 years. We're using outdated gear when we do send gear out on shifts to maintain service levels. In my mind, that's unacceptable. So I've asked that we have a plan where we add 10 sets of bunker gear every year for 10 years. In about 3 years' time, that'll give us enough for 2 sets of bunker gear for everybody, and then we're in rotation. In the meantime, our gear probably should stay here rather than sending it out. An extractor is putting a heavy-duty NFPA-approved washing machine for bunker gear in each station. So they have the ability to wash their gear and then wear their gear immediately. So they're in service and we're dealing with the decontamination of our gear rather than sending it out. And the last piece is the exhaust extractors. These are point of contact hoses on a line that as the truck drives out running, they come off a magnetic disconnect. That way the trucks, when they're inside, none of their bunker gear is exposed to the products of combustion of diesel fumes. So we don't have an inhalation hazard that way. So those 3 projects you see there are very specific to presumptive legislation and the health and safety of firefighters. The last one I have, the second line down, is a fire training center, planning and engineering. And I was talking to the deputy mayor about this just recently, but we have very good resources just to the south of us at Bruce Power. And they have a state-of-the-art, world-class training center. The only problem is it's within a fence line of nuclear reactors, which comes with a couple issues. One, if I take a fire department there to train, we no longer have a fire department here to take care of who we are. It doesn't mean that we can't shift, we can't use mutual aid to protect us, et cetera. However, there is some ramifications with using Bruce Power, and timing is one of them. So for us to have a facility where we can engage in burning, training on a regular basis, 2 or 3 times a month, rather than the way it is now, we would be in much better shape. I also have a plan moving forward of helping our mutual aid partners through the Ontario Fire College and the Regional Training Center in Walkerton in a methodology where maybe we can help in some of the training initiatives. So that's what that piece is. Next one. Emergency preparedness, another hat that I wear and we must wear is that we have emergency planning and we ran a significant exercise this year and changed the entire method in which we do what we do. You'll see in the update that is going to go to council that we've been recommended for compliance. So I'm very excited about that. But we run under a different game. When it comes to emergency preparedness, it's under the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. And we are part of the PNERP, the Provincial Nuclear Emergency Response Plan. So we have some emergency planning has some very significant roles province-wide when it comes to the Ontario Emergency Management Civil Protection Act, but specific to us because Saugeen Shores is written into the PNERP. We have a lot that we're responsible for and expected to do. So we're going to see a lot of focus that in the next year or so to come. Next slide, please. Some of our key performance indicators. In most cases, when it comes to anything that has to do with fire, you want to see trends down. We don't want to see trends up. So we are gathering data as we speak, and we're lucky enough in fire that data is part of what we do. But to share that data with council through KPIs and dashboards is very exciting for us. But you know, we should see numbers like public education events, smoke alarm program, house visits. We should see them rise. We should see fires, although fires are not a large issue in Saugeen Shores, we should see them go down. But as our community grows, we're going to see our call volume go up. And how we manage that to maintain our firefighters and wanting to join and retain them, that will be the task that we do going forward on how we do that. Next slide, please. this is communications and engagement, and again, it speaks to who's asking for our help, you know, number of events that we're doing. Are we helping other municipalities? What does that look like in mutual aid, et cetera? So again, more KPI data. Next slide. This is our capital budget summary. I wasn't here last year, so evidently they didn't ask for very much money. That 40,000 was for an air compressor in Southampton for the SCBA bottles. The other one gave up the ghost. You'll be pleased to know that it's installed and working well. We're expecting the air sample data today to make sure it's good to put air in those bottles, and then they'll be good to go. So that was the 40,000. The rest, I've explained to you what I'm asking the money for. The initiatives are basically health and safety training. Next. The operating budget is reflecting the ask for, if we were able to control it inside, we tried not to increase any of our line items over what we did last year. If it was outside beyond our control, things like oil and gas, those type of things, we certainly have increases on them. The biggest hitter here that you're going to see for our operational budget increase is the individuals that I asked for when it came to the public education group and the additional training. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So we have fire capital, fire operating, emergency operation, planning capital, emergency operation, planning operating. So questions from members, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the presentation. I always love talking about the fire department. I had a question and then two encouragements. The fire department used to be involved in distributing defibrillators around the community, and there's quite a few more, just even over the last little while. Is that still a program that you're involved with? Would that fit into the public education stream?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. The answer is yes, we're still taking care of the DFID program. It is getting a little onerous as it grows. I have asked Deputy Atkinson to look at that. And I'm not saying that we move away from that. Matter of fact, we need to embrace it. I just need to understand the funding, how we're going to fund it, and who's going to take care of it. So certainly it could be part of the public education program, but I'll allow Deputy Atkinson to let me know how that's going to look.
Okay, thank you. And my two comments are the training center idea is a great opportunity for here. We're a leader in Bruce County, so we can be a leader in fire training too. And I always appreciate seeing budget items that create opportunities to fund bunker gear. Somebody said to me once that, oh, well, we need to do that so that they can fight fires properly. No, we need to do that so that they can get home properly. Bunker gear is not about getting in, it's about getting out. So I very much applaud the initiative to get 2 sets. And many years ago, when I went to the conference, I was talking with you about the fire chiefs conference. I stood in front of those washing machines and wondered why we didn't have one here. So it would be great to get 2 here. Because they work wonderfully well, and it's just, you're right, you put it in, you pull it out, you can wear it almost instantly. It's incredible. Thank you.
You, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ed, for a great report. My question's about the alternate emergency operations center. I'm assuming this is contingency plan for the need. Is the first choice the Plex?
That is correct. Our primary listed with the provinces of the Plex, but we must have an alternate in case something happened to this. So the alternate is listed as the Chantry Senior Center.
Follow up. So the amount of, does that 100,000 is, what kinds of things are you spending? I know you said a new generator, but how much, what's the extent of the repairs or renovations that would need to be done?
The largest piece of it, through you, your worship, the largest piece of it is going to be the generator. It took a little while for us to research the amount of power that was required to back up, but it was much larger than we anticipated because there's a geothermal unit there that demands a lot of power in its backup. So it's a large unit. I did meet with our manager of IT there with the president of the Chantry Seniors, and they went through their rudimentary communication system, et cetera. So we would be an upgrade there. And then they have spoken to that they've been having trouble electrically. We don't know what that looks like yet. So once we're able to look at the whole picture, other than that, there's an elevator there, there's a kitchen there, the bathroom facilities are really good, et cetera. Most of it is communications and backup power. That's the long and the short of it.
Okay, thank you.
The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for your report, and I'll most certainly be supporting your capital requests. I've always said that we've probably got one of the best valued volunteer firefighter groups in all of Ontario, and take a look at a $1.1 million budget and look to the east where Owen Sound's got a $3-4 million budget for firefighting. We're pretty blessed here to have an amazing volunteer fire service and full-time employees that we have. So thank you for your great work, and please pass on my personal thanks for all the great work the volunteer firefighters do, Chief. They truly remarkable. I just wondering, a couple of questions I had. You talked about 52 individuals responded, 27 will be interviewed. How many are you looking for again? How many new volunteer firefighters are you looking for?
Our initial number is 10.
10.
We do have a couple possible pending retirements. Not that we're trying to force them out the door, but if we're going to have a recruit class, it may go as high as 12 while we try to replace them, but we're not sure yet.
I don't really have this number at your fingertips or not, but as far as retention rate, we have pretty high success rate with retention. I'm not talking about it through attrition, but just where it's not the right fit for a volunteer firefighter. But we have about 55 volunteer firefighters. Our retention rate is it pretty high, Chief? Like we don't tend to lose a lot of firefighters just from a lack of fit.
Through your Mr. Mayor, it's a good question, and retention historically here has been very good. The Saugeen Shores Fire Department won an award for retention. The issue is going to be the demands that the province make on our firefighters. That's truly to stay at a level of competency with the level of training they have to do, et cetera. It's going to make it more and more difficult for us to see the firefighters that have been here 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. I think right now our retention is very good, but I certainly, if I had a crystal ball, I think that the average firefighter we're going to be looking at is probably, if we were to receive 6 or 7 years of service from them, that would be a large commitment.
Gotcha. My final comment, I just, with how are we doing in terms of benchmarking around what we reimburse for a call out for a volunteer firefighter? I don't know, is it $40 or $50, $60? I can't remember the number. And are they paid mileage? And how are we doing, comparably, Saugeen Shores to other municipalities with volunteer firefighters? How do we stack up, Chief, with how we're compensating our firefighters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a good question. The deputy last week attended an employee relations seminar put on by the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs in Toronto. it's a 2-day seminar, but it's a really good one and it allows us to benchmark where we're at. I would say that we are near the top of the range when it comes to what we pay for response. And I'd say that we're probably middle, low for where we are with training. So I do have a human resources plan for the volunteers that will go. And the plan over the next year or two will see us being able to equalize what we pay a firefighter for both training and for response. And then that should put us near the top provincially of our numbers. I hope
Okay.
that answers your question.
No, thanks, Chief. What is that hourly rate again? Is it per call out? Is it number of hours? Is it an hourly rate? What's the rate again?
It's 36 and change per hour right now. It's not points, it's an hourly rate.
Are they paid mileage to and from?
If they don't use, they're not paid mileage to and from their homes. They certainly are paid mileage if they go to training at another municipality or et cetera. If we can't supply them with a corporate vehicle, then we certainly pay them mileage for their training or going to mutual aid nights or outdoor or like outside training of the municipality.
Gotcha. Well, Mr. Mayor, I just want to finish by saying it's great value. I mean, when you talk about 1.1 million and fire away $3-4 million budget, our volunteer firefighters here just do an amazing job. And thank you again, Chief, and pass on my thanks for the great work they do.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions? Council Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Ed, for the presentation. Couple of questions. With your recruitment, you get 62 applications for vacancies. How is it you're able to attract people like that? Because we can't get people to apply for a snowplow driver, or many other businesses in town can't get people to apply for their jobs.
It's a secret.
Oh, it's a secret.
Through your Mr. Mayor, it's a great question. Part of it is word of mouth, right? I can't tell you the number of recruit classes that I've held where maybe morale in the department was low or a belief in a system was low. And I would have to hold 2 recruit classes a year where there was 4 people per class. So word of mouth is very important. If the people internally are happy, then they tell the people externally. That really helps. It also really helps that we are where we are. And to become an employee of Bruce Power as a firefighter, you need to be the member of a municipal fire department. That helps, right? Not everybody that applied. There's a lot of individuals that have applied that already working at Bruce Power. So that isn't the whole picture. I'm trying to paint the whole thing to you.
Right.
There are a lot of professionals here who really do want to give back to the community. And we're talking about what the hourly rate wage is. I bet you a majority of those that applied have no idea that they get paid at all, right? So some of them are in a position where they can give the time or want to give the time. So I think it's a multifaceted. I just listened to my colleague from Blue Mountain stand in front of his council, and he's in the position of he has to say we can't get anybody to join our fire department. So I don't know, when I say it's a secret, I can't give you all the answers, but I certainly can tell you that morale is high, the belief in the community is high, and we have individuals here that do want to help. And all of that has come together in such a large want to join the department.
That's a good answer. And that you kind of led into my next question, which is, if you do hire people to be volunteer firefighters who are already fully trained emergency responders at Bruce Power, do you get to capitalize on the fact that they are fully trained already and they get regular training all the time at work?
Through your worship, again, it's not all not everything's always black and white, but yes, they're highly trained. but they're not trained to the NFPA standard. So they're trained as industrial firefighters. They're not trained as municipal firefighters. Yes, they have, you know, all the skill sets, et cetera. They still go through recruit. Most of them have the NFPA firefighter 1, firefighter 2 designation that they're supposed to have. But we do put them through our recruit training to get them there. It certainly helps that they're part of a you know, a firefighting family, if you want to look at it that way, but they don't quite fit what our big picture is.
Okay, and you have 22,000 listed for increased training for 2023. Presumably that does not cover the wages.
That is for the wages.
That is the wages. Oh,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah, the
All right.
majority of that is wages. We have all of the props, everything we would require. We're just going to have to up the frequency in which they train to be able to cover all the things that they need to train to.
It seems like with 290 calls a year and up to 2 training events per month, that this is a relatively significant burden on an individual's time. I haven't been involved in too many call outs for emergency services, but there was one that I was involved in where I came across somebody on one of the hiking trails out in the country a little bit who was injured. And so we called 911 and you know, we needed an ambulance. She had turns out a broken hip, this person. And like there was 3 fire trucks showed up and 16 firefighters and an ambulance and the police department. Is there any way to do a tiered response to what the call out is for, or does it just go out as a blanket all the time? Because I know some of those individuals that showed up, I mean, they were obviously happy to be able to get called out because that's what, you know, they trained to do, but they were kind of disappointed that, well, we bunkered up and started up the trucks and rolled out here, and really all we needed was a stretcher and a gurney and an ambulance, right?
Thank you for your question, through your worship. The volunteer fire service is based on numbers, and that the volunteers themselves have lives. So the 25 firefighters per station, some days, no matter the call, we get them all. And some days we get 2, right? So it just depends on what their kids are doing, if they're on vacation, illnesses, it goes through the entire gambit. And it's a bit of we are focusing on right now, Owen Sound Dispatch, no matter the call, dispatches the station. So there is no idea really of, other than say a medical call, they would dispatch the station to go. We're moving to a run card system where if it's a medical call, only a single truck will be asked to respond, the truck that has all the medical stuff on it. That will start to help us understand, you know, what we need to send to calls, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll be able to roll a truck with 3 or 4 on it for a call like that, instead of rolling everything I got to a call like that.
Right,
And that'll fit into that.
That's what I was looking to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've had several meetings with Owen Sound about run cards and how that works. We're working together on a pilot project because there's no one else in the municipality, in the county that does that, but that's what we're working on now.
All right. And just one final question with regards to the Chantry Center. 100K is not small change for upgrading the Chantry Center. Is it the only justification that you need to move it is that it's on the other side towards the nuclear reactor than the one that's at the 6th concession?
No, thank you, Counselor. I might have said that a little facetiously, but the long and the short of it is that I need space to deal with. If we had a full of activation of our incident management system, we could have upwards of 35 people dealing with that incident. So space is a big issue, and the space there is outstanding, and it has all the amenities, if you want to call them that, washrooms, et cetera, to be able to help with that. The other thing it does for us, we're in a unique position where it's 2 different power grids. And I separated them so that I had an opportunity where maybe one might have been offline, but the other one might be online without worrying about generation. So it had a lot of upside. to why we would want to move it. And the town yard, the room there that we could have used would have required more than this to do.
All right. Now, you do know that the town yard and concession 6 is a different power grid than here.
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what you're referring to.
yeah,
Okay.
but I was looking for a spot other than that,
Yeah,
right?
right.
I didn't, it didn't, to me, to put 35 people in there with no plugs, right? There's no, if you went to look in the room there, we would be under duress if we were to use it.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, are there further questions on fire? I think it's a good opportunity too with making these upgrades to the senior center to accommodate the alternate EOC, to make some improvements for the senior center too, right? I mean, it's a great secondary benefit, right? The senior center can benefit by having those better communications and some of the other upgrades and backup generation. So I think that's a nice benefit. And I would say too that when we're talking about recruitment and the success that the chiefs had at this latest recruitment, a lot of that comes down to decisions made around this table, right? And the decisions we make here to fund training and to fund safety, this bunker gear and all the other elements, I think that as I think maybe the vice deputy mayor noted, I mean, these are pretty low cost investments, frankly, on the scale of things for us to make, but it has a huge benefit, a huge impact to demonstrate to our volunteer firefighters that we do value their safety and we want them to be well trained. And it's the right signal for us to send, and they're the right kind of investments for us to make. So I really appreciate the work that the chief has done in the last 6 months. I can't believe it's already been 6 months. But in the last 6 months to sort of work on upping our game, as you said, on some of these fronts, because we absolutely want our volunteer fire department to be the best equipped fire department anywhere, bar none. And so anything we can do to make sure that happens, I know this council will want to do. So thanks very much for your presentation. And we will now move on to development services and the director.
Making sure this is carrying well. Good. So the Development Services Department has, if we can go to the next slide, has 4 main areas where we have priorities and objectives in the business plan. And similar to Fire Chief, I'm also just over 6 months here and leaned, like the Fire Chief, heavily on having some great people in the team in all these areas to assist with both the development of this business plan and the budget, as well as closing out the significant work that was undertaken and planned in 2022. So appreciation to the staff who put up with me bothering them with business planning and budgeting while they were trying to get that ambitious 2022 work plan done. So in terms of the priorities that we have, it's about infrastructure planning and development so that we have enough infrastructure to service the future growth. And our catchphrase of the town is to be future ready. Being on top of growth management, ensuring that we're facilitating appropriate growth through the development approval process, supporting diversity of housing that meets community needs, and managing and tracking the town's growth. We also have in our building department, or the building division, we have a bylaw function that administers and enforces the town bylaws so that we have compliance in the community. And we have a team that helps us with asset planning and forecasting to implement the town's asset management plan. And we can go to the next slide. The main thing I'll focus on here is the 3 divisions that we're made up of. We have the engineering services division, planning development division, and the building services and bylaw enforcement. And the next slide. For this slide, I'll draw your attention to a new position that was mentioned in the CAO's presentation, a new request for manager of planning and development, and that's a position that arose from the service delivery review. And also worth noting at this point that during 2023, the manager of planning and development will also be taking over supervision of the economic development team at one point. And we can go to the next slide. So major initiatives. The top one here is it's a multi-year project to do a class environmental assessment for expanding the landfill. The focus in 2023 is going to be getting that environmental assessment started, and that's going to be involving a public process for that with various public information centers and getting studies, either completing the ones that are underway and starting some new studies for that environmental assessment. The next one is a project that council provided direction to use development charges in the fall for this project. And it arises from a recommendation from the Transportation Master Plan to take a close look at this intersection. And that's it's on the major initiatives because it's certainly an intersection of great community interest. And I just want to make a clarification about the outcome associated with this, which says tender documents prepared. There would be an interim step of council report arising from the study that's done of the intersection before we got into the finalizing of tendering. So I just wanted to clarify that outcome. In the course of the year, we may accomplish multiple outcomes, and that's kind of an example. Next, this is a bit of a different focus for us, getting away from the physical infrastructure to some of the more service-focused infrastructure, where we want to contribute and top up a program that the county is starting to increase the amount that a household would receive for the housing allowance subsidy. The initial plan for this year is to flow $75,000 to the county program. And our intent is to increase this over time in steps to where we're at $225,000 a year in the future. But we're starting this year with $75,000 flowing that to top up the county's program. Next is another sort of soft infrastructure, the Cultural Heritage Master Plan, clearly a priority in the community and for council. And this is to develop a long-term strategy to identify and promote the town's cultural heritage resources. And we can go to the next slide. This is the next one of the Port Elgin waterfront it's going to be a sort of a multidisciplinary design project with extensive public engagement to take the waterfront master plan concept that was developed previously and really flesh that out with a lot more detail. What's the landscape and the engineering going to be integrated, covering the town's lands from the beach through harbor, and then integration with the North Shore Park. And that's would be culminating in a final design endorsed by council. Related to that is continuing to provide technical support and regulatory processes associated with the construction of activity at the Cedar Crescent Village. And that's at different points in time that will involve building staff, engineering staff, and planning staff, depending which phase of the work is proceeding. The next row, it's an investment in some governance and support for a committee. There's interest in establishing sorry, I'm just flipped the page faster than I wanted to there. A committee that would implement environmental stewardship report recommended actions. This would be a new committee that would be stood up at some point during the year. We yielded great results from the previous committee, and there's interest in standing something like that up again. And so there's a bit of administrative support associated with that in this budget. And the next slide. Parallel to that, as I mentioned, we have a series of recommendations from the Environmental Stewardship Committee that already undertook a significant report, and the staff have gone through that, and we've identified 3 recommendations that we're looking to advance this year. Partly, some of these are going to be teamwork with community services and operations. One is the food waste diversion pilot recommendation, moving that forward. Working on a urban tree canopy plan that could culminate in a tree protection bylaw as part of the work plan. And also identified by the community was a focus on the environmental and natural heritage policies that are being developed for the county official plan, as those would relate to the town official plan. And then next slide.
So do you want to, so now you're going to move on to your what division, the engineering services division. So I just wondered, maybe want to stop there and we'll see if there's any questions from council members on the department-wide major initiatives that the director's just gone through. Councillor Stack.
Thanks. Just a couple of quick questions for my edification. So for the waterfront detailed design, is there an expectation of public consultation before we bring that to council?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, there is an expectation that there will be significant public consultation as part of that project.
And then my other question is just with respect to the Cedar Crescent Village. So again, this is just my own clarification. Am I to take there's no incremental cost to be incurred to provide any support for the construction or for the approval of any construction plans for the CCD? Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, it's a staff supported exercise, and that would continue.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions on these items? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mark. A couple of things. With regard to the McNabb roundabout, it's my understanding from the transportation master plan that part of the process of determining whether there should be a roundabout in a location involves more public consultation. Is that part of this plan for this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. With regard to the cultural heritage master plan, just great to see that in here. It's been a long time coming and deferred, so I'm excited about that. And of course, I'm thrilled with the staff support with recommendations for some of the recommendations of the Environmental Ad Hoc Committee. The food cycler program, of course, that's something that is a recommendation that arose out of our environmental public survey, where a member of the public mentioned that his family used that. And I guess staff will be coming forward with more details on that, but I think that's going to be, I think people are going to be very excited about that home composter, and it gives members of the public who can't compost but would like to an alternative way of of doing that. And just to give you an idea, when I was doing research on this, that the average composting family in Canada diverts 750 pounds of waste, food waste, organic waste from the landfill. So that if, you know, if you're able to compost year round, normal composting doesn't do very well in the winter. And then one of the other things we learned from our survey is that a lot of people who live in condos and apartments aren't allowed to compost. So this gives them an alternative away, as well. So I hope that this will be supported by council. And of course, the urban tree canopy plan also, I think, really important for us. And I think members of the public, I believe, support work on protecting trees and maintaining trees in our town. Thanks.
Sure, the CAO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add to the food cycler piece that this is a program that's being moved forward by the Municipal Innovation Council. And so the pilot program is going to be done across the county with 8 and potentially 9 municipalities. And we have leveraged funds from the MIC as well as additional grant funding in order to bring, we're hoping 420 units to Saugeen Shores. So each municipality has a goal of bringing 1% to their community so that we can see how that's going to work over the timeframe of the pilot. And so the reporting back to council will be through the Municipal Innovation Council.
Okay, Councillor Halpin and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The annual tree program, annual tree sale. I don't see that in here. Is it someplace else or is it part of a different place? Thank
The
you.
Director of Community Services.
Thank you, and through you. So that's built into the roads budget in the Public Works Division. So the annual tree sale budget is in there.
Okay, thank you. And is there any, could we find out how much that is?
I believe it's $10,000. I'll verify that.
10,000. Okay,
Thank you.
The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Grace, very happy to see the cultural heritage or heritage and culture master plan once again on the list. Hopefully this will be the time that something actually happens. Can I assume that as you mentioned later on with some of the items related to the environmental aspect, that it's picking up on the pillar, there were 3 pillars established as important for the review of ROP, and the environmental one, it seems to be getting picked up. Can I assume that the cultural and heritage master plan is going to pick up the one that was heritage, culture, and placemaking? Because it still hasn't yet had its time out there in the public. Is that a fair assumption that they can work together?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. I also want to just say again that you mentioned public consultation or community engagement a lot, and about the waterfront detailed design, you use the word extensive and significant. So it's now out there. So we have to make that happen. I did want to ask you about the municipal housing allowance subsidy. If you have any kind of comment about how potentially that might work, would we just be piggybacking on the county's program so that, you know, perhaps people who've applied there, that there might be more of them, or would it be something we'd set up completely on our own? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's essentially what it's about, but the CAO may have more detailed on the program plan with the county.
Sure. Thank you for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. And I think I participated in the call with the county. So I'll do my best to remember it, but this is a ramping up over 3 years. When we spoke to the county, we had a conversation about what their capacity would be. And the suggestion was that the town of Saugeen Shores look at $75,000 this year, which would be, as you use the words, piggybacked onto their program to support Saugeen Shores residents. We still haven't refined an agreement with the county yet, so the details of that would come back. But the thought is that it would either further subsidize folks in Saugeen Shores, or it would add additional people to the program. We could look at both of those options. with a goal of moving that funding up to 225,000 in 3 years.
If I can just do a follow-up. So, I would appreciate, if we look on the county website, can we find out a little more information about how their process works? Because I'm really curious about how it comes together. Is it, and the way you explained it was great. It's not going to create any additional housing. It's just going to provide support. So, it's subsidies for both people and for landlords, for renters and landlords. So, is there someplace that we can get more information about how the county's program works?
Yeah, I can speak to that. What I'll do is get the report that was presented to county council establishing the program. I can circulate that to our council. Obviously, whatever arrangement we make with the county will be a special arrangement, so it may not be exactly what county council has done, but the way that program is structured is it's a direct subsidy to the tenant, not to the landlord, but to the tenant. It's targeted specifically at people earning minimum wage. It's I believe it provides a $500 a month subsidy to folks earning minimum wage in order to bridge that gap between what they earn and what rent is available. My hope would be that whatever agreement we come up with, it would allow new people to come in to that program rather than turning a $500 subsidy into a $1,000 subsidy, adding additional families, giving a $500 subsidy to additional families in the town of Saugeen Shores. So, but I will circulate to council the report county council received on that. Yes, I might just follow up on the deputy mayor's question. I note that because that's my recollection, it's $500 a month, which would be $6,000 a year. When we're asking for $75,000, which is a weird number, because it doesn't exactly equal, it equals 12 and a half subsidies rather than 13. I just wonder, was this number suggested by the county? I mean, would it make more sense to give them 78,000 rather than 75?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. You can consider increasing it to 78. I think part of that was an administration fee to the county as well. And so the 75 was a rounding up on that administration fee.
I think we should talk to them about the admin fee. Anyway, if there's we'll follow up on that one. If there's any further questions on these items, these are sort of the department-wide major initiatives. If not, and I don't see any, so we'll move on then to whatever the next one is. Mark, engineering services.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we can advance the slide another page. And we can go another page, thank you. One more page. So the engineering section is going to have division highlights as well as capital. The division highlights for 2023, we've got an investment we want to make into software to increase our capacity in asset management. And this additional software module will also support the use of field staff on mobile devices to update and flow information about our assets more readily and more accurately. The next item is also associated with asset management. We have done a great job of the core infrastructure, and the next piece that we need to tackle is about the facilities and buildings assets that the town has. And so this is to hire a consultant to go through and provide us with an inventory and a assessment of the condition of all of those town buildings and facilities. The next one is builds on a recommendation from the Transportation Master Plan, which is to prepare downtown parking strategies for Port Elgin and Southampton. And the last one is an item we've had a few reports and conversations at council about, where the objective is to sell town-owned parcels that have been shortlisted and presented to council as candidates to be declared surplus. So this item is to keep that work moving. We started that in 2022, and the idea here is to complete that work this year, and that's associated with 4 parcels that were identified. Next slide. One of our most important and significant pieces of infrastructure or assets is the Saugeen River Bridge. And this item at the top of this next page is to do a bridge deck investigation. And that would give us a very accurate picture of future repairs that may potentially be needed for that bridge. And that would then come forward in future budgets, depending on the recommendations. And then finally, the final item for the divisional highlights is really a placeholder, and it's recognizing the project management support that the engineering division provides to other departments at the town. Most of those were covered by the Director of Corporate Services. And so there's a project management function that is helping corporate services, and as these other projects come forward from other departments, that project management capacity is there. Next slide. And moving to our capital highlights, the top row was already mentioned by Corporate Services Director, so I'll move on to fleet replacement. And this is to upgrade the town's equipment and vehicles to meet both replacement and growth. And that's followed by a road project, Louis Street. That's for Goderich to Wellington. The scope of this project would be similar to what you may have seen on Catherine Street, where we did road construction, reconstruction, and replaced water main, sewer, new storm sewer, sidewalk, curb, and gutter. Next is a intersection improvement project to reconfigure the parking lots at Ivings Drive and Goderich to put those accesses at the intersection and not further down the street to make that intersection work well. Next is a fairly routine item. Part of our engineering team work is to work with operations staff and identify areas of the road system that have drainage problems and design and install pits that make the water get off the road quicker. Last item on this page is really continuing some of the great work that was done on the shoreline on both North Shore Road and Miramichi Bay Road, which provided some protection to the shoreline and some repairing of the trails. So this is to continue to do that work next year. Our idea, we've got the word annual in the description there. We'd like this to become something we take on every year until the entirety of that trail is restored. And next slide. The next 3 projects are related, and they all have to do with the West Links development is going to be reaching a threshold where they require a new force main. And so that will trigger a number of other related infrastructure projects involving reconstructing the road. And then depending which segment we're working on, it will also entail sanitary sewer capacity as well. So those are 3 individual projects, but will be most likely being built out as one large project for us in the 2023 construction season. Next, we have annual program. This is just a recurring program to do resurfacing on particular road segments. Again, the identification of the segments is done in consultation with the Public Works team in terms of those needs, as well as the asset management plan. And similarly, the sidewalk construction is an annual item. This also is done in combination with the Transportation Master Plan, as well as consultation with Public Works staff. I think a question that came up in the Community Services section that I can maybe answer and maybe anticipate a related question to it around Arlington Street. What we experienced in 2022 was we had contracted 2 sidewalk projects, one of which was Arlington Street and the other one, council may recall a discussion on Madwayosh. Due to the capacity, the practical limits of what the development industry can build in a construction season, those sidewalk projects weren't able to be started or completed. And so those will be carry forwards into next year. So we're actually carrying forward $120,000 of sidewalk work, which is already contracted and will start as soon as the weather allows in the spring. And so the annual sidewalk construction of 40 is really, it's 160 if you put those all together. I just wanted to elaborate on that. And next slide. And that reaches the end of the engineering division and capital work.
Sure. So why don't we see if there's any questions in that division? Questions for members, the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Couple things. The $20,000 associated with selling surplus land. I don't believe council has actually approved any specific parcels. Is that correct? We have seen a report this term, but I don't believe we were asked to very specifically approve individual parcels of land to go out for sale.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I'll pull a bit on the word approve. Certainly in the summer, council was presented with a short list of parcels, and 4 were identified as having merit to proceed with legal research and survey work. And when we reach a point where that's at a place where it's process-wise at a place where it needs to be declared surplus, that will certainly come to council, and we will be working with the clerk's department on bringing that together. So there is a subsequent step that council will take in terms of approving the principle of sale of those lots. But we certainly got direction in the summer that those 4 parcels had merit from a planning and advancing the housing initiative standpoint.
Thank you. I believe the report we saw in December had more than 4 on it. So I look forward to what comes next. I did want to ask, checking out the deck on the Saugeen River Bridge, I just took a quick glance at what's sitting in reserves related to bridge activity, and it's about $533,000. It's expected at the end of this year. I'm not going to count on you for an exact number, but if we had to replace that bridge, we're talking millions of dollars, correct?
Through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, it would be in the neighborhood of 7 figures. Yeah. We would certainly be coming back with a report with a specific answer on that.
Well, I hope the deck is good. I did want to ask 2 more questions. The items that are related to activity that has a connection to West Links, is the funding for that coming via the water and sewer budgets or solely, or is there a contribution coming from the West Links development as well, since that work is directly connected to that development?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's going to be a joint town and developer project. The developer is going to be paying for about 80% of the force main and 25% of the road work.
And my last comment really is your shoreline protection and trail repair idea going forward is great. There is another trail on the shore. It's between the Flag and the harbor in Southampton that takes a hit from Mother Nature as well and needs to be rebuilt every now and again. Please don't forget about it too. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Grace. Then the vice deputy mayor after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark, the first question I have is about the downtown parking strategies for Port Elgin and Southampton. Do you have an idea of the timeline for when those might be completed?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't established a specific timeline for that project.
The reason I'm asking is that Councilor Babinski and I sit on the Southampton BIA Downtown Revitalization Streetscape Committee. And we actually are meeting tomorrow. No, Wednesday morning. And I just wondered if you had some idea, because they're trying to plan public consultation and get an idea, so. Maybe as soon as you find out.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, as we develop that plan, we'll certainly be in close contact with those groups to
Great,
coordinate.
thank you. One more question, and that is, I noticed on the engineering capital or the capital highlights. Not just the Port Elgin sidewalk machine that you referred to earlier. But also there's one for Southampton. And it seems like I remember this. Is this a replacement machine, or are we actually gonna be able to clear all the sidewalks in Southampton this winter? What's left of it?
Director of Community Service.
Thank you for the question. I might just review those detail sheets again. But we had approval in 2022 for a new unit, and that was dedicated to Port Elgin.
Okay, 'cause there's also one listed for Southampton. As a new request.
As a new request. Okay, we'll look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Counselor, where do you see that?
Where do I see it? No. Wait. And it is line 330866311.
Okay, we'll take a look for that and that'll help figure it out. Okay, we'll turn over now to the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a quick comment, going back a little bit. I didn't have a chance to comment on it, but I want to thank Mark and Karen and staff for putting that rent subsidy, 75K for 3 years. It's something I fully support, and we can help out 78 families with partnering with the county over a 3-year period with rent subsidies. That's huge for our communities. So thank you, Mark and staff, for listening to what council's been saying over the last 2, 3, 4 years. There's a lot of support to help people in need. The thing I wanted to ask about with Ivings Drive, Mark, that project, I'm just going to flip to it here. Is that the Subway parking lot, Mary Brown's, I think it's fried chicken, is it called? And that new storefront there that's just opened up, the cupboard, I think. Is that the parking lot you're talking about, Mark, with fixing up that parking lot entrance onto Highway 21 and Ivings Drive? Is that where you were talking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's the location for that work. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good fix. And anybody trying to come out of Subway, trying to turn left, without a light, it can be pretty treacherous coming out of that parking lot. So that's good to hear. And if you could send, just for the benefit of the public, that $160,000 for new sidewalk construction is golden for a lot of people in the community. That's welcome news. And I hear you say, for starters, Mark, that's Magnawash and I guess there was Arlington Street, 1 block, 2 blocks. And what are the other areas? What else will that $160,000 cover for new sidewalk construction?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the segment on Arlington is to be from Bradford to Eastwood, and that's around $40,000 of work. And then the Madway project was from South Rankin to Gosford, with roughly $80,000 for that work.
So that's 80.
And there's another 40 that we will be establishing the location for the.
Okay, good. So those haven't been set yet. And so that link from on Arlington Street through to the grade 7, 8 secondary school will be probably 80%, 90% complete, which is good news for that neighborhood up there. It's a main artery for active transportation and vehicular traffic. So that's good news. Thanks for that report, Mark.
Okay, I have Councilor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thanks for the presentation. I keep hearing this recurring themes this afternoon about the asset management plan. Jim mentioned it earlier and you've identified it here as for the, like the bridge, the may, how do I pronounce that bridge? Yeah, there you go. That bridge, the Kabignagon Bridge. And the, you know, the project to do the asset management plan on the town buildings and things. It seems to be spoken of as if it's a novel plan. Like we've had asset management plans ongoing for a number of years now. We had a bridge condition assessment completed just a couple of years ago. And the town buildings assessments have been done, and we've been changing roofs and air conditioning units and so on and so forth as the years go by. So why does it seem to me like it's a new initiative and we have to start fresh again on some of these things? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think part of the reason why it feels like it's been happening for a while is because the town was proactive and prudent and being very quick out of the gate in terms of there's a wider provincial push for municipalities to do asset management, and the town was ahead of the game on that and completed the core work ahead of schedule. I can't really speak to the work that's been done previously in terms of facilities and buildings, other than, again, it was probably just good, prudent management. But we're in a framework now, legislation and regulation wise, where there's a requirement for the town to have its facilities and buildings, the condition assessed, and then the kind of work that was done for the asset management for the core, characterizing the condition and estimating the replacement cost, life cycle, those things. That has to be done in a formal way for the town's buildings and facilities in accordance with a regulation that sort of sets out an approach to that, which may be similar to the work that was done in the past, but there may be differences about that as well. I don't know if that covered all the ground of your question.
Yeah, so what I understand you're saying is that it's a reformatting of some of the information that we might already have. And it's going to be in a format that's recognized provincially and is standardized across all the 440 municipalities.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think some of it might be formatting, but I also think the thoroughness and rigor of the inventory that's happening is really, I think, at a higher level than maybe what was done in the past. You know, being able to cite the number of streetlights. At the end of this project, we'll be able to cite the number of building structures, facilities down to a level of detail that probably wasn't done in the past or as completely as this will require. And including, and as well as taking note of the condition of each of those things.
Okay, thank you. Just as a note, we should update the name of the Saugeen River Bridge and all of our correspondence to its proper name. It's Kabignagon Bridge. Are there further comments about these items? I had one, it's sort of in follow-up to Vice Deputy Mayor's comment about Ivings Drive and Goddard Street. I agree to the extent that it would be a good project to do, but I wonder first, of what the $370,000, what is the funding source?
I believe that's from capital reserve.
Yeah, so I'm concerned to have the taxpayer fund that project. Its benefit is almost entirely to the private property owners in that area. You know, if you reconfigure those parking lots to the street light, it'll improve traffic flow into those properties significantly. It will have a huge private sector benefit to those businesses. And really, it's a much bigger benefit to the business than it is to the taxpayer. So in my view, it should be paid for by those businesses. I'm not sure if we can set it up as a community benefit charge to those properties. So we could go ahead with the project, town could do it, and those folks would be charged through their property taxes, or whether we need some sort of agreement. But I'm not comfortable funding it, having the taxpayer fund it. It's the benefits of private benefit. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've got Colin Saunders with us here today, and he's been managing that project and might be able to elaborate on what the scope of the work is and discussions with the property owners and what those businesses' perspectives are on the project. I can turn it over to Mr. Saunders.
Yes, your worship. This project, council is aware, started a few years ago. It was recognized, the problem back in Little Furniture days, coming out into that intersection with no streetlight for them when they had to, and then the Fair Brown's Chicken. It could come left and right onto turning right is fine, turning left into that intersection was problematic and very dangerous. So staff at that time looked at this whole project, and not just there, the whole intersection needed to be reconfigured. A lot of that's been done in phase one. Phase two, of course, is the bringing the now, what is it called? Cook's Cupboard and Mary Brown's, bringing them into the lights for safety. We're looking at that. The Mary Brown's drive-through then will be reconfigured and just go to the north. Turn right and that's it, is what the plan is there. At the time, previous staff working with it looked at feeling that that was a town initiated project. Certainly look at your concerns on that, and that's something can be brought back. We'd have to talk about where we want to go with it before we approach the business owners. Bring it back to them, because there definitely is benefit to them as well. So that's a bit of the history on where it is. And yes, it is at this point in time, it's fully funded by the town.
Yeah, perhaps some sort of split would be appropriate. I mean, if there's a public interest in the safety of the intersection possibly, but I do not believe that I certainly believe there's a split in the benefit to there. And I think if we can, there's also an opportunity to talk about having Mary Brown's, their exit being a left turn only. I think it would be wise for those property owners to work together, try to amalgamate their parking lots and move entirely into the intersection and eliminate all those accesses. We should certainly be working to eliminate accesses onto Goddard Street wherever possible, particularly at the south end where there are a lot of accesses and more than are necessary, and reconfigure those businesses to the streetlights where possible. And that may require private arrangement between those property owners. But I guess what I'm saying is we should try to deal with this comprehensively, and we should try to deal with it in a way that that recognizes the benefit to the private property owners and make sure that they contribute appropriately to offset the cost of the taxpayer. So thank you for working at that, and I'm hopeful we won't end up committing the whole $370,000. Got Councillor Halpin and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Is it just too simple a solution to have that parking lot just right turn only when you exit?
Well, there's, through you, your worship, it's a bit of the volume and how they would go through. That parking lot is going to be reconfigured to right turn. It would be Mary Brown's and Subway. The parking lots are going to be joined. The fence that's between the building, the Subway and the Cook's Cupboard will come down, and that will become one larger parking area. And the idea is that wherever possible, the cars will naturally flow to the intersection with the lights. But there's more looking at the drive-through for Mary Brown's. Instead of bringing them down through the parking lot and out to the lights, they would just have a right-hand turn. Try to keep that flow going away from the lights and congesting the intersection was a thought.
Thank you.
Okay, and the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that is a dangerous area, and I concur with you. I think that, expecting our taxpayer to pick up that full cost is unreasonable. And I like your line of thinking that, we with consensus from council, that we direct staff to meet with the owners of the businesses and talk about some form of cost sharing agreement. Because I do agree with you, we shouldn't be picking up 100% of the cost. But on the other hand, I think eliminating an entrance is important and improve public safety there. Because for me, it just appears to be a public safety question. And so that's part of our responsibility, I believe, as a municipality. But I like your idea around the cost sharing agreement. And I'm hoping that, council, there'd be some support around the table to send staff away to at least, talk to the business owners and do some negotiation. But so I really think that turn coming out of there needs to be fixed. So
Sure, I get the impression that staff are gonna do that work, I think. So I think that that's already gonna happen. I guess my only one last comment would be I'm reticent about these left turn only exits because I don't think they get treated that way. Right? They become, we set them up as left turn only, but people, or right turn only, sorry, as right turn only lanes, but people make lefts out of them all the time, right? So I just think, from my perspective, it's just me talking here, but I think our overall ambition should be to eliminate as many accesses to Goddard Street as possible and direct as much traffic as possible to streetlights in that area. It's a 4-lane road. It's a busy road. Everyone has pointed out it's dangerous, and they're absolutely right. And the way to make it safer is to create less accesses and channel traffic to streetlights. So again, just my view. All right, there's nothing further. Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for getting in late here. But through you to Mark, annual sidewalk construction. And it says, build sidewalks to improve pedestrian connectivity in accordance with the transportation master plan. I'm wondering, it's probably a simple answer. The transportation plan was created when? Does anybody know? Many years ago?
It was approved around this time last year.
Okay, so a year ago. So it takes into account the new subdivisions that are going up as well. Is that what you're telling me?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the transportation master plan has a number of different things to say about sidewalks, including the direction that they be established in new subdivisions for streets of certain types. So it's not a kind of a one answer everywhere. It's different types of streets are to have different levels of sidewalk construction associated with them. Yeah, I don't know if that's what you're trying to get at there.
Yes, thank you. And it says the construction cost is going to be $40,000. 40. I don't mean to be facetious, but $40,000 in sidewalk construction might get us from this table to that table. In the council chamber, what can 40 grand do for sidewalk construction?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, it's a little more than the council chambers. It's enough to make a difference. Yeah. And it's in concert with the 120 that we're already carrying forward from last year. It depends on the street, and it depends on the amount of design work that has to go into it and how much grading and leveling and everything else and drainage associated with it. So I can't really give you a specific number of meters is what that gets us. We did traditionally do 70 a year and strove to do 120,000 last year. The industry couldn't do it. And so we're coming back around to try and do 160,000 this year. I can appreciate that it feels like we're just taking nibbles at this, but there really is only so much that can be built in a construction season. That's part of our thinking on that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Mike, do you have your hand up again there, or is it just, you just left it up? I think you just left it up. I wanted to just, one other thing I was actually kind of following up on would you have a comment to the director?
Thank you. Just for clarity on the sidewalk unit. Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, the unit that's mentioned in the fleet capital sidewalk machine Southampton, that really should read replacement. So it's a replacement of one of our existing units, whether it goes in Port Elgin or Southampton, but we'll do an audit of all the machines. And then the unit that's shown below under future capital reserves was the 2022 unit that was approved. Thank you.
Councillor Stack.
Thanks. Just another question on sidewalks. So that 40,000 we have, is that in addition to whatever the developers will build as part of their construction? We had talked about that in a previous meeting.
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's a great point for you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's in addition to what will be privately developed in new subdivisions.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up on the downtown parking strategy issue and the $60,000 there. And I guess maybe Mark, you can convince me as to why that will be $60,000 well spent. Particularly like, so you've got, you know, the Southampton BIA, as Councilor Grace pointed out, is working through right now a revitalization strategy for downtown. So then they've gotten a pretty good answer, I think, from the public as to how downtown parking ought to look in Southampton. Like, I don't think we're going to go there and spend $60,000. It's not like we're going to go to parallel parking or something, right? Like, we know, we don't have to ask people around this table. We know what the answer is, right? And in downtown Port Elgin, I have a pretty good sense of what the answer is too. I mean, we've tried to reconfigure parking on the main streets in Port Elgin before, and we are where we are because of what we got, what we heard, right? Like, there isn't flexibility there. There isn't an opportunity to reinvent that. There may be some opportunity to create a strategy for off-street parking, but that's going to be driven mostly by opportunity as it arises. Council's pursued opportunities before as they've arisen to acquire property. And, you know, we've done a few times in the last little while, haven't had a lot of success, but I just wonder, you know, you're going to spend $60,000, you're going to have a strategy. The strategy is going to not cover the cores because we know what the cores are going to look like. Not much is going to change there. And we're going to hear, well, you should buy some property off behind the main street to create parking lots. We know that already. So what are we going to get for $60,000 bucks?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I can't do much better than to cite the plan that was endorsed last year. And I would imagine that in the creation of the plan that much of this activity and work that had gone into parking issues in the two downtowns they were aware of that when they brought forward the recommendation. But in terms of what the scope would be, this is what the plan is describing. And certainly we can look at that and identify opportunities to narrow the scope if there's a benefit to, or if there's something redundant with what others are doing. But the idea is to summarize the existing parking inventory, collect parking use and duration data, identify the current parking deficiencies, estimate future parking need. That would be quantifying versus anecdotally parking bad. Recommend parking management strategies, establish the standard procedure and guidelines to assess curbside use, revising our on-street parking regulations, looking at targeted enforcement, supplementing existing wayfinding, and preparing a strategy to manage peak demand during special events. That's the recommended scope from the plan that council endorsed, but we can certainly take a close look at that scope and as we undertake it, ask ourselves, is everything in that list necessary? And in which case, if not all of that's necessary, maybe it comes in less than $60,000.
Okay, Councilor Grace Burr, maybe she has an answer for me.
Well, I don't know if it's an answer, but it actually, what Mark read is touches on, I think, some of the discussion around the table at these committee meetings. And Mark, if I could ask you to send me those points, that would be great. But I know there are a couple of things that people talked about. One is the inventory of parking spaces outside of purchasing more land or whatever. How many spaces do we have in the policy and parking lot? What are the restrictions for the use there? How many spaces do we have on Victoria Street, say, or streets branching out from the downtown area? One of the things that merchants, business people have commented about is the fact that just in the last couple of years, with the increased use of the beaches, the main beach is being used more. And people are coming in, and if they don't know Southampton, they drive in, they look down the wonderful street, and then they say, oh, I'm going to go park down there. And then they end up parking sometimes in front of the stores all day or the restaurants. And one of the things that I think business people would welcome is some, maybe strategies about how do we direct people to other beaches? How do we let them know that there are other places? I know that's sort of opening a new Pandora's box or whatever, because then we have parking issues down in those other places too. But those are some of the extra things that I think they're hoping that a parking study would help to address.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think it sounds like we're going to narrow down what we're doing on this, and maybe it'll be interesting to discuss in more detail exactly what we're going to find out, because I think the answer really to that question is more off-street parking in Southampton, right? And we know we need that, and we'd love to acquire some opportunities for that. We just haven't, we've tried, we haven't succeeded just yet, and hopefully we will. But anyway, we'll find out more detail on that to come. I just thought I'd probe into that a bit further. But if there's nothing further on this, then we can go on to the last area, and that is planning and development.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We can go down one more slide. Division highlights for the planning division. This first row is a project we heard about at the last planning committee, where we've gotten underway on a project with a consultant to develop residential intensification guidelines. We appreciated council's support for continuing in that direction, and expect to be looking at public engagement on those design guidelines March, April of this year. So we're happy to have a jump start on some of the work program. And that's one example. The next item is one that's been on the list for a while, and we've scoped it and narrowed the objective for this, which is to the town does have development standards, and the idea here is to augment those standards with an alternative road profile that would be appropriate for cottage streets, and supplement that standard with a map showing what existing streets would be considered cottage streets. So that's got a small amount of consulting associated with it for the 2023 work plan. And next page. This next project has also a nice start to it, where town staff started working with county staff late last year to begin to identify provisions that are creating process headaches in the bylaw that aren't really adding value to the development process. And so those are being drafted, and we may be looking at a public meeting on those proposed amendments in the spring. The next row is arises from a report that council endorsed in the fall that was prepared by KPMG, where they looked at the town's development process all the way from walking into the counter to talk about development to fully occupancy of a building, and everything in between, which spanned our divisions of planning and building, and also examined some of the processes that are in place with our county planning team. From that, we focused on two to advance this year in the planning division. One is to take the memorandum of understanding that we have with the county on which they provide local service to us, and it's showing its age, and so we'd like to update that. And it will be, I think, a win for ourselves of the county and applicants in terms of improved clarity around the arrangements that are in that agreement. And then that was something that was already on everybody's work plan, but the KPMG report certainly gave it some impetus. And so it's on our work plan for this year, likely latter half of the year, not something we're going to be doing early this year. Next, another recommendation from the KPMG report was that we do some internal work on our processes to have clear and standard internal review time limits, and also clarified some of the time limits associated with our consultants' comments. working for us. And that'll be again, a benefit to town staff having the clarity, and applicants will benefit from clear expectations around turnaround on our processes. Next page. And that covers planning. We can keep chugging through building if you like. Yeah, okay. Building division also had some recommendations come through the KPMG report that we're looking at this year. One is to look at the development fees and do a review of those, and if necessary, bring forward updates for potential changes to the town's fees and charges bylaw. And this next one's kind of an administrative one, but it'll be important when it's done from a process standpoint, where we'll have we've got a current system that's working great, and we like it. And we have a legacy system that has some old data in it, and this is to bring that all together. So that'll be a more integrated base of information for all of our building processes. Kind of an administrative inside baseball, but once if you've ever had to look for something in two systems, you can appreciate that that'll be a big step forward. The next page. Also planning this year to tackle an update to the sign bylaw, an update to the property standards bylaw, as well as an update, a review of the animal control bylaw. Those are staff team efforts. Some of these will involve team efforts with community services and other departments to advance that work. And I'll keep rolling if you like, Mr. Mayor. We've developed key performance indicators like other departments where that are focused on those priorities. So in terms of the priority of infrastructure planning, we'll be developing a way to track the percent of developments that are able to proceed because we've provided the sufficient infrastructure for them. We'll be looking at tracking the percent of the town site plan control steps that are meeting our requirements for time for turnaround. The building department already does a great job of tracking building permits. They tell us every month the number of units and the types of units. So that will give us a perspective on how we're doing relative to housing goals, and as well as the total number of building permits issued is information that they already track and publish. And a compliance priority for us is going to be measured in terms of the number of types and complaints that we receive for bylaw enforcement. And within the asset planning priority, looking at tracking the percent of asset replacement that's accomplished per year, the dollar value of those asset replacements, and tracking the percent of assets that are in that we would class as being in good repair. So those are the KPIs, and we look forward to reporting out on those as the year goes by. And that, I believe, covers the ground of my part of this presentation, and appreciate the questions so far and happy if there are more.
Okay, thank you very much for the whole presentation, Mark. And we'll so we have planning and development as well as building services and bylaw enforcement. Any questions in those areas? We'll start with the deputy mayor and then come to Councilor Grace.
Thank you. And through you, on the sheet that's planning capital, there's an indication of almost $4 million that was approved in 2022, and it's related to the innovation park. Can you just update us on how, if any of that's been spent so far, or what the plans are for that $4 million?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's for the most part, that is a carryover project into 2023. Some amount of funds have been spent on the engineering. We've retained an engineer to provide the designs and develop the project management planning for that as well. So that's I don't know exactly what the number was that was spent in 2022 on that, but it's a lot less. Most of the 4 million is carrying over into this year to support the construction activity that we hope to start this construction season.
Okay.
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a supplemental answer from our Director of Corporate Services.
Just over 24,000 has been spent this year.
Okay. And the intent is that has these figures, because there's $20,000 somewhere else sitting related to this place too, was related to the sale of lands. The intent is that all of the expenses are being tallied up, and then at some point when we start selling that land, there will be no taxpayer cost associated with that, that the value that they're sold for will recoup all of that and, you know, potentially make a little profit. That's the intent, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the other 20,000 was in the CAO's budget. It was for economic development to support the marketing and promotion of the innovation park. You are correct. As I noted, I think it was earlier this morning, we'll come back with a market value for council consideration on the sale of the lot. And definitely the intent was to, at a minimum, recuperate the costs that are going into it for the water lines.
Okay, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mark. My first question is about the Cottage Streets Development Standards Update, which I know is carried forward from 2022. My original understanding of this was that this would involve some public consultation. When I first proposed this idea, my intent was to, because we'd had a series of situations where a street would be proposed for some kind of update, and then there would be a very controversial, sometimes very emotional experience with residents. And I was hoping for sort of a broad approach so that we could get information from individuals who live in these areas about what they see working, what they think is needed, or traffic patterns in their area, for instance, what might use calming, what kinds of calming measures they have observed that might be necessary, as well as character issues in the area. So is there still going to be a public consultation component to this?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the design will be drafted and then would be made public for comment. And so there would be an opportunity for public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have another question, just a statement that I'm really happy to see the property standards bylaw update on here, because one of the issues that I think some of us have probably already had some experience with recently is just that it needs updating. It's outdated in terms of the assumption that, you know, the acceptable standard for people's yards is a green lawn. And so this gives us the opportunity to broaden that definition to include landscaping that's more than just a conventional lawn and garden, that includes rain gardens and butterfly gardens. And so there are a lot of great reasons, I think, for this, and I'm really happy to see this coming forward. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, the director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight this is another project that is quick out of the gate, and we may be looking at a draft bylaw coming forward. Our objective was to advance that work in a way that it could be in place ideally before people start finalizing all of their spring planting plans and things like that. So that's the track that we're on.
That's too late. I've already finalized mine. We'll go to the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mark. Mark, can we go to, it's okay to go to page 96, Mr. Mayor, the operating budget. I have a question about some of the lines, a couple of the lines. We're okay? Okay.
Yeah, which operating budget?
Well, Mark, well, it's on page 96 and it's under just the bottom line grand total. And I see we've got about $800,000 in new spending in the current year, 118% increase. And I know some of the department, I mean, we've been doing a lot of department reorganization and some wage reallocations, but just provide a quick synopsis there, Mark. That's 800 grand in new spending. Where's all that coming from?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. Breaking this answer down into two pieces. If you look at the planning line, the planning line on its own is about 375,000 increase. About 160,000 of that is related to the new manager position request. About 185,000 is the total of the various projects and initiatives that we just went through, which have operating budget associated with them, primarily for consulting and designers or engineers. And then there's another 30,000 that is, for the most part, it's probably inflation and other things like that. But mostly we're looking at a manager and some an increased project load for that division, which will also be part of why the manager is there to manage that work. In terms of the bottom line number, the overall increase, like you said, is almost $800,000. The planning manager again was 160. If you take all the departments' project initiatives that are coming out of operating, they add up to about $445,000. And then there's another category, and part of that number is I'll probably won't do a great job of explaining it, but there's some reallocation of the asset management function from another department to this department.
Yeah.
So that's the general.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some wage. I was wondering if there's some wage reallocation. The bylaw enforcement, Mark, will we see on the bottom line? My last question, will we see any change this year in terms of bylaw enforcement? I know we have one full-time equivalent. Will we be bringing in any assistance June, July, August during peak season for, to enforce some of our bylaws we have in place? What kind of staff complement will we have in 2023 for bylaw enforcement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the bylaw enforcement is budgeted to be undertaken by one bylaw enforcement officer. We haven't established budget for additional resources for the peak summertime months.
Did we last year, Mark? Did we have a 8 or 12 week student and assistant to help with the peak time? I thought we had a second person.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, last year and the year before, we had a grant which funded a beach ambassador who is not a student, but a retired individual who did provide some additional support for those times, which was funded previously by a grant the last 2 summers.
I just think, Mr. Mayor, as we move forward, as the population is growing and the area we're covering, and I just think that it's pretty difficult for one bylaw enforcement officer to work 7 days a week. And I keep hearing from people regarding bylaw enforcement that it can get better. I don't know how we can do it with one. So I just think staff council should think about that in terms of providing some assistance, but particularly in June, July, August, when during our peak season. So What happens in the other 2 days, Mark? Like, you can't work 7 days a week, obviously. So what happens in the 2 days? I guess there's no bylaw enforcement on those 2 days. I guess that would be the case, right?
I think we're going to hear more about this through the police service budget as we come out the end of the day. Mike, there's some opportunities in there, so I think should wait and we'll hear what the chief of police has to say. and
Okay,
see what
that's
they
fair
got.
enough. That's fair enough. Thanks so much.
Sure. Okay, the deputy man.
Thank you. Just another comment about bylaw enforcement. There's a line on one of the pages that indicates a revenue and it's $4,000. Is that the bylaw revenue line, or is any revenue coming in for bylaw infraction showing up somewhere else? I, by the way, am happy when they just do education so that, bad behavior gets corrected, but is it really only $4,000 of revenue realized?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll take that away and track that answer down.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Stack.
So just on bylaw as well, I know I do have some questions when we get to the policing budget, so I'll reserve those. Just out of curiosity, when we're measuring the types of complaints, are we following up with what's our response rate by the bylaw officer or by the municipality generally? And maybe I'll just preface that as well with a comment that as the vice deputy mayor, recently I've heard a lot of concerns about bylaw enforcement, particularly as it relates to animals on some of the trails, and some concerns around the impact for young children.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the KPI is planned to be much like how you described it.
Okay, further questions on this item? I guess there's maybe a question directed to the CAO about, so we have 3 bylaw updates on here, which is good. I wonder, is there a broader plan or concept within the administration about subjecting all of the bylaws to routine review over the course of several years? I think we've identified a few bylaws in the last little while that are badly out of date and that have issues. And I suspect that there are several others that we have not yet run into, that we will run into. I'd rather run into them on purpose than by accident. Are we thinking about that?
Well, thank you for the question, and through you. We have started a process through that software you heard me reference this morning called Cascade, of documenting all of our plans, policies, bylaws, etc. It's quite a long list. And part of it is just getting a handle on them all. And then when we have that in place, we will start to look at an update and retention policy with them.
Okay, thanks very much. So it is now 20 to 4. We're scheduled till 4:30. I'm not interested in going beyond that time. We'll just get exhausted. So I think what we might end up doing here is we could, I wonder if we should, let's see what council thinks about this, if we should hear police services today and then hear corporate services on the 7th, come back fresh on the 7th, hear corporate services, and we can have a final discussion at that point. It'll probably only be a half day on the 7th that way, and we'd be done. What do you think about that? Okay, so why don't we turn it over and to Jim? I guess I hope that's okay with you, Jim. We're saving the best for last, right?
Can I,
So Councillor Stack?
sorry, is there any way we could do this during an evening council session? I know I've echoed this before, but for those of us who are still working during the day, it's a bit challenging. I know we've reserved this, but I'd at least like to offer that as an opportunity, having an evening session rather than a day session.
What we could see, maybe what we can do is have staff explore that after today, around the 7th. Maybe it's possible. I don't know what people's availability. Maybe on the 7th, it could be a late afternoon meeting rather than a morning meeting. I don't know, but we'll a lot of moving parts obviously to coordinate there, but we can leave that with staff and have a look at it. I get your issues, and so we'll see if we can. Yeah, we could do a Sunday evening, watch the football game, and do this.
Don't have me.
All right, we'll see what we can do around that. So let's turn over then to the chief of police.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you want to address the bylaw issue right away, just as a continuation right now before I get into my presentation, or do you want to just do the presentation?
It's up to you, chief. You're running the show now.
Well, not really, but Part of so through you, Mr. Mayor, part of my budget proposal is to get another officer, excuse me, hired for September. And that officer hired in
Hey,
September.
Chief, would you just lean into your mic so they can hear you there?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, part of that officer in September will add to the complement to allow us to have 5 members per platoon. On those dates, when we have 5 members per platoon, we will be able to dedicate an officer for beach bylaw enforcement, if that helps. And maybe we can answer some questions related to that. If you like.
Sure. So just maybe I can just add a little clarity. So what you're talking about is adding some complement to do bylaw enforcement or to be able to target specific municipal priorities. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Part of that is so it's problem oriented policing. So maybe we'll get right into the presentation, might be a little bit easier. So it'll explain it a little bit better. I also provided council with a fairly lengthy document that explains my operating budget in detail. So I'm not going to belabor the individual line items. However, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask because you've had the opportunity to review ahead of time. The Saugeen Shores Police Service is responsible to provide adequate and effective police services as detailed in the Ontario Police Services Act. Regulation 399 is what gives us our authorities. Through our mission, vision, and values, we work in partnership with the community to make Saugeen Shores the safest place in which to live, work, and play. So overview through the Police Services Act, we have crime prevention, law enforcement, assistance to victims of crime, public order maintenance, and emergency response. We also have a very dedicated group of officers through our criminal investigations and drug unit. In tox hazard techs, I think we have, right now, I think we have 8 in tox hazard techs. We have 5 scenes of crimes officers, 2 use of force trainers, 2 school resource officers, 2 drug recognition evaluation officers, 8 sexual assault investigators, 4 officers that are trained, excuse me, in offenses against children, probably a dozen warrant writers, 1 canine with Riker, and the media officer, 2 media officers. Benefits for the community, we have the kids program, Crime Stoppers, MHART, and problem-oriented policing, which we'll go into more detail in a few minutes. The 211 program, our benevolence fund, which Cheryl is quite aware of. We have quite a few updates to that. We have Teen Driver Safety Week, Positive Ticketing Program, Vulnerable Person Registry, ride programs, Community Watch, and Special Olympics. So emerging trends. We have an increase in population. So with that increase in population, we are seeing obviously an increase in calls, which it obviously inflates our budget. And we need to keep up with our population to cop ratio. By adding somebody in September of this year, we will try to get 4 platoons of 5 members, a criminal investigation sergeant, detective constables, and administrative support. Major initiatives for 2023 are going to be to, we'll pass it on, increase our authorized strength, add the full-time special constable, digital evidence management, which everything is going towards licensing right now. So all these digital evidence management licensing fees are going to increase our costs accordingly. And hopefully a bicycle patrol unit, which will kind of go towards what Cheryl was saying with the dogs on the trails, or sorry, Rachel was saying with dogs on the trails. Capital highlights, we're looking for breath testing equipment and carbine rifles. Our breath testing equipment is obsolete after this year. Our carbine rifles need to be in every vehicle, so we have to add two rifles and equipment. So I think that's overall budget this year is a 7% change operation wise, and that'll be That'll be mostly attributed to wages for a full-time officer and a special constable. So that's about 3.5% of that wage. Otherwise, open to any questions from council.
Okay, Counselor Stack.
Thanks. Just a couple of questions. So for the carbine rifles, is that a regulatory requirement or?
That's correct. In order to do emergency response, we have to have a carbine rifle in each patrol vehicle. As we increase members, we need more patrol vehicles, and therefore we need to have one per vehicle. So we need 6, and we've got 4 right now.
And then just a few more questions. So do we have an idea of the cost benefit of having a police officer doing bylaw enforcement versus a second enforcement bylaw enforcement officer? Or can that be something we do just to understand the cost of that additional resource?
That's for me. So sorry, through you, Mayor. A police officer is costly. About first class constable is about 150,000 with benefits. Excuse me. We do bylaw response regardless. We are always there to respond to calls for service. We will we'll pretty much go to wherever we're needed. We'll back Madison up when needed. Proactive patrol is where the question comes in, and that's what we've had through discussions with the mayor and CAO.
And then, sorry, last question for the bicycle patrol. Perhaps it's in the budget. Do we even estimate, presumably this is a new patrol that would require new equipment. So is this, for instance, in the summer, the type of police officer that would do something more akin to bylaw sport? And the reason I'm asking is just when I look at bylaw sport and I think about some of the people that would be most affected by those types of calls, I just want to make sure we're using the right resource, wearing the right, presenting appropriately to do that type of enforcement, particularly in the summer months when we're dealing with increased teenagers or, drinking on the beach, those types of relatively minor offenses.
Yeah.
I just want to sort of get a sense of what type of policing we're looking at for that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So Rachel, we're looking at having probably 1 or 2 officers per platoon trained on bicycle enforcement. On days when we have 5 members on our platoon, hopefully we'll be able to take that down to 3 response units at minimum, maybe 4, and then having somebody dedicated to bicycle patrol. The bicycles are going to be donated locally, so that'll cover off that cost. And then I think I have about $8,000 for equipment. I think around there, just to equip them with golf shirts, shorts, whatever's needed for, prolonged bicycling for 12-hour shift.
Thanks. And then last question, just in terms of the types of calls, and this is more just for my edification / curiosity. Do we have do we track the types of claims? Like, are we seeing more property, domestic violence? Do we have that type of record in terms of the type of calls we're seeing as as you noted, the community's increasing in size?
So that would be through the, through you, Mr. Mayor. I get that all the time, but that would be through the crime severity index. So that is something that comes out every year, and our crime has gone up. Our calls for service are, I think we were over 11,000 last year, and over almost 3,000 calls, or 3,000 charges. So we are a very busy service as it comes per officer charges, but in that instant, we get busy with our response, so we don't have proactive time. So by increasing our numbers per unit, we can dedicate an officer to our POPs, to our problem-oriented policing. And that's what bicycle patrol, bylaw enforcement, core units, community engagement, that's what that will do at that time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I got the deputy mayor and then Councilor Maya. Oh, well, I'll go deputy mayor, I'll get Councilor Help, and I'll get Councilor Maya after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not entirely sure of how to fit this in, so I guess I'm looking for some advice. Councilor Davinsky and I sit on the Police Services Board, and at a recent board meeting, we did pass through that board an amendment to the budget that was submitted for the Police Services Board. It was an amendment to add in a figure which created the potential for some consulting services associated with upcoming negotiations. I'm not too sure how to fit that in. We also had some discussions about reserve fund. So, but most significantly right now, we did move an amendment to the budget, requesting or adding in $25,000 to consulting fees, totally related to upcoming negotiations.
Yeah, so I'm sure that the chief and the director of corporate services will have that information together. I don't know if it's in there yet, or certainly will be by the next time we meet, I'm sure.
We do not have it yet, but we can add it, and I would assume we would just take it out of reserves because it's a one-time action.
Okay.
Well, if I could ask further, out of what reserves?
That would be tax stabilization.
Okay. Thank you. It's, the timing was just a little out with what our police services board meeting was in this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I was gonna ask the same question that Rachel Stack asked about, would it be cheaper just to have another bylaw officer instead of having another police officer? And something I think we should consider. The other thing is, I just wanted to mention the value of the problem-oriented policing and what that contributes. And I also just want to put a little plug in and say how pleased I have been when I was working with just seeing the police interaction with the high school students, dropping up there and visiting with them, and one of the officers volunteering, coaching on the football team. And I just think that those are very valuable things, and I'm always very happy to see them happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Halpin, and through you, Sir Mayor. The cost of having a full-time dedicated bylaw officer would be cheaper than having a full-time police officer assigned to the same duties. However, we're hoping that with this budget and having the depth in our police service already, which we require regardless of whether or not we're going to have bylaw enforcement or not, by having that depth in there, we're hoping that we can provide the town with the bylaw services that they need without having the extra cost of having a separate bylaw or an additional bylaw added to it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I might just add, I think it's important to note that right now, between the police services operating budget, 4.822 million proposed, plus what we have proposed for bylaw, 115,000, we're 5 million in on law enforcement. Right, it's the single largest line item in our budget. We need to contain cost on law enforcement. You know, and the way to do that is to build the capacity in the police service with complement that they're going to have to add anyway, because we're growing, right? So the complement's growing, and have that capacity eat up more of this bylaw enforcement need rather than have their capacity grow and add additional bylaw enforcement. You know, it's a very costly line item. It's great service. I mean, and wouldn't trade it, you know, and we certainly want to maintain it, but we also we just cannot let these costs accelerate. You know, we're paying plenty for law enforcement. We should get the bylaw in it for that cost. And so I think the chief's proposal is a good one because he's including it in his complement, and we're going to get that bylaw service out of our police service, which I think is the way it ought to be. Just my views. Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have, so with that extra officer on each platoon, and when I first took over, I think we were at 22 or 23 members, and now we're going to be up to 26 members. Having less than 4 on a platoon was problematic in the fact that we're so busy right now that we're responding constantly. We're responding constantly to calls for service. So proactive policing, which is what we want, takes a back seat. And we don't want that proactive policing to do that. So part of our decisions and our discussions came from discussions with our police services board in October when we created the strategic plan for 3 years, began in, so it'll be 23, 24, and 25. Part of that strategic plan will be including a problem-oriented policing, because in a service our size, we cannot afford the people or the members to be a dedicated containment unit or a dedicated heat, like a high enforcement action team or a dedicated entry team. We need to have the members from within our general patrol that are doing that. So it also gives them an opportunity as well to do different things in a day instead of responding to your typical calls for service. So part of the problem-oriented policing initiative will be to pick items in consultation with council and in consultation with the public. And Karen and I discussed this as well, that quarterly we'll all attend meetings with council. So we'll try to see the problems that are going on in the community and we will adjust accordingly. If there's bigger problems, I know I've had discussions with many councilors in the past that says the concerns with graffiti or the concern with rail trails or whatever. We can develop and improve on these items that are problem-oriented policing and involve the town, involve bylaw, involve our stakeholders, the community members, business owners, to try to develop, the proper POPs. Right now, just as we started building these, we're talking about a traffic officer. So we've had a lot of complaints before for speeding on certain streets. Well, if we have the strength in our lineup, that day we'll dedicate a traffic officer maybe. We have concerns about, maybe snowmobilers on the rail trails that we can't get to. Maybe that day we'll dedicate a ride officer to do the trail crossings. We also have offender management. Since the changes in courts with COVID, we have hundreds of people wanted on warrants right now in the community because they release almost everybody numerous times. So if we can have somebody dedicated to offender management for the day, they can track down those offenders in the community and they can actually make that part of their POP. That is difficult to do if you're responding to calls for service every chance you clear, you're going back to another call. You can't dedicate yourself to doing that. So bicycle patrol, we said, is another one, which is huge. Commercial motor vehicle enforcement. We've had some concerns from the community on commercial motor vehicle enforcement. That is, we have a lot of big trucks on the road that some people feel are unsafe. We agree. We're going to start doing blitzes with MTO, but we can dedicate a POP officer for the day. So we can dedicate a commercial motor vehicle enforcement officer to work with MTO and use that. We also have community oriented response and engagement officers. So that's when we can go to programs like what Stacey Gordon does so well right now. She does the positive ticketing program. She can do the programs to go in and engage the business owners. We have our kids program, which just pays off dividends with the relationships we make with the kids in the schools. Lock it or lose it programs, crime prevention, safety campaigns, etc. And then last but not least, which seems to be one of the bigger concerns, bylaw. So if we have an area that's we're seeing that there's a lack of compliance with bylaw, we can dedicate an officer for a shift or two per week, maybe, to go down there and just enforce bylaw. But part of, and I'm rambling, but I'll go down here a second. Part of a POP is that we don't just look at high enforcement. We want to look at working with the town for bylaws, and we want to work with trying to, whether it be signage, whether it be something else, just to make it better so that we're not strictly going with an enforcement approach, because that's not ways of being involved actively with the community. So I'm pretty sure I don't even know what you asked anymore, but I hope that answered it.
Okay. Well, we asked
Anyway,
the deputy mayor for her clip.
The one thing that he probably left a couple things off the list, but you didn't mention the vulnerable persons program. And that program, I thought, when you mentioned it at a police services board meeting, going out and speaking to people and collecting information in advance, then should something happen, the police are ready. And there's been some results from that already.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we've had Greg Fletcher does our vulnerable person registry. And this year we also teamed up with Connect Protect Medical Alert, so people can actually get a medical alert bracelet that has their information on it when they're in the vulnerable sector. But that vulnerable person registry has allowed us to find somebody very, very quickly, just in the last month or two, because we have the information, we have the pictures, we have their common hangout spots, and it actually definitely paid off dividends for us. Thank you.
Okay, are there further questions for the chief? Oh yeah, Councilor Mayat, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Chief, for the reasonable budget. It's clear that the former Police Service Board left you in good stead financially. And with just one last comment on the bylaw enforcement, is Could you comment just a moment about the use of special constables or maybe auxiliary constables to do education and perhaps enforcement as well?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do have special constables that were utilized for the Beach Ambassador program that happened with COVID money. I believe that was the funding we're speaking of, right? So that funding was there. Excuse me, that funding was there for a year, and when bylaw wasn't able to make it, we would employ our special constables again at a probably half the cost of an officer going down there. So we were able to make those dollars go quite a bit further. But the cost to have the bylaw down, or sorry, to have the special constables down there when there's no longer funding would have to go on to an operating budget if we're going to make that happen. And to say we didn't want to increase the budget by having extras, we're going to use the officers that are already working 40 hours a week, and we'll just incorporate those in there. Auxiliary officers are only have any kind of standing when they're with a uniformed officer, so they can't go down there independently, even though there are volunteers. They're great when it comes to our community events and going out there and doing that. But if it could get problematic if you're telling somebody to, to try to correct their actions on the beach or something, we don't want to have our auxiliary officers doing that kind of enforcement or any kind of enforcement duties.
Okay, any other questions? Councilor Davinsky and then the deputy.
It's not a question so much as a comment, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking council members to think seriously about the fire services budget and the police services budget. Can some things be cut? Maybe. Do we have to add things? Perhaps. But the fact of the matter is, I don't want to go to bed each night thinking that we don't have enough coverage for fire, should my house start to burn, or for police, should I need their services as well. These are two budgets that need a close look, close study, and I hope everyone will. And don't feel obligated to cut something from a fire service budget or police service budget. But if you honestly believe it, then do so. And let's find out what the end result is. I agree with all the other departments that we have, but if something got cut from another department, it could come back. If something got caught from our protective services, if you will, may be too late. And that's why I say we should study this more closely and come back with some more questions. But remember, these are the two services that are out there 24/7 and really spell safety for each and every resident of Saugeen Shores. Sorry, I got on my soapbox. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, and I haven't heard too many suggestions about potential cuts to either of those budgets. I think it's important to note, just for council's clarity, council does not have the authority to line item edit the police services budget. We can either approve their budget as presented, or we can refuse to pass it. But we don't have only the police services board can make changes to the line items in that budget. But if it gives you any comfort, I'm certainly prepared to support it as written. Is there any further comments with this, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the fire chief knew that the police are recruiting for auxiliary police officers. So if any of those great volunteers that have applied to you aren't successful, you can send them across to apply for a different unit. Thank you.
It's a secret now. It's a secret. So I had one comment I wanted to make about the business plan, and it's really crosses over. It's police services business plan, and the chief administrative officer's business plan. I'm very keen, and I've spoken to both the chief and the police, the chief and the CAO, as well as some members of council about this, for us to really clarify the working relationship between the municipality and the police service so that we can so the municipality can plan for the types of supports that we need to provide to the police service, whether those be human resources, whether it be in corporate services, our treasury department, whether it be IT. You know, I think it works very well, the municipality providing those supports to our police service. But we need to understand, I think, better what sort of planning we need to do to assist the police service. And it's a unique relationship because the service is an independent local board. But it's one that has a really tight relationship with the municipality that requires good coordination. We haven't had it in the past. I come at this from a long experience here, dating back through 3 police chiefs and my own 8 years on the police board. I think it's important that we have a shared service agreement between the town and the police services, so that we can set ourselves up for future success. And as our leaders change, as our council changes, we'll have a good coordination. I'd really like to see that in the business plans of the CAO and the police service for the year 2023. It's honestly, it's something that has gone on that we've been talking about now, that I've been talking about for the better part of a decade with different leaders. And I'd really like to see it done. I think it's super important. So I don't know what you guys think about that, but something I'd like to see.
Thank you for the question and comment, Mr. Mayor. The chief of police and I have discussed it quite at length, and I've been working on sort of a baseline with the senior management staff in order to have further conversations with the chief. So I'm happy to take the suggestion and we can add that to the business plan. So we're reporting out to council on it.
That would be great.
Thank you. And I'll add a comment as well that I have met with different departments throughout the town over the last couple of weeks, and the idea behind what we're going to do obviously makes sense. If we can do things in-house and just have a division inside or a transfer of, you know, the understandings that way, it makes a lot more sense. We are committed to working with the community and trying to find better ways of doing things. I think that'll start quite well, through our meetings by attending the quarterly meetings prior to the major initiatives updates, because that's an opportunity I think right now where we've lacked maybe over the last couple of years is we've lacked about the conduit or the channel to get the information across to what the community truly wants. Because I report monthly to our police services board and I report to the Solicitor General's office and whatnot, but the conduit seems to be missing a step there when it comes from the community. So if we know what those opportunities are, we'll work with the community and we'll work with our council and with our police services board to find solutions. Obviously, police services board approves my budget. So if they're too big of asks, they'll be too big of money asks as well sometimes. So we just have to keep things in check that way. And if we can make it work with within the confines of our budget, then we'll make it work best we can.
Good. Well, I appreciate your attention to that issue. So if there's nothing further, then thank you, Chief, for your budget, and thanks to all the directors who presented today. We will wrap up our budget meeting for today now. When we come back on the 7th, we will hear corporate services and we'll get the concluding presentation. Then we can have some discussion about outstanding issues and well, whatever other issues council wishes to raise. So and we'll have a discussion about the timing of that meeting during the day, recognizing there's a lot of moving parts. So I'm certain we're not going to be able to find a time that's going to be great for everybody. So, but for now, the meeting will be on the 7th, and you'll hear more likely from the clerk's department about that. So with that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Halpin, seconded by Councillor Grace. All in favor? Committee stands adjourned. Thank you.